Alright, let me set the context for the video. In this video, we're building a Metaverse application, a 2D Metaverse application, but the logic remains the same if you're building your own FPV game, if you're trying to build a multiplayer game. The backend remains very similar, and we're primarily focusing on the backend here. There are a bunch of microservices that we have to build, make them communicate with each other and connect them to the end client. More specifically, the first part is going to be discussing the architecture. How is a system like this built? What do you store in a database? What do you store in memory? The second part is going to be writing the tests for it. We'll be doing test-driven development on this one. Then we'll write the backend, we'll write another backend service. Then we'll create a janky frontend for it and connect them all together. These were the points that I started with. The ones that are marked have already been done. The ones that aren't marked, more specifically just the DevOps bit, deploying this application, I haven't covered in this video. I'm happy to make another video on it, or you can figure that out yourself. Without any further ado, let's get right into the video. All right, folks, let's get into building an application similar to Zep, the one that I'll just show you, Gather Town. Even FPV games, I would say, are very similar. If you want to build something like PUBG, the backend that we're building today will almost get you there. There is some extra physics logic you have to do in case you're shooting someone. But everything else should be, very similar to what we're building today. We'll try to build a Metaverse application where you can come and so can your friends and you get an office space. Oh, that's loud. Similar to this one. For example, Cheetah is me over here and I can move around and meet my friends over here. So if I enter this room and sit down, I have entered a private area over here. You can join on the same link. When you do, you can sit right next to me. We can chat with each other. That's a high level of what we're building. Very popular, thing to build in 2021, 2022, when Facebook rebranded to Meta. Everyone was building metaverses. It'll teach you a lot also, especially, if you're building video and audio that you see over here. We'll probably not do that today, but I'll still share how can you add video, audio, and, connect people all around. More technically, this is the architecture that I've thought of. Slowly, as I grow old, I architect first, write tests first, and then build the application. If you're learning something from this video, I would urge you to do that. I tweeted this out recently, which is good advice if you ever want to listen to me, I guess. It was basically this. Don't start building a project if you're not going to finish it. I think the advice remains true to this video as well. There's a lot to learn in any project that you might be building, but if it takes you 1 day to build a project, it takes you 10 days to productionize it. So try to productionize it. That is why I am doing the hefty bits first and then writing the actual code. Oopsie daisy. And then writing the actual code and then deploying it to a Kubernetes cluster. Everything I'll do from scratch. But if you have this step done once, have a Kubernetes cluster of yours where you can deploy your applications. Every other application will be slightly easier to deploy. Writing tests is something, almost always ignored, but if you are building a project for the long run, you should have tests increase coverage over time. That happens in any big company that, does something like this also. So make sure you are spending your time, writing tests, containerizing the application, simple stuff, have a README in there. We'll do all of this. Technically, these are the steps we're going to follow. Discussing the architecture. If you're a senior engineer, not wanting to code on this one, you can just spend some time here. I've worked at a bunch of these companies, so I understand the architecture fairly well. Some of it is highly counterintuitive, how these things are done at scale, but that's the only way to build this at scale. I've talked to a bunch of game companies now. Almost everyone has a similar architecture. Designing the API, we'll write down the routes that we need to support both for an API server and a WebSocket server. I'll explain what both of these are very soon. Writing the tests, we are doing what's called test-driven development over here, something I used to dread for years, but as I've now started to work, closely with teams, I feel like this is super important. Then we'll create a monorepo, write the backend, write the WebSocket, and containerize the application. I'll push it to GitHub right after that. And then we'll deploy it to a Kubernetes cluster. In this process, you'll learn about some standard packages that are good for you to have in your cluster in case you want to use it for, deploying prod applications. We'll write the CI/CD pipeline for it. So every time I'm pushing to GitHub, it automatically gets redeployed in my cluster. I'll build a half-ass front end. I'm not building anything close to what, Gather or Zep has. Although actually it's like, oh, wow, what the fuck? I have real avatars here. Building a front end like this is mildly hard. You don't really design all of this yourself. You use some external library. most of the times Phaser, which is a gaming engine. Babylon is a gaming engine. You rarely write all of this yourself on a raw canvas. You're using some sort of a game engine. I discuss a little bit about it. We'll probably have a quick half-ass backend and we'll go from there. Then we'll understand the video architecture. If two people come close to each other, they need to start to talk to each other. We need video communication, audio communication, all in real time. How do you build something like this? I worked at companies like these, but I was actually in the video team only. So this I understand fairly well. If you understand this, everything else is actually much easier to understand. Even today, if you look at Gather's career page, the only job role I found open was a video engineer, because that's usually the harder bit for, these companies to crack when it comes to it being in production and, you're facing issues on a daily basis. And also it's very hard to find engineers who are good at video. We'll discuss, and these are just extra things I thought we should discuss. Okay, where should the database reside? Where should Redis reside? And finally, we'll try to migrate the backend, or more technically, just the WebSocket layer to Golang. That's a high level. That's how I would have done this project as well. And, tried to push it to production. I'm super motivated right now, but it's 2 a.m. when I'm starting. So there's a good chance I slip off in the middle. That is something you should not do. And, you should, if you feel like you need a break, take a break and then, restart the project. Without any further ado, let's kick things off. Let's start with discussing an architecture for an application similar to the one that you see on screen. When you're building an application similar to Gather, what you need to facilitate is if there are two people sitting all around the world, person 1 and person 2, they both reach a screen, and if I make a movement over here, that movement needs to transmit to the other person. If there is another person in my room, that movement needs to reach this person as well. Same is true in the opposite direction. If I make a movement over here, it needs to be transmitted to the other side. Usually the architecture for building something like this is, if this is person 1 inside their browser, this is person 2 inside their browser, they are both connected to a WebSocket server. 𝗏𝗏𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏, what is a WebSocket server? It's very similar to an HTTP server, only it provides bi-directional communication. What is bi-directional communication? It means I can send events to the server and the server can also respond back with events back to me. That is slightly hard to do in HTTP, even though there are ways to do it. Usually you would want to use a WebSocket server for something like this. Why do we need bi-directional communication? Because whenever I make a movement, that needs to be pushed to the other browser. If I move from this point to this point, this specific change, for example, move from 2,3, if let's say this specific square is 2,3 in the coordinate system, to 2,4. So if this is the movement that I made, this movement needs to go to a server from which it will get transmitted over here, and the avatar would move by one box on the other side as well. Only thing is, this needs to happen for everyone who's currently connected to the room. So at the very least, you need a WebSocket server. And whenever multiple people join a specific room, let's say person 1, person 2, and person 3 are all part of the same room, they are usually connected to the same WebSocket server. You do not connect them to different WebSocket servers. This is what's called a sticky connection. What is this? This is a sticky connection because if your application is distributed, if you have multiple WebSocket servers, because you're going to handle a lot of scale and a single WebSocket server can, let's say, only handle 10K users, then you will make sure everyone who's in room 1 connects to the same WebSocket server. If there are other people in, let's say, a room 2, which is, let's say an entertainment room or whatever, the room of a different team, then all 3 of these will be connected to WebSocket server 2. 3 other people in some other room might be connected to WebSocket server 3, or they might also be connected to WebSocket server 2. As long as they're connected to the same server, it's fine. So at the very least, we need to create a WebSocket server. 𝗏𝗏𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏, what happens if a WebSocket server goes down? These people all reconnect to a different available WebSocket server. So if a WebSocket server ever goes down, which it will in production from time to time, you need to have logic that the users reconnect to the same WebSocket server now, the people that are in the same room. A simpler architecture would have a single WebSocket server. But of course, if you're going to run this at a scale at which Zep does or Gather does, you will need to have multiple WebSocket servers. People in the same room are all connected to the same WebSocket servers. What are they doing? They are sending an event to the WebSocket server that is getting broadcasted to everyone else in the room. That is the first service we'll be building today, the WebSocket service. But before we reach the WebSocket service, all these applications have simple dashboards as well. Let me show you. Let's look at Gather. If you open Gather, it lets you do standard things like signing in or signing up. Let's try doing that. My internet is a little wonky today. Let me try my other browser. I always wondered why this screen takes so long. All right, as you can see, I have 3 different spaces right now. Now these creation of these, storage of these is done in simple Web 2 systems, an HTTP server that you're talking to, a database where this data is being stored. What does the map layout look like? What is the name of the space? What is the ID of the space? When was it created? Things like these. So along with whatever happens when you join the space, something happens when you join the space and people all around the world connect to each other. But before that happens, you need to make sure you support endpoints like MySpaces and create a space, things like these. So what is the other service we will have to build? We will have to build a simple HTTP service where a user can come and create a space, maybe get back details of a space, things like what is the layout of the page. These things don't need to come from the WebSocket server. The map that you see can come from a simple HTTP server, which is storing all of this data in a database. So we will need number 1, a WebSocket server, number 2, an HTTP server, number 3, a database. That's mostly all the services we need. If we get into video, then this gets on another level. And if we get into, scaling the WebSocket layer that I was talking about, so that people are switching between WebSocket servers if one of them goes down, then you need more services for resiliency like this. But if you want a simple server that, let's say, supports 10,000 users and 50 rooms with, each room having a limit of whatever, 100 people, then you can easily do that with a single WebSocket server. You don't need to scale the WebSocket layer. HTTP layer you can scale very easily. So there are 2 ways you can build this. The easy way, and I'm happy to discuss the architecture of the hard way also. The easy way is not really distributed, by which I mean you have one WebSocket server, multiple HTTP servers, and one database. The more difficult bit is when you have multiple WebSocket servers, you have multiple video servers, or more technically what are called SFUs. You have another router layer that routes the user to the right video room and the right WebSocket room, and then multiple HTTP servers and a database. So we'll start off with this. Happy to discuss this and the architecture of this by the end of the video. That covers the first part of today, discussing the architecture. Let's move on to designing the API for both the HTTP layer and the WebSocket layer. All right, let's kick things off with designing the HTTP server. We need to support number 1, a standard sign up and sign in. So there needs to be a /API/v1/signup endpoint that will take the user's, let's say, username and password as an input. To avoid keeping things too complicated, I am going to not add OAuth. We'll have simple, login with username and password, no real verifications. So username, which will be a string, and password, which will also be a string. Another endpoint that lets the user sign in. The first endpoint can simply return a status code 200 or 400 if the request succeeded or failed. It will fail if someone else with the same username already exists on this server. When you're signing in, what you get back is again a proper body which has a token. That token lets you log in the future. That token lets you connect to a WebSocket server and authenticate yourself. So whenever you send a request to the sign in function, you will get back a token from the server. This token you need to keep handy, probably store it in the local storage somewhere or in a cookie, doesn't matter. And this token is what we will use to authenticate ourselves to the WebSocket server and the HTTP server. It's a good idea to store this in local storage. If you store it in a cookie, it gets a little wonky when you're trying to connect to the WebSocket server. But if you do this, then you can authenticate yourself with the WebSocket server very easily. All right, I took like an hour to design the HTTP schema, the WebSocket schema, and the database schema. Basically, what do all the HTTP endpoints look like? How do you interact with the WebSocket server? How do you create the database schema? I think if you put all of these in an AI, it'll probably spit out all the code for you because it's fairly detailed. Let's get into the first part of designing the HTTP APIs. I already talked a bit about the authentication part. We need two endpoints here for this auth page. A sign up endpoint, which in our case, we're not getting too fancy. So simply username, password, and type. There are two types of users on our application, normal users and admins. Admins are going to be people who, they're mostly map makers and, element makers, people who can create a table, a chair, or a map inside Zep or inside Gather. They have the authority to be able to create these things. A user is a normal user that just creates a space for themselves and their friends. Sign in is simpler. A post endpoint on API v1 sign in. You provide your username and password. You get back a token. This token is what is stored in the browser in the local storage. This token is what is used to authenticate yourself with both the HTTP server as well as the WebSocket layer. Then we get to the user's information page. There are two sort of things that the user that needs to give us. Their avatar, how do they appear to other people, and their username, the thing that appears right on top of their head as they're moving around. So we'll have a page similar to this where they can choose an avatar and, update their name. So one endpoint to introduce here is updating the metadata. Metadata being things like the avatar that the user wants. You can also introduce username over here, or we can keep it constant. For now, let's just say avatar, which is an ID. I repeat, the user will not give us their avatar image. They will be able to select from a few predefined avatars that the admins have created. You can just give the ID of the avatar and you'll be assigned that specific avatar. You can't create a fresh, cartoon avatar or Donald Duck or Trump avatar. You have an existing set of avatars you can choose from. There'll be like an avatar selection screen. Get available avatars. This specific endpoint will return you the currently available avatars. So when the user reaches this screen, they should see a button that says update avatar. When they click on it, they hit this endpoint to get the currently available avatars, select one of them, provide the ID in the endpoint to update metadata. Then comes the space dashboard. We have still not gotten inside the room. This is when you're outside the room and exploring the dashboard, you need to see all of your existing spaces that you have created, and you need to be able to create a new space. So the endpoints needed here are: number one, create a space. Basically, when you try to create a space in any such platform, it gives you a bunch of existing maps that are already there. So there is something else that the admins will create, which are predefined maps. When the user creates a fresh space, they can either start with an empty map or they can select one of the pre-existing maps. So the endpoint looks something like this. This is the name, this is the dimensions, and this is the map ID. Now, if the user does not give a map ID, then in that case, it's an empty space with these dimensions. If the user does give a map ID, then they don't have to give the dimensions. The map that the user is choosing has predefined dimensions that will be given to their space as well. So I can select one of these existing maps. When I select this map and click on submit or create, in that case, a map ID would go to the server along with the name of my space. If I don't select a map ID, if I create an empty space or start with an empty space right here, then I will just give the dimensions of the space to the backend. That's to create a space. And then we need another endpoint to get all of my existing spaces so that I can see them on the dashboard, and I can delete a space as well. So deleting a space, straightforward, send a request to /v1 API v1 spaces /space ID. Now, one thing to note here, of course, is you should be the owner of the space. You should be the person who has created this space. Only then will you be able to delete it, else it should return a different status code. I'll define that here as well. I'll keep all the schema completely defined. And lastly, get all my existing spaces. API v1 space /all will return you all the spaces that you have created in the past, their dimensions and their thumbnails. It will not return you the internal map information. Okay, what point pe what chair is present, what table is present. You don't need that when you're on this dashboard. You just need the thumbnail and the name. That is what needs to appear over here. So /API v1 space all will return you the name of your space and the thumbnail of the space. And that's it. That's all that you need for this space dashboard. Then comes the arena. When I say arena, I mean the real zep.us space where everyone is moving around. When you enter the space, the first thing you need is all the map data inside this, the real elements inside the space. So there is this term I'm using here, elements. An element is a chair, a table, a static component of your map. That's what makes the map pretty. So if you have a predefined map or you customize your own map, you will put a bunch of, for example, chairs and tables over there. For example, here I've said, okay, I'm putting a chair with this ID, this image URL, and it is static, which means you can't overlap with the chair. You can't go over the chair. This should probably be false. You can sit on top of chairs, but that's fine. And X and Y is the position of the chair. Similarly, there is a chair, another chair, which looks a little different, whose ID is chair 2. Image is this, that is also static. It's present on X18, Y20. And then there is a third element over there, a table that's between the chairs at X19, Y20. Table should probably be static, but the chairs should be, dynamic. Static should be false here. You can sit on top of chairs. You can't sit on top of a table. These elements, this ID comes from a separate table. Elements are something admins can create. Avatars, maps, and elements. All three things admins can create. Users can just choose what elements they need in their space and what XY coordinate they need it on. The dimensions of the specific, dimensions should also come here. This will change by the time the video releases. You need the ID, the image static, and the dimensions of the chair. That is also necessary. For example, if the table is really big or the chair is really big, you need to render it across those four elements, let's say, rather than a single block. And hence X and Y should be another thing that appears over here. I'll update that in the Notion doc. That's how you get a space. You get the complete dimensions and an array of elements for that specific space. Then you render them on the screen and connect the user to the WebSocket server, to the video server, let them travel around the space. Adding an element, adding an element. When the user is in the space, most of these applications have a map builder. You can open the map builder as you see on the screen right now. It looks something like this. It lets you select, for example, this element and put it in various places. For example, I selected this element and put it over here. If you click on it, you have to send an HTTP request to update the map, to tell the map there is something being placed on X:_Y. So what does the schema look like? A post request to /API v1 space element, that this element needs to be placed in this space at a certain X and Y. So this will also update. All right, just updated that. Whenever I click on this button, I need to send to the server the ID of the element, the X and the Y position, and the current space ID that the user is trying to update. So that is what needs to appear over here. That's how you add an element. This should probably return you an ID for the newly created element over here. Delete an element is as simple as the space ID and the element ID. Now this element ID is not, I'm confused. I'll confuse you a little bit. This is not the ID of the element in the elements table. This is the ID that gets returned from here. I can put a single T in multiple places. So when I want to delete this T, I want the ID of this specific element and not the other ones. So the ID that you send when you're trying to delete this element ID is the ID of this specific element on the map. We'll see this more once we reach the database schema. Deleting is straightforward. And lastly, see all the available elements on the, this is what I mean. This is not you getting back the currently available elements on the map. This is not map elements. This is all the elements so the user can choose, this W is what I want to appear over here. So whenever the user opens this sidebar, they'll need to see all the available elements right now. These elements have categories also, word art, my objects, text objects, so on and so forth. Ours are simple. We don't have categories. We have a list of elements that the user can choose from, and they get that by hitting /API v1 elements. When they hit this, they'll get back, things like this. Okay, there's an element with ID 1, which has, the schema is wrong here. 1 second again. All right, this is what the elements array should look like. An array of currently available elements so that the user can pick one from here and place it somewhere over here. The elements that the map creators, the admins have put in the database so that the user can choose what to put in their map. Schema looks something like this: the ID of the element, the image, how it appears finally, the X and the Y, or the width and the height more technically. The schema should probably be width and height. X and Y is also fine. It means how long and how wide this specific element is. For example, a chair would probably be 1 x 1. A table should be 1 x 1. This chair should also be 1 x 1. But there are some elements that are bigger. For example, this is a much bigger table or a much bigger tree log. Let's say 4 x 5 or something like that. That's all for the arena. Once you join the arena, these are the HTTP requests you sent. You either get the space or you try to build the space in the map builder. These endpoints, excuse me, these endpoints you use to update the space. This endpoint you use once you enter the space. This is probably an endpoint you will keep polling every 20 seconds so that if there is ever an update, someone placed a table somewhere, it comes to you as well. Lastly, the admin endpoints, the map creator endpoints. As I said, in all of these companies, there is a very big team of artists who are creating all of these arts, grass, tree, table, chair, things like these. So whenever they create such an element, they should be able to put that element in the database so other people can use it. So an image URL, width, height, and whether or not this is a static element, can the user move on top of it? Update an element, whether or if they want to update how a tree looks, let's say put a modern look on it, then they can update the image URL. They can't update the dimensions though. You shouldn't ever allow users to update the dimensions of a tree, because if they do, then all the existing spaces that are using that tree will go haywire. So you're allowed to change the look of it. You can't change the dimensions. You can only change the dimensions when you are creating the element. Create an avatar, which, as the name suggests, will let the users or the admins create an avatar that the users can eventually choose from. This endpoint will be hit again by the artists. Whenever they're done with creating an avatar, they'll upload the photo of that avatar somewhere, get the URL and put the URL over here. Lastly, create a map. If you remember, when the user reaches this screen, they have a bunch of default maps to choose from. So the artists can create a map and click on a add map button. When they do, they submit the thumbnail for that specific space, the dimensions of that space, and the default elements in there. Things like, they might have put a chair, a table, something else. All of these, this is the position of the chair. The dimensions of the chair are already in the elements table. And this is, the user shouldn't probably be giving the ID. You don't need to pass this as an input. Let me fix that. There we go. The map creator simply tells, this is the element I want to put at this specific XY. This is the element I want to put at this specific XY, so on and so forth. In most of these applications, you're allowed to overlap elements. You can put a chair and then put a table on top of it, put another chair on top of it. That's fine. The only thing that you need to check is that the avatar cannot move into a static element. That's it. Cool. I think that's all the endpoints that we need for an application like this. Well, a simpler version of the application like this. To recap, simple authentication endpoints, sign up and sign in. User information update endpoints where they can change their avatar. They can get the available avatars. A space dashboard endpoints, create a space, delete a space, get all of my existing spaces, all the endpoints you need on this page. Arena, once you enter an arena, you need to get the current elements over there. This is the endpoint for that. And if you want to update the elements, or update the space, the arena, then these are the endpoints for it. Lastly, map creator endpoints or admin endpoints that the user would hit whenever they want to, or the admin would hit whenever they want to create a new element, update an element, create an avatar, or create a map. Cool. That's all for the HTTP endpoints. As I said, if you copy paste this into GPT, it'll probably give you, I mean, given I'm trying to keep the schema very robust, so if everyone who's creating it can test it, I think if you give it to GPT, it'll be able to spit out a simple HTTP server for you supporting all of these endpoints. We'll move on to the WebSocket schema from here. Once the user enters the space, what are the endpoints, not the endpoints, what is the data that the user needs to send in every request? So let's get into that next. One more call out before we go to the WebSocket layer. All authenticated endpoints should be hit with an authorization header. So whenever you're hitting an endpoint to, let's say, create a map, you need to make sure this is an admin, and this will be verified on the server as well. So whenever you're hitting these endpoints, you need to make sure you're sending the token that you received during login in this authorization header in this format, bearer space the actual token that you received during login. After you log in by hitting the /sign-in endpoint, this one right here, you will get back what? You will get back a token. And in all authenticated requests, for example, update metadata, you need to tell the server, this is me, through your token. So in your header, you have to pass the authorization token like this. Now we'll move on to the WebSocket layer. All right, we don't have too many endpoints in the WebSocket layer, thankfully. The first, not an endpoint, the first event that you send to the server after you connect to the WebSocket server is a join a space event. You are telling the WebSocket server, I have joined this specific space. Please give me all the movement information, all the movement events of this specific space. So throughout all of our endpoints, we'll have two keys, the type of the event and the payload of the event. Type represents what is the type of this event. The first one being a join event. I want to join this specific room. Payload being the payload of that specific event, which basically means the data associated with this specific event. For a join event, you need to tell the server what is the space that I want to join, and you need to give it your token so that the server knows who you are. The server can get the avatar information, or, you know, just let everyone know that 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝗵 has joined the space at this specific X and Y. So whenever you join a space, you send an event to the server so that it authorizes you, authenticates you, makes sure you have access to the space. We don't have access control right now, but if we add it, if we add members, things like these, then we will check, is this user able to access this? Does the user have the right permissions to access this space? And if they do, then we will send them back another event. We'll see that event later on, the space joined event. But before that, this is the first event that you send to the server. And what other event do you think we would send to the server? You will either join a space. After you have joined the space, you will tell the server, hey, I want to move to this specific X and Y. As you move around the space in the browser, this is the event that you'll be sending to the server through the WebSocket layer. Okay, I want to move to this specific XY position. The server needs to make sure you have access to move there. There is no chair on that specific space. You are not moving out of the walls. User could send you anything here. User could send you 500,000 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝗵 as a string over here. You need to do sanitization on the server. You need to make sure this is a movable spot for the user. There is no other user on this specific spot. If that is true, then you broadcast their position to everyone else. If they give you some wrong XY, if they try to move 10 blocks in a single movement, that's very bad. Everyone else will see them teleport. You have to make sure the user can only move to one block at a time. And when the user does when the user does that, then you let everyone know by sending this movement event. Okay, hey, this specific user ID has moved to this other XY position. And then you update the same thing on the front end. So as people are moving and you have joined a space, you will start to receive their movement events. But from time to time, the server might push you to a different place. For example, you might locally move on to a spot and a different user moves on to the same spot. So it will back you off to the original spot. It will tell you there is a collision. Please go back to the original spot. So From time to time, as you are pressing the arrow keys, you might move to a spot, but if someone else reached there before you, there is a race condition. If they reach there before you, you'll move there on the client and immediately be pushed back. That happens from this movement rejected endpoint. So sent if the server finds a collision and prevents you from moving to a block, it will return you back the XY of where you should be pushed back to. So if you receive the movement rejected event from the server, you need to take the current user back to this XY that the server is telling to push you back to. When does this happen? It happens when the user moves beyond a wall. वैसे तो the client should have code to make sure, by client I mean the browser, may this code will run, the user can't move to a wall. But if the user is trying something shady, trying to give you random XYs, then you shouldn't broadcast their position to everyone. You should tell them, okay, sorry, you can't move at this specific spot. So there are two things that happen when you send an event to the WebSocket server. If this is the WebSocket server and this is you, user one, when you send a movement event to the server, one of two things will happen. Either the server accepts it. If the server accepts it, it will send this movement event to everyone. Okay, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗀 has moved to a different position. But if the user rejects it, it will send you back a movement rejected event. And when does this happen? It happens if you try to move to a spot and a different person also tried to move to the same spot. So both of you send the movement event to the server. Whatever the server found first, whoever reached the server first, their position will be broadcasted to everyone else. And the person who came there second, let's say, that person will be told, sorry, you can't move here. Go back to your original position. So these are one of two things that will happen as you send a movement event. Either everyone else will receive a movement event or you will receive a movement rejected event. Lastly, the space joined event happens after you tell the server, I want to join a space. If you tell the server, I want to join a space, the server will, get everyone's position and return it back to you. It will tell you, you are spawning at this XY position. So the server will calculate or find a random position for you, return you the XY of that position and return you a list of users. These are the users that are currently in the space. Inko aap zara render kar lo. Please render them on the screen with their name and their image URL and their ID, so that if the other user moves in the future, you can also move them around and find them by this ID. So this list of users you currently render on the screen. And as people move to various positions, this movement event comes. Even for new users, when a new user joins, they get spawned somewhere, you will receive a movement event for them. If you receive a movement event for a new user though, you need their avatar URL as well. So let me change this a bit, back in a second. All right, I've updated the HTTP server and the WebSocket server a bit. Specifically, the space joined event will now just return you the IDs of the users, will not return you their avatar URL. This resides in the database, like the avatar of a user, the image of the user. And it makes sense to avoid connecting the WebSocket server to the database as much as possible. You might have to do that at some point, but if we can avoid it, it's good. So for that reason, the WebSocket server will only return you the IDs of the users here. In the HTTP server, I have introduced another endpoint called get other users metadata. So as multiple people join your space, you receive 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗿𝗲 is part of this specific, or user ID 1 is part of this space. You hit the HTTP server on this bulk endpoint /API v1 metadata bulk $ID is equal to an array of IDs, and the server will respond back with the avatar URLs, the image URLs for all of these users. Then you render them on the screen. Since the HTTP server is already connected to the database, it makes sense to expose all of these from here rather than exposing the avatar URLs or sending the avatar URLs from the WebSocket server. If you send them from the WebSocket server, to recap, you need, if this is your WebSocket server and this is your HTTP server and this is your database, right now the HTTP server does talk to the database. These are the users. We are trying to avoid the WebSocket server connecting to the database. There are benefits to doing this, but also downsides, which is why I'm trying to avoid it. Even these two might have to talk to each other. I think right now, I could be wrong. We'll see as we write the application. But for now, I'm trying to keep them very independent. Okay, you authorize from here, get back a token, then you can directly connect to this guy. This is simply a relay layer. This WebSocket server doesn't need to know about your application logic, doesn't need to know you have avatars or what, just needs to know, okay, IDs are moving around. I have their movement data over here. I have who is on which position over here. I don't have to worry about their avatar URLs. I don't have to connect to a database. Avoiding all application logic from this WebSocket layer, keeping it very lean right now. If you did not understand why I did this, that is fine. But the point is this has been done. So when you're designing this specific space, you have to make sure you allow a user to join a space, authenticate them correctly. After you've authenticated them, they're allowed to send you movement endpoints only after you've told them, okay, hey, you have joined this space and the user is ready to go now. You also spawn them to a point on the server. You return them their XY position that they've been spawned on. And now, as the user sends you more and more movement events, you either tell them their movement has been rejected, or you tell everyone else that this user ID has moved to this specific spot. One more endpoint we need is when the user leaves. So if the user ever leaves this specific server, we need to let everyone know that the user has left. So another event that you might receive would be type user left, and payload would simply be the ID of the user. Otherwise, they'll keep lingering in your space forever. So after you join, you get back a bunch of IDs of users that are currently there. As they leave, their WebSocket server disconnects, their internet goes down, or they close the tab. You need to receive a leave event from the server telling you that this specific user has left. You need to unrender them from the browser. They don't need to appear in the space anymore. I think this is an exhaustive list of events that you need, but we will only know until we reach the front end. There might be another endpoint that we might need. So if you're looking at this spec later on and trying to code it, you might find a few more endpoints over here. My current guess is this is good enough. That's all we need for the WebSocket layer and the API layer. Next up, we're going to get into the database schema, which good for you. I've already sort of designed. I designed it on 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, which basically means I have literally the Prisma schema over here. So let me take you through that next. All right, let's try to look at the schema next. I've used Prisma Builder for it. It just lets you build the schema directly over here. For example, I've created a users table, which has an ID, username, password, avatar ID, and the role. Role can either be, how do you open enums here? Role can either be an admin or a user. These are it's an enum, it's not a string. But everything else that you see over here are strings. That's all you need for a user. Avatar ID is a foreign key to avatars. I don't think this website lets you put foreign keys, so we'll have to write that code. But hopefully you understand that avatar ID is an external foreign key to avatars, which has an image URL and a name. Every avatar that you see, Timmy, Tom, Girly, they'll give them names and, of course, images. So that's what's stored in the avatars table. Then there's the elements table, which has width, height, and the URL of an element, share a URL, table URL, log URL, things like these. Space, where, a user can come and create a fresh space. So it'll have the name of the space, the width, the height of the space. Probably put the thumbnail here as well. Let me quickly add that, which will also be a string. Then there are two more, there is map, which is this is the ID of the map, probably needs a name as well. And then width and the height of this specific map, 100 cross 100, 200 cross 200. These will again be created by admins. And lastly, map elements and space elements. Map elements, as the name suggests, this specific map has this specific element on this XY position. So this is a foreign key to the elements table. This is a foreign key to the maps table. Space elements, very similar. This specific space has this specific element at this XY position. and you'll have multiple entries over here for every space. My space might have a table at 2,3, a chair at 4,5. All of those entries will be stored in this table. As you can tell, we have an SQL table, which is not the best use case for an application like this. Reason being, this will get very nested. Not very nested, but yeah. So Gather and companies like these mostly use Firebase, which is no SQL. And I think there are good reasons to do it, but they were also migrating to SQL. So either is fine. For us, we're using Postgres. So we need an SQL table right here. This is what the SQL table looks like. To recap, the users table where you store the user information has a foreign key to the avatars table where all the avatars are stored. A maps table where all the existing maps are stored that the admins are creating, which has a foreign key, and a corresponding map elements table, which has all the elements that the specific map has. Map ID is a foreign key to the maps table. Element ID is a foreign key to the elements table, where all the elements are stored. Table, chair, things like these. Lastly, there is the space table where the user comes and creates a space, and the space elements table where all the elements for that specific table or specific space are present. Space ID being a foreign key to the spaces table, element ID being the foreign key to the elements table. This one right here. If I visualize the schema, it looks like this. This visualization will not show you the foreign keys. I'm unsure if these guys let you create foreign keys, the specific website that I'm using. If not, someone from here should create a PR. I think that's sort of would make this very usable. To recap, users table, space elements, map elements, avatar, and role. A role is an enum. Everything else is a table. And thankfully, you can just generate the schema for this. I've made a few changes right now. So I'll regenerate the schema and put it in the Notion doc. I think my internet is down, which is why it's not happening. But that's the schema. I think that's all we have for this section right here. Let me open Brave. And let's check off designing the schema. Hopefully that's straightforward. This schema took an hour and a half to build all of these. And as I said, I think this is partly become coding now. If you paste this into an AI, you'll have a working version with some hallucinations that you can, debug yourself. We'll be writing the code ourselves. Before we write the code, we'll be writing the tests for it. We're doing test-driven development. This is going to be the hardest bit. Usually people skip right here. We have done this. Now we're doing this, and now we'll start to write the application. So let's get into that next. Let's try to write some basic tests for our application. All right, folks, let's get into writing the tests. I'm going to use Jest. Jest is a library in JavaScript. Primarily JavaScript has been ported over to TypeScript. There are better testing libraries out there today, but yeah, this is the most OG one, so we'll use that. Let's kick things off by initializing our first project. We're not creating a monorepo yet. We're just writing a very long JavaScript file that will have all the tests for the API endpoints and the WebSocket layer. So that when I write the code, even if I don't write the front end, I can run the tests and make sure everything is working as expected. So let's kick things off by initializing a new directory in my projects folder. You should do the same if you're following along. Let me create a folder over here called Metaverse 2D, because this is a 2D metaverse that we're building. And let me open this up in Visual Studio Code. We'll go from there. I'm initializing an empty folder here called tests, inside which I'll be writing, all of my tests. Eventually we'll make a monorepo. We'll move that folder over there. Let's initialize an empty TypeScript project, JavaScript project over here. We kick things off by npm init-y. This will initialize a package.json file over here. And then step 2 is adding the Jest library to my code base or to my tests. The way to do that is if I go to the Jest documentation, it tells me I need to install the Jest library. So let's do that. And while this happens, let's also create our very first test file in here called index.test.js. Now, for the people who've done testing in JavaScript before, The way to write tests is by introducing a bunch of these. Oh, well, they don't have describe blocks. This works as well, is by adding a bunch of these test blocks up in your code base. This means I'm writing a test. This is the name of the test. For example, sure, expect 1 plus 2 equal to 3. Let me also define the sum function over here, even though in the real world, the sum function will be defined in a JavaScript file, and this will be the test file that tests it. But for now, I'm just defining it over here to make sure it works as expected. This is the name of the test that checks whether or not the sum function works as expected for these two inputs, 1 plus 2. And this is the body of the test where we're writing everything inside the test. For example, we're expecting the sum function when called with 1, 2 to return a value similar to 3. That's it. What are we expecting? We can also make it more verbose. Let answer equal to sum of 1, 2, and then we can expect answer to be 3. This is how you write tests in JavaScript. Structure looks very similar irrespective of what library you're using. And the way it happens is the title of the test and then the body of the test. The body of the test is a function inside which I am currently testing, is this sum function working as expected or not? I call the sum function, get an answer, and expect the answer to be 3. If my sum function's implementation is correct, then this line should succeed or this test should succeed. If my sum function's implementation is wrong, let's say I've written it wrong, something like this, then my test should fail. Let's see if that actually happens. Let me fix the implementation. I have written the test over here. How do I run the test? You can run the test by running the jest command, or you can add the jest command. So you can just run npx jest over here, or you can go to package.json and add a test script. It already has a test script. I am replacing the test script to run the jest command every time I run npm run test. What have I done? Every time I run npm run test, it will go to package.json, try to find what happens when the test command runs. And in my case, I've said run the jest command, which will start to run. It will start to go through all the files that end with .test.js and try to run them. When I press enter, it tells me pass ./index.test.js. This specific test of mine has succeeded. There were a total of 1 test that passed, and it took 0.156 seconds for the tests to run. So now I can add multiple tests if need be. Let answer equal to sum -1, -2, and expect it to be -3 or expect it to not be 3. The sum of -1 and -2 is -3. Whatever written, expect the answer to not be 3. It should be -3. And pretty random test. There is no thing called .to not be. I think it is .not to be this thing. Yeah, there we go. Just another variation of a test. These are fairly simple, dumb tests. Now we need to write proper tests. For that, I'm going to introduce something called describe blocks. Describe blocks let you write a test suite together. If I want to test all the authentication endpoints, I will write them inside the first describe block. If I want to write all the space tests, I will write them in a separate describe block. So the way to create describe blocks is you describe what is this specific suite testing. Let's say authentication. And then here you write all of your tests. I have defined a top level describe block inside which I have added one test right now. This describe block, all the tests inside it are going to test authentication, are going to test, whether or not the sign in and the sign up endpoint work as expected. Let me zoom in a bit. Let me try to run this. Let's see, has anything changed? Let me open the terminal. And when I run npm run test, it still works. It shows me the tests in a slightly prettier fashion. The authentication suite has one test that ran correctly. That's the only test we have right now. What should be our very first test for the application? It should be that the user is able to sign up. User is able to sign up. How will we test that? I will first create a random username and a random password. I'm not creating a hard-coded username. I'll come to why much later on, but I'm giving it a random value every time I'm creating a new user. Password can still be hard-coded. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the password that I have. I have a username, which is a random looking string, something like 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗀𝗀. It'll look something like this. 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲 followed by a random number between 0 and 1, a random floating point integer or floating point number between 0 to 1. That is the username. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the password. What do I need to do next? What is this testing? Is the server working as expected or not? So I need to send an HTTP request over to the server. For this, I'm going to introduce the Axios library. It'll make our lives a little bit easier when we're trying to send the HTTP requests. You can use fetch and do everything we're doing here, but Axios will just make our APIs or tests a little bit cleaner to look at. What do I need to do? I need to create a user. So I need to send a post request. Let me fix this. Import right here. I think that should do it. A post request to which endpoint? To the HTTP backend server. To the backend server we will create. What are we doing? Test driven development. What does that mean? Okay, we are writing the test first. बाद में लिखेंगे backend. Backend we will write much later. So let me hard code a value over here. Backend underscore URL. Let's say this is where I'll be deploying my app for now. Eventually I will deploy it at api.metaverse.com. But for now I will run it locally. So this is my hard coded backend URL. Where will I send a post request? To the backend URL /API/v1/user/signup. I think this was the endpoint. I could be wrong. We will confirm very soon from the Notion doc. But I think this is the endpoint. And what body do I need to send in? Username and the password. I've sent an HTTP request to, now this might be slightly complicated syntax for some of you, but this is the same as doing this. So if that syntax felt complicated, you can always write backend URL plus and the endpoint that you're trying to hit, the route that you're trying to hit. Cool. There we go. Over here, I'm sending a request to the backend server, and I will hope I've converted this into an async function because I want to await the axios.post request. Whenever I'm sending this request, sorry, I put async on the wrong function. Need to put it over here. Whenever I'm sending this request to the backend, I want to get back the response and I want to check what? Response dot status code to be 200. If a random user signs up on this website, the response that you get back should be status 200. That is what I'm checking over here. If this test fails, it means our backend is not letting users sign up. It means there is a problem with our backend. So this response variable, whatever status code it is returning me, I am making sure it is 200. If it is not 200, that means it's a problem. The same we had done in the designing the API section. If you look at the sign up endpoint, it's /API/v1/signup. So I need to replace this with /API/v1/signup. Don't need the user over there. And this is the body that I'm sending. Username and password. That is the same thing that was expected over here. The thing that I missed is the type. I also need to tell whether is this an admin or is this a normal user, and it should return me back a status code of 200. So let's also send in the type over here, and now make sure that the status code is 200. Can you think of a very obvious next test over here? Let me try to sign up again with the same username and password. The backend should reject me now. The backend should not let me create another user with the same username and password. So can I say const updated response equal to send a request to the backend for the same username and password, and expect updated response dot status code to be 400. That is what the Notion doc had told us. Return status code of 200 or 400. When 400? When the user is already signed up, that username already exists. When 200? When the sign up has succeeded. So here I defined a username and password. Here I sent a request to sign up. Here I made sure that the sign up request succeeded. Then I sent another request with the same username and password. And this time I made sure that the second request failed. User is able to sign up only once is a good name for this test. The first test tests the sign up endpoint fairly well, sends a username and password, checks and makes sure that the status code is 200, tries to sign up the user again with the same username and password, and makes sure that the status code is 400 this time. The request fails. That is the first test that we've written. Unfortunately, we can't test this test because we don't have a backend server running right now. We haven't yet written that code. So we will just minimize this test for now, and I will move on to writing the second test. What should be another test for signing up? Can't think of any. I mean, you can try a few things. You can, send some random input over here and make sure that the server returns a 400. User sign up request fails if the server, if the username is empty. So I will pretty much try to do the same thing. Const username equal to 𝗤𝗲𝗃 plus math.random. Or if you want, you can also write this in a slightly more fancier fashion. 𝗤𝗲𝗃 dash math.random. This will make my username 𝗤𝗲𝗃 dash some number between 0 to 1, something like this. Password can still be 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'm going to send a post request to the backend endpoint /API/v1/signup with this username and password. Oh, sorry, the username was supposed to be null. So let me not pass in the username over here. Just the password I set. Then what should happen? I should expect response dot status code to be 400. I did not pass a username only, so the server should reject it. If I send a password, the server should reject it. We can add logic on the server. If the password is really small, the server should reject it. All of these tests should catch those specific test cases, those specific cases, and inspect the body, inspect the status code, make sure the backend is working as expected. So in authentication, I've added 2 endpoints, probably should add more, but hopefully you get the idea. The first one makes sure that the user signs up correctly. And if they try to sign up with the same username, it fails. Second one makes sure that when a user signs up and forgets to pass their username, then the backend does not respond. The backend returns a 400 status code, which tells the user their sign up has failed. That's it for the sign up endpoints. Next up, let's get into the sign in endpoints. What do we need to test in the sign in endpoint? Sign in succeeds if the username and password are correct. That's the first thing we should check, that if the user does sign up and their username and password are correct, we let them sign in. So username equal to, again, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗀. Password equal to 123456. First, make the user sign up. So axios.post backend URL /API/v1/signup and give it some username and password as the inputs. Await this. Make sure that the user is able to sign up correctly, and then let the user sign in with the same username and password. Now when the user signs in, I need to get the response and inspect it. So I will write const response equal to this and expect response dot status code to be 200. And what else should I inspect? If you remember, the sign in endpoint returns you back a token. You give it a username and password, you get back a token from the server. So what else should I inspect on over here? I should make sure that the response dot body dot token to be defined. I don't have TypeScript, so I don't know if this is a function. It's just muscle memory telling me that I think this is a function. I want response.body.token to be defined. It can be some random value. I can't really expect it to be a certain value because it will be some random token, but I want it to be defined for sure. That means the sign-in has succeeded. To recap, username and password defined, sign up the user, send a request to sign in, make sure that the token was returned from the backend. When you are using the Axios library, whenever you get back the response, it has a status code key that tells you the status code of the response. It has a body key that tells you the body that the server returned to you. That's our third test. What should be the fourth test? I can't believe I'm rewriting this. It's going to be the same as the one above. I'll start copy pasting soon enough. But sign in fails if the recording right it is. Username and password are incorrect. Can you guess what we have to do here? Define the username. Define the password. Send a request to sign up. Send a request to sign in, but with the wrong credentials. So const response equal to await I am sending a request to sign in with some wrong random username and the right password. So now if I inspect this specific response, I want its status code to be 403. 403 is a common status code for unauthorized. That is what the server should return you. And that is what I should write here in the docs as well. So when you sign in, it returns you either a 200 if your request has succeeded, or a 403 if your request has failed. That is the fourth test for today. This username I have not used you during sign up. So let me do that. Totally forgot that. Username and password should be something I'm sending during the sign up request, and during the sign in request, I'm just sending the wrong username. That is how you write authentication tests. We have 4 of them. You can make them more robust. You can add, edge cases like very long password, very small password. You can inspect messages from the server. Server might respond back with a message, "K, please use a special character. You haven't used a special character." You can inspect that in the tests as well. We're not going that deep. But yeah, that's the 4 tests that we have for authentication. Let me just, close the first describe block. Let's write the second describe block for what is the next section? User information page. Again, fairly straightforward. All HTTP endpoints are going to be very straightforward. Things will get messy when we reach WebSockets. So let's do this quick. User information endpoints. All right. Now, throughout these tests, we will have to sign up. We will have to sign in. And hence, it makes sense to sign up once, sign in once, and then keep reusing the token for every test. I repeat, all these user information endpoints are authenticated. All 3 of these require you to send your token in the header. If you want to update your metadata, this probably doesn't need to be authenticated, but let's assume this is also authenticated. And get other users metadata, again, doesn't need to be authenticated, but assuming it needs to be authenticated, it means I need to, when I'm sending a request to update my metadata, I first need to be signed in. And hence I will have to do the sign in logic again and again for every test that I'm going to write over here. अगर मैं यहाँ पहला test लिखूंगा, then I will write the second test, then I will write, oh, oopsie daisy, the third test. In each one of these, I will have to do the sign up logic again, unless I use the before all function, which I totally forgot what the syntax looks like, but I think this is fine. If I use the before all function, the name is giving, it is telling you, okay, whatever code is written inside here will run before all of these tests run. Before any of these tests run, this code will run. Let me comment this above describe block and show you. Let's say I've written these 3 random tests. Expect 1 to be 1, test 1, and then test 2, and then test 3. These are the only tests that I have. And in before all, let me log before all was called. When I run these tests, you will first see this get logged, then you will see all the 3 tests run. So what does the before all function let you do? It lets you run some logic before all of the tests run, not before every test runs. That is different. That is before each. Before each would let you run some logic before each test runs. We want to run some logic before all of them run, just once. Now if I run npm run test, you will see, wait for it. First, before all was called gets called, which means first this line of code runs, then all 3 of these tests run, test 1, test 2, and test 3. All 3 of them succeed as well. Cool. That is what before all does. Why did I say we need to use before all? Because we need to do sign up once, maybe even sign in once. बार बार क्यों करना है? So let me do a const username equal to 𝗤𝗏-math.random const password equal to 123456. Let me send an Axios request to sign up. Let me send an Axios request to sign in. This is failing, so let me make it an async function. I'm just going to paste back the sign up request and replace sign up with sign in. Oh, sign up also needs to send the type. Let's say admin. Let me get back the response here. And now I will have the token over here in response.data.token. I will have the server responding back with the token. Given this token, what do I have to do? I have to use this token in all of these tests. These tests are going to test authenticated endpoints, which means endpoints that need you to send the token in the header. If you go back to the slides, if you scroll down to the end, you will notice I say all authenticated endpoints should be hit with an authorization header. I need to send this header in all authenticated requests. What are we testing? We are testing these three endpoints. Maybe we'll just test the first endpoint. We say other two I wouldn't call, user information page endpoints, even though you will need them here. Either way is fine. Let's say we write tests for all three of them. The first one needs to be authenticated. Other two can actually be unauthenticated as well. So let's go over here and somehow put this token in a global variable. Let's create a global variable over here called token. And in the before each block, in the before all block, let me sign up, let me sign in, and let me store whatever the server returned me, this token, in this global token variable over here, so that I can start to use this global token variable in all of my tests. Let's try to log. Oh, I can't log it right now because I don't have a backend server that is, supporting these endpoints. So unfortunately, I will just have to I'll just have to wait for the backend to come up. Until then, I can just, write blind tests and hope they do what they're supposed to do and the tests are right. I can't test my tests, right? I have to write the tests and I will only be able to test them once I have the backend. So let's write all the tests. The first one is user can update their metadata. So let's send a const response equal to await axios.post. What is the endpoint we want to hit? The endpoint is /API/v1/user/metadata. What is the data that I need to send it with? I need to give it an avatar ID, but this avatar should also exist on the server. These avatars are created by admins. So whenever I'm trying to update my avatar, this avatar ID needs to be a valid foreign key to the avatars table. There should be an avatar that was created by the admin by calling this endpoint, and only then can I use that avatar ID. So what I'm going to do is I will first write the test for user can't update their metadata with a wrong avatar ID. So now let me send some random avatar ID over here that I know does not exist on the server. What do I need to check next? Expect response dot status code to be 400, let's say. If the user is not able to create an avatar because the avatar ID does not exist. Oh, sorry, wrong endpoint. If the user is not able to update their metadata because this avatar ID is invalid, I should return them a 400 status code. That is exactly what I have inspected over here. Let me convert this into an async function and we are good to go. This is great. This test should hopefully work because we're sending a random avatar ID that doesn't yet exist on the server. But what about test number 2? Here we need to test the success case. If I try to update my avatar to a right avatar URL, user can update their metadata with the right avatar ID. How do I do it? Should I send a request to create an avatar over here? I can, but isn't it better if I do it in the before all block? वरना हर बार create करना पड़ेगा avatar. Wouldn't it be nice if I create an avatar over here? The user that I have created is an admin, and that means I can actually const avatar response equal to await. I can send a request to create an avatar. How do you create an avatar? What does that endpoint look like? If I go back to the admin endpoints here, the create an avatar endpoint looks something like this. And it needs to send data that looks like this, an image URL and a name for that specific avatar, let's say Timmy. This should return us what? What should we get in this avatar response? Body that looks like this. An avatar ID we will get back. So what can I do? I can store this in a global variable. I can store this in a global variable so that when the before all block runs, the token and the avatar ID both get updated to a value that exists on the server. The token is valid and the avatar ID is also valid. Before all block does its thing. First test, will it do its thing or did I miss something? I forgot to pass the authorization header. Headers, authorization, bearer, and then the token. This is one thing I forgot. I kept saying this is an authenticated endpoint. This endpoint needs the user to send them back, send the authorization header, the thing that is mentioned in the Notion doc as well. All authenticated endpoints should be hit with an authorization header. This is an authenticated endpoint. The server will make sure you are logged in, and hence you need to pass in the authorization header to the server. Now I'm unsure if this is right. I think this object we might have to flip the second object and the third object. We'll see when we run the tests. So the syntax might be different. I mean, this might be capital H. You can go through the Axios library and fix it right now, or I'll fix it later when I run the tests. All right, that's the first endpoint or the first test. The second one needs to do something very similar, but this time needs to send the right avatar ID, which we have already stored here in the global variable. It is initialized to empty, but it gets updated in the before all block. So I can simply send the avatar ID to the server. I can either do this or do this in JavaScript. Both are the same. If the key and the value are the same, you can omit providing the value. You can write the shorthand syntax like this. And now I want the status code to be 200. These are two great endpoints for us to test. What is the third endpoint? What is the third case that we can test? When the user forgets to send their authorization header. I copied the second test, and in the third test, I'm going to write user is not able to update their metadata if the auth header is not present. So if the user forgets to send us their authorization header, we want the status code to be 403. This is standard unauthenticated, unauthorized status code. So if the user ever does not provide you their username or password, their token, or if they don't have access to a resource they're trying to access, you should return them a 403 status code. I'm going to write that in the doc as well. Whenever you are trying to update your metadata, you might get back a 403 from the server in case the header is not passed from the client. Cool. That is the 3 tests I would create for user information endpoints. I would call them user metadata endpoints, if I'm being honest, because this only checks one endpoint, which is the update metadata endpoint. Next up, let me also comment this. Oopsie daisy. Let me actually uncomment everything, and that's fine. Let's write the tests for getting available avatars and getting other users metadata. So this one will be hit to get the available avatars, their images, so I can decide what my avatar would be. This one will be hit so that I can, given a user ID, get back their, whatever information. One thing we need to change, this reminds me, is that during sign in or sign up, during sign up, it should return you back your user ID. Whenever you sign up, you should get back your user ID. We'll see why that is important, but the sign up endpoint shouldn't return an empty body. It should return a user ID 1. And given that is the case, you can also update these authentication tests to ensure you get back a user ID. With that, we will move on to the tests for these 2 endpoints: get available avatars, get other users information. More technically, you want their name and their avatar. So I'm going to put it inside a describe block called user avatar information. And here again, what will I do? I will first define a before all block where I'll do things very similar to the before all block here. I will create an avatar ID. I will create a token. I'll make the user sign in. I'll make the user create an avatar, and then I'm going to play with that avatar, or get back the avatar details, things like these. So let's copy the before all block from here, paste it over here. What does it do again? Signs the user up, signs the user in, stores their token in this global variable, gets back the avatar response, creates an avatar, and stores the avatar ID again over here. The one more thing we should do now is store the user ID of the signed up user. So when the user signed up, whatever user ID we got back, which will be present in sign up response .data.app user ID. This specific user ID also we store over here. We'll come down to later why we need it. But for now, this is good enough. The before each block now populates the token, the user ID of the signed up user, and their avatar ID. Now we start to write the tests. Can you already guess what the tests are going to be? The first test would probably be get back avatar information for a user. We're trying to test this specific endpoint, get other users metadata. So this would be a get request to this endpoint. So axios.get backend URL / API v1 metadata bulk ID is equal to just one ID for now, which is the user ID of this admin only. They're pretty much getting back their own, avatar equal to await response dot data dot avatars. I want to expect the length of the avatars array that comes back to be 1. I want if I'm asking for user ID X's avatar, I get back only one entry over here because I only asked for one entry from the backend. You can also test things like data.avatars of 0 dot image URL to be defined. Actually, it might not be defined, but user ID will be. Avatar ID might not be defined because the user might not have called the endpoint at least once to change their avatar on the server, but user ID for sure will be defined. So we can do this. We can also actually expect this to be the user ID. That's the first test for getting back the avatar information. Maybe one more thing we can do is, that's fine actually. I was testing the empty endpoint if we send an empty array, but I don't think there's any reason to do it. Next up, we're going to test the endpoint right above, which is get you all the available avatars. So here I have just created an avatar in this test. I got back its avatar ID, stored it over here. So what I want to do is available avatars lists the current recently created avatar. What I want to do is, we've just created an avatar in this before all block. I want to make sure it gets returned over here. So I can get all the available avatars by calling axios.post. It's a post, right? It is a get. And I need to check that expect response dot data dot avatars dot length dot to be dot not dot to be 0. It's more than 0 basically. There's at least one avatar there. One other thing I can test is I do get back this avatar ID that I had just created here. So I can const current avatar equal to the avatars that I got from the server dot find x dot ID equal to the avatar ID, and then expect current avatar to exist or to be defined. Cool. That's the tests for the user avatar information. We don't need the token here because both of these endpoints are unauthenticated. Anyone should be able to get the available avatars and get other users metadata. If needed, we can make them authenticated as well, but feel free to assume they're unauthenticated for now. With that, we'll move on to the tests for the space dashboard that lets the user create a space, delete a space, and get my existing spaces. To create a space, we need to pass in a map ID as an input, and hence we also need to use the add an element endpoint and create an element endpoint and create a map endpoint. Just like we had to use this before I was able to test avatars, I need to use both of these, and only then will I be able to create a space and delete a space and get my existing spaces. All right. So with that, I am going to write the next test suite. Until now, we have 3 of them. I'm going to do another one called space information. And here in the before all, I'm going to create a few maps and elements so that we can, use them in individual tests. So let me do a let map ID, let element 1 ID, let element 2 ID. So I'm going to create maybe 3 or 2 is fine, I guess. Firstly, I'm going to sign up. So I've written this too many times now. So just going to copy it from here, username, password, and sign up response. We also need to cache the token. Probably don't need to cache the user ID, but we need to cache the token. So let me do a let token, let user ID, and start to cache the user ID over here and the token over here. Since we have created an admin, admins can create maps and elements. So let me first create the 2 elements. Again, we haven't yet tested the elements endpoint to create an element, but we have to use it to test the create a space endpoint. So let's create 2 random elements. Const element 1 equal to await axios dot, that's a post, I would assume. Post backend URL slash API slash v1 slash admin slash element. And I'm going to send the body in, but I need to make sure I also send the headers. With the bearer token. So an authorization header which sends bearer space after I sign in, can I create the element? So let me remove this code from here, sign in, update the token, and then send the request to create the very first element, and similarly create another element over here. Element 2, let's use the same image, that's fine, and create 2 elements for our map. Element 1 ID equal to element 1 dot, let's see, what do we return from the server? We return, it's not mentioned only, so it should be returns ID of the element. Something like this. And lastly, I need to create the map. So const map equal to await axios dot post. What is the endpoint for the map? It is, oh boy, that's a big one, slash API slash v1 slash admin slash map. This is the body. That's quite a big body. That looks a little wrong to me. Creating a map, no, that looks right. So I need to pass in some default elements where the element ID would be, let's say, element 1 ID, and then element 1 ID, and then here I'm going to use element 2 ID. Something like this. That's how I create the map, and then I write map ID equal to map.id. That should do it. To recap, I am signing up, I am signing in, I'm caching the token over here. I'm using this token whenever I'm trying to create a new element. I create element 1, I create element 2, And then I create a map where again I need to pass the headers because only admins are allowed to do this. Authorization, bearer, token. There we go. That should do it. That should create a map and a few elements that I have cached over here, more specifically their IDs. And now I can actually start to write the tests. So before all does a bunch of things, specifically creates two elements, a map, token, and user ID. Now I need to test the endpoints that let you create spaces. So one thing I would like to do is, would have been nice to sign in separately as a user and make sure a user can actually create a space. So let me do that. Let me replace this with admin ID and admin token, and then separately create a user token and user ID. Now it's slightly becoming a little more uglier than I would hope for. But that's how tests get. They get eventually verbose. They get very verbose eventually. Admin token equal to this. When I'm creating an element, I need to pass the admin token. When I'm creating another element, I need to pass the admin token. When I'm creating the map, I need to pass the admin token. And in all of my tests, I'm going to pass the user token because, oh, but I haven't set it yet. So I need to sign up and sign in as a user as well. Oh, that's going to be long. So let me copy both of this. Let me paste it right below. I'm going to call this user sign up response. User ID equal to user sign up response, and then user sign in response, and user token is going to be user sign in response.data.token. So that way I am signing up and signing in both as an admin over here and a user over here, so that I can do a bunch of things with this admin token, and the rest of the things I'm going to do with this user token right here. All right, before all is done, now I'm going to write the tests. First test is going to be the user is able to create a space. So this is what we're doing. Create a space looks fairly straightforward. Test user is able to create a space. Axios.post backend URL / API / v1 / space. The body name, let's say, is test. Dimensions is let's say 100 cross 200, 100 cross 100, doesn't matter. Map ID is the map that I have already created. Const response equal to await this, and just ensure that response.space ID exists. Expect response.space ID to be defined. That's our first test. And what can be our second test? User is able to create a space without map ID, empty space. So if the user wants, they can create an empty space. They do need to pass the dimensions though. If they don't, then that will be a problem. So let's test that next. For now, this should be fine. Let's the user create a space. Then we're going to, user is able to create a space, is not able to create a space without map ID and dimensions. If the user does not specify the dimensions or the map ID, then the space won't create for them. They either need to give the dimensions or need to give the map ID. If they give both of them, then the map ID is what is preferred / used. So this should return a status code of, let's say, 400. 200/400. That should be enough for the tests to create a space. Deleting a space should be straightforward. User should not be able to delete a random space. So delete a space that doesn't exist. So if I send back a request that is a delete request to /API v1 space /space ID. So random ID doesn't exist. Then this should return back a status of 400. User should be able to delete a space that is able to delete a space that does exist. So if the user creates a space, let's say one similar to the one here, then deletes the same space. So const delete response equal to await axios.delete backend URL /API/v1 /space /response.data.space ID. Then the delete response should return a 200 because we are trying to delete a space that we had just created over here. The space does exist on the server, so we should be allowed to delete it. That tests the second endpoint. Lastly, get my existing spaces. This is going to be a good one. To kick things off, I forgot to pass the header everywhere. So let me start from the top. Whenever I'm creating a fresh space, I need to pass in a header authorization bearer space user token. And now I just need to copy paste this to all Axios requests that I have. This one, the delete request, and create request as well as the delete request. I suddenly thought of another test. A user should not be able to delete someone else's space. So test user should not be able to delete a space created by another user. Again, async. So let's say user 1 created a space and user 2 tried to delete it, then user 2 should not be allowed. I created a space over here with the user token. I tried to delete it by using the admin token, and now the status code should again be 400 because I'm not allowed to delete it. More technically, it should be 403 because I'm unauthorized to delete it. It's not like the space doesn't exist. But let's stick with 400 for now. Cool. That's enough tests for the spaces. The thing that is left now is getting all my existing spaces. So the good thing is until now I haven't created any space for the admin. In all of these tests, and I have written many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did not create a space for the admin. So admin has no spaces initially. So when I try to hit this endpoint, it should return me back an empty array of spaces because I don't have any spaces right now. Backend URL / const response equal to await this thing. And then I'm going to do what? I'm going to expect response.data. spaces dot length dot to be 0, and then I'm just going to create a space and expect it to be 1. I'm first going to post to create a space. I think the endpoint is right. Post to create a space, and then yeah, just recheck that the space dot length is something. Space create response. Make sure that the length is 1, and also make sure const filtered space equal to response dot data dot spaces dot find x dot, yeah, this should return the ID as well. ID equal to space creation response dot space ID, and expect filtered space to be defined, and filter space dot ID to be the same as the, well, that will be all right. Cool. That seems like a decent test to begin with for testing the get endpoint to get all the spaces of mine. It's a /all, so let me replace that here. I am sending the header here. I need to send the header in this get request also, and in this one as well, and we're good to go. We have 8-9 tests now for testing the space functionality. Space functionality being everything you see on the dashboard right here. Every time you open the dashboard, whatever you see over here, all of your existing spaces, the ability to create a new space, all of these endpoints have been created by us now. Well, the tests for them have been created, still yet to write the actual code. Lastly, not lastly, I think we have a few more to go now. Arena and admin endpoints are the ones that are left. This should be simple. I think that this should be straightforward. Let's get into the arena tests next. All right, next up, we have to write the tests for all the arena endpoints. Arena endpoints means once the user reaches the gather space, or whatever the ZEP space, they will first get all the information for the space, get all the elements of the space. They should be able to add an element over there. Usually this is done through a front end that's called the map builder. Delete an element and see all the available elements. The thing that appears on the right sidebar over here. That makes sense. These are the 4 endpoints we need to support. Let's bootstrap our tests again. Arena endpoints, where this time we need to, in the before each, do things very similar to the one done in the last one. So I can actually, copy this logic. Ideally, I should just, put it in a central place. But for now, let me just copy paste it. I have a bunch of these global variables. I create a user and sign up. I create an admin and sign up. Then I create a user. Should have called this a user before as well. Let me do that in the last test also. Let me make the first user an admin, but the second user a simple user. Close the old tests, open the new ones. Again, I first create the admin. Oh, the username also is incorrect here. So let me just make this username plus dash user. I can't repeat the usernames for the admin and the user, So I have to change that here as well as in the last test. I'm creating an admin with this username and password. I cannot create a user with the same username and password. So let me replace the username with username plus dash user, the same username I need to use in the sign in endpoint as well. And I need to do the same thing in the test below. We first create the admin over here, get the admin ID, get the token for the admin over here. Then we create a user with a different username, the current username space dash user. And whenever we're logging in, we also use the same username. And I think that's it. Then we create element number 1, then we create element number 2. We store their IDs, we create another map, we store its ID, and then we're good to go. Next up, we are going to write our very first test, which should be getting a space. For that, we need to create a space as well. So let me create a space over here. Let's space ID. And after we've created a map, we also need to space equal to await axios.post backend URL slash API slash v1 slash space. I think that looks right, with some name and default map IDs. And give it some headers, specifically the authorization header. Which is going to be bearer space, let's say the user token. The user is the one that's creating the space. And then we're going to say space ID equal to space dot ID. I think we return space ID from the server. Map ID I'm going to store here. And this is going to be map ID. Oh, oopsie daisy. And that looks right. Why do I have a feeling that I'm not passing the authorization headers? I am. All right. The admin created the map, the user created the space, and now I'm going to get the space to things like these. So incorrect space ID returns nothing, returns a 400. So if I try to get a space whose ID doesn't yet exist, I should get back a 400. Axios.get const response equal to await this, and then assert whatever expect response dot status code to be 400, and then similarly correct space ID returns all the elements. So if I send a request to /space ID that I created in the before each block, it should return me back an elements array. So dot dimensions to be whatever were the dimensions I sent while creating it. Should ideally be a constant. And elements.length, response.data.dimensions, response.data.elements to be .length maybe to be 2, because 2 elements were created over here. If you remember, element 1 and element 2 were created in the specific, they were created here. They were added to the map. 3 elements were added to the map: element 1 ID, element 1 ID, and element 2 ID. So I should get back 3 elements over here. Next up, I'm going to try to delete one of these elements. ID. Yeah. Hopefully you guys understand this is the ID and not the element ID. Like this isn't the ID in the elements table. This is a fresh ID for this specific. Oh, my bad. No, this is the fresh ID. This is the element ID. So yeah, good. In that case, I mean, you'll understand when I write the next test, which is the delete test. Delete endpoint is able to delete an element. So if I send a delete request to the backend endpoint, with the space ID and element ID, space ID is going to be the space ID, element ID is going to be, here we need to first send a request to get back the elements. And then here I'm going to write data.elements of 0.id. I want to delete the very first element. And then I'm going to get the delete. Actually, doesn't matter. This is good enough. And now we should check new response. And what should the length now be? Since I have deleted an element from this space, the new response should have only 2 elements now, because I have deleted one of the elements over here. The next thing to test is adding an element. So that should be straightforward. How do you create an element inside a space, or more technically add an element inside a space? You send a post request here. Adding an element works as expected. You get back the current. You don't need that. You simply send a post request with these inputs. Oh, all of them need to be authenticated, most probably. Element ID, let's say element 1 ID, space ID, X and Y. New response, you don't need that. Oh yeah, that's fine. And then this should go up to 3. And I should not be able to send an element to the wrong X and Y's. So adding an element fails if element lies outside the dimensions. So if I send it over here, this should fail with a 404. Perfect. Element fails, and then adding element works as expected. There's one more thing I wanted to test. Suddenly skips my head now. Adding element works as expected. Adding element fails if the element lies outside the dimensions. Delete is able to delete an element. Correct space ID returns all the elements. Incorrect space ID returns a 400. The thing that I wanted to do was add this to the API docs. So if you try to add an element, but the request fails, then you can get either a 200 or a 400. You get back a 400 if the request fails. When will the request fail? If you try to put something which is, outside the dimensions of the specific space. Alrighty, I think that's good enough for the next set of tests. To recap, I have written 5 tests over here. First one is if you send an incorrect space. Oh, I also forgot to authenticate all of these requests. Shoot. Headers. Authorization. Bearer space user token. This header needs to go in all the requests because yeah, these need to be authenticated. Eventually there need to be member privileges everywhere. Only members are allowed to edit things like these. So we need to have these tests. Need to add these headers. And here as well. And here as well. And finally here. And here. Cool. That should do it. We are now hopefully, again, I won't know until we have tested it, but hopefully we are done with the arena endpoints. I feel like there'll be a bug here because I'm half sleepy also, and yeah, I didn't pay as much attention as I should have while writing these tests. And the unfortunate part is you can't write tests to test tests. So we'll just have to wait and watch. All right. Creating an element. What are these endpoints? Oh, these are admin endpoints now. So the standard thing you would check here is that a user isn't able to hit these endpoints, else your user will create, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲 avatars, which you don't want. So the first thing we're going to check is that only the admins are allowed to do it. And then we'll try to, create elements, create avatars, create a map, and update elements. So we can copy over the before each block, but we don't need everything here. Specifically, we don't need any elements. So I can get rid of element 1. Should we though? Yeah, we can get rid of these. These should be created in the tests now. Even the map, all of this should be created inside the tests. All we need is this. So we create a user and we sign them up. We create an admin, we sign them up. And that's pretty much it. All the element creation will happen inside the tests. Even the map generation. I should keep these handy in the clipboard though. So I'm going to just cut them. And even the space creation. We don't need to test the space creation for these 4 endpoints, so we totally don't need that. Alrighty. We're done with the before each block, much more manageable than before. Just creates an admin token, admin ID, user token, user ID. First thing I'm going to test is user is not able to hit admin endpoints. All I have to do is hit all the 4 endpoints. That's going to be create an element, update an element, create an avatar, and create a map. And make sure I get back a 403 for all the users. So let's see. Let's start from the top here. I can create an element like this. I'm going to send in the user token. And I'm going to ensure. Suddenly saw something that's wrong in all of our before eaches. I'm going to fix that. But first, expect element 1 response. Or I would just say, element response dot status code to be 403. The same thing for a map response, where we're trying to create a map with, let's say, empty dimensions. Oh, sorry, an empty, oh, that just looks wrong. Oh yeah, with no elements inside. So like an empty map, but we shouldn't be able to create it because we're sending in the user token. All the expects usually happen together. And there are two more endpoints: update an element and what's the other one? Create an avatar. So let's try creating an avatar. Create avatar response. I think that is right. Gets is avatar, but how do you create an avatar? You create an avatar by calling /API/v1/admin/avatar. So let me paste that here. And I am going to, I don't know, even above there's a problem. In a lot of places I've not sent the header. This is going to come and bite me. As in I'll have to fix this. Authorization bearer user token and response.status code to be 403. There's another endpoint. Yeah, I'm going to delete this. There's one more endpoint to update an element. So let's quickly do that. Const update element response equal to it's a put request over here. With the updated image URL, and I'm going to send the user token, and I'm going to say expect (403). There we go. Now before we move on, I think in a few places I forgot to pass in the headers, so I'm going to go back up and recheck everything. Specifically when I was creating the avatar over here, creating the elements, I'm sending it. Creating the elements, I am sending it. Creating the avatar, I forgot to send it. So right after you sign in, you get back a token. Make sure if you're creating an admin, a token, oh sorry, an element or an avatar, you need to pass in the headers, which I just did. That's it. I'm sure I've missed it in a few more places, but we'll get there when we get there. Time to reclose everything. 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're now at this should be called admin endpoints. And now user is not able to hit the admin endpoints. What should the next one be? Can you guess? Admin is able to hit the admin endpoints. So everywhere I'm going to pass, rather than the user token, the admin token, and that should work for the first three, will not work for the fourth one. 200. The fourth one, I first need to create a space. Only then can I update the space. So the second test was straightforward, but the third one is going to be admin is able to update a space the image URL for an element. So I first need to create an element and then I can update it. So 1, 2, 3 will get replaced by an element ID that I will, or element response.data.id, and element response would be wait axios.post backend URL / I will go back to the before each block here and try to see how did we create elements like this. So I'm going to copy it and paste it here. Element response. That's how you create an element, and you send in the admin token, and then you update the element. And here also you send in the admin token. I think this is ID only. Let's see. When you create an element, you get back an ID. Perfect. That is exactly what I've sent over here. I need to make sure dot status code dot to be 200. And lastly, if that's good enough, I have been able to test all 4 endpoints. Sort of. I mean, I haven't really tested it too much. Should probably test it more. But the bigger thing is, I think I have left some bugs. If I go to the before each block in the last section, I think when I create elements, I do this. This should be element 1 response, and this should be element 1 response dot data dot id, and this should be element 2 response, and this should be element 2 response dot data dot id. Decent. Wow, this should be space response dot data dot space id. I don't know how many. That's why you need TypeScript like desperately. Map response. What else? I just need to do the same thing in a few more places. In the last one's describe block as well. This needs to be element 1 response, element 2 response. This needs to be map response, and that's it. I think so. Yeah, this is also wrong. Status code is fine. Status code is fine. Status code is fine. That's fine. That is fine. And yeah, that looks fine as well. Alrighty. Yeah, I know, too many tests. You're as confused as I am. Let me close all the big blocks. These are the tests that I've written. Let me open the Notion doc on the right. So we had authentication endpoints. Here are the tests for it. We had the user information endpoints. Here are the tests for it. We had the avatar endpoints, both of these. Here are the tests for it. Then we have the space dashboard endpoints. Here are the tests for it. Then we have the arena endpoints. Here are the tests for it. And lastly, the admin endpoints. Here are the tests for it. Now you might be thinking, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗏𝗃, we're done with test-driven development. That was very difficult, and I agree. We're not done yet. We've only written the tests for testing the HTTP server, but we also have a WebSocket server. So after users create spaces, they will join those spaces, connect to a WebSocket server, talk to each other. move around. So we need to test that as well. So we will have to write a final describe block here. WebSocket tests, which is going to be mildly complicated. So let me take a breather. Think about what should the before each block look like over here. What are the global variables you need to create next? Are they simple strings like they were in the last tests, or is there something special we need to store in the global variables next in this next set of test suite that we're writing? All right, folks, let's write the last set of tests, which are going to test not the HTTP layer, but the WebSocket layer. That includes sending a message to join a space and sending a message to move across a board, and then receiving various events and making sure they're happening in the right order. So to kick things off, in the before all block here, I need to create user 1, create user 2, create a map, create some elements in there, and make the user join a space, move around, make sure the other party is able to see their movement. So we'll kick things off by just signing up. Const sign admin sign up response equal to await axios.post. I should have just created a helper function called sign up. I have this logic in too many places now. API/v1/sign up and const username equal to 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗀 const password equal to 123456, username and password. I'm going to create the global variables here. Let user1 token, let user1 admin token, admin user ID, and then user token, and then user token user ID. I guess that's good enough. After the user signs up, I need to make them sign in as well. Role would be admin over here, and I'm going to say admin token equal to admin sign response dot data dot token. Const admin user ID equal to admin sign up response dot data dot user ID. Then we have to just copy the whole logic again. User sign up response equal to await axios dot post backend URL slash API slash v1 slash sign up. And this time I'm going to change the user ID or whatever username to be the username plus dash user. Password can still be the same, and the user sign in response is going to send a request to the same endpoint, and then it's just user ID, user sign in, sign up response data dot user ID, and then user token equal to user sign in response dot data dot token. Yeah, all of this bootstrapping should have been in a single function, so I did not have to write so much logic. User token and not token. There we go. We have two users that have signed up. One is the admin, one is the normal user. I need to create two elements and a new space. I think we've written that logic before, so I'm going to just copy it from here. I need element 1 ID, element 2 ID, and space ID and map ID. So 1, 2, 3. and let's space ID. Then I need to create all of them, which should be as simple as doing this element1 response, element2 response, and map response, space response. I will have to go that's there as well. There we go. Perfect. So again, all of this, if it was part of a single function, it would have been nice. I did not have to copy paste logic like this, which is bad. You shouldn't have duplicated code. All right, element1 response, element2 response, element1 ID, element2 ID, map response, map ID, and space response, space ID. That is good enough. User ID and admin user ID are unused at the moment, which is fine. Cool. We have the before all section almost done. The one thing we have to do now is set up WebSocket servers. So I'd rather create a function over here called setup HTTP, and then another function called setup WebSockets. And the setup HTTP logic, I'm going to pretty much the same thing. Moved over here. And the setup WebSocket logic is what I have to write. I will create two more global variables now, WS1 and WS2. These are going to be the WebSocket connections to the server. Now I need to introduce another server in my application. So I have to go back to the top of my application and introduce another endpoint called the WS server, which is the WebSocket server, let's say, which is hosted on WS:3000, localhost 3001. And now if I go here to set up WS, I need to create the first and the second WebSocket connection. So WS1 equal to new WebSocket, WS2 equal to new WebSocket. After WebSocket 1 and WebSocket 2 are connected, I have to wait for them to be connected. So I need to await a new promise that would resolve when. And if you did not understand this part, you should understand it. This is like commonly asked in interviews, what exactly is happening in these 3 lines of code. ws1.on open equal to R. What's happening in this line of code and this line of code is we are waiting for the WebSocket connections to open. The way that is happening is we are creating a new promise that we're awaiting on, and we are only resolving the promise when the WebSocket connection opens. Again, if you don't understand this, you should, and this is bare minimum things you should know if you're, doing JavaScript or TypeScript code. All right, cool. After you've awaited on them connecting, what you have to do is ws1.on on message. I think, how do you WebSocket API MDN new WebSocket, and how you on open. I think that's exactly what I used here, so that's good. How do you receive a message is the question. On message event.data. All right, on message equal to event. I'll create 2 arrays here. Let ws1 messages and ws2 messages are both empty arrays. And anytime a message comes on the first WebSocket server, I'm going to push it. It'll be a string. You can only pass binary and string data over WebSockets. So I'm going to pass it to a JSON, and that's what I'll push to the WS1 messages array. And similarly, as you can guess, I would do the same for WS2 messages array. This way the WebSocket connections starts to populate, and the 2 arrays start to populate based on the messages coming from the server. As the server sends you messages, I start to populate these arrays, and then I'll inspect the messages over here to see कि सही चीज आई है कि नहीं server से. अभी तक I'm just setting up my WebSocket server. After I do, I'll start to send messages. Then I will check कि वापस क्या messages आए, what all messages came back. I'll start to inspect them and see whether things are right or not. So let me create another function called pop latest wait for and pop latest message. What this will do is it will wait for the next message on any of these inputs. So it will get a messages array as an input, and it will either wait for it to populate, or if it is already populated, it will get you the latest element from there. तो जो भी पहला element होगा, the leftmost element it will return to you if the array is populated. If it is not populated, तो wait करेगा. It will wait for a message to come. Only when the message comes will it resolve. So there can be better ways to implement this. The way I'm implementing this is okay, if messages array dot length is greater than 0, then I simply need to return the first element. Pop from start. Oh, oopsie daisy. You guys saw that, didn't you? What I was searching for was pop from the beginning of an array, which is the shift method. So all I have to do is, if it is more than this, then return messages array dot shift. Else I need to wait for the message to come. And the ugly way to do this is put a timeout here. This is like very ugly and something you should not do. But I'm going to do it for now. There's a more event-driven architecture to do this. And pretty much run the same logic again. Resolve this thing. And here I'm going to resolve this thing. And I would call this a set let interval equal to set interval this thing. And I would clear the interval over here. This function, which looks very complicated, and it is, you pass an array to it, one of these two arrays, and it will give you the first element if it exists immediately. If it is an empty array, it will wait for the array to get populated, some message to come back from the server and get populated to this array. And when it does, will it return back the first element to you. So its goal is to wait for and pop the latest message, not just pop the latest message, wait for it. And if it comes from the server, then pop the latest message. All right. All three are done. I think during the setup itself, it might be a good idea to connect or let the server know I have joined this specific space. So we already have the space ID here. I can do a ws1.send json.stringify. The payload looks something like this. Join a space. Type join payload is space ID would be space ID. Token would be, let's say, first one would be admin token. And the second one would be user token. So both the users will join the space. And after you're done doing that, you need to wait for an acknowledgement message from the server. After you join a space, the server responds back with this message right here. So both the WebSocket servers will get it back. One of them will get back, a user that already exists on the server now. The other one will get back an empty array of users, because first one of the users will join, then the second user will join. So pehle maan lo this guy ended up joining. Then this guy will not get back any users in the space. But when the second user joins, then they will get back the array. So the sum of the users in both of them should be 1. That is one of the things we should inspect. So let's do that in the very first test. After you've sent this message, before all, needs to set up both HTTP and WebSocket. And then I need to write my very first test, which I don't know if this is a good test to have, but get back acknowledgement for joining the space. because I think inside this test only we should be joining the space then. So let's do that actually. Let's not join the space during setups. The setup WebSocket will only set up the WebSocket connection. Actually joining a space, let's do inside the very first test, which is getting back acknowledgement for joining a space. So I join, both of them join the same space, and what I want is const message one equal to await, wait and pop latest message for WS1 messages, and message 2 will be the same thing for WS2 messages. And what I want to do is make sure that both of them have type space joined, and make sure both of them have users, like one of them has 0 users, one of them has 1 user. So expect message one dot type dot to be space joined, message 2 dot type to be space joined, and message 1 dot payload dot users dot length plus message 2 dot payload dot users dot length to be 1. One of these users will receive an empty array, the other guy will receive the other person already being present in the space. Yeah. The thing is, the spawn point also comes here. This is why I wanted to do this in the setup, because we need like a X and Y position for both the users. Let user X, let user Y, let admin X, let admin Y. We need to make sure that we need to set these values up after this message comes from the server. So it would have been nice if this happened during the setup and not inside the first test, but you know, you win some, you lose some. So user X equal to actually admin X equal to message 1 dot payload dot spawn dot X, admin Y is going to be dot spawn dot Y, and then user X equal to message 2 dot payload dot spawn dot X, and user Y is equal to this. What else? That's it. That's it for the first test. Now comes the more complicated test. User should not be able to move across the boundary of the wall. So if one of our users, let's say ws1 dot send, tries to send a message with type movement and payload X and Y to be extremely big numbers, then wait for message and latest, pop the latest message. ws1 messages expect message dot type to be movement rejected. That's one. And the other, yeah, we can also inspect more things. Dot payload dot X to be admin X, and payload dot Y to be admin Y, because the server will just tell you, okay, bhai, go back to your position. I don't know where you went. So that's one. The other one is going to be the same thing, but you know, moving across, let's say, 2 boundaries. Should not be able to move 2 blocks at the same time. So if the admin tries to move to admin x plus 2 and admin y, so they're trying to jump a block, that should also be blocked. Everything else will remain the same. You will wait for a message and movement rejected would come back. And lastly, user should be able to move, and his position should be broadcasted to the other socket. Correct movement should be broadcasted to the other sockets in the room. So if this guy sends admin x plus 1, then the other guy, ws2, will receive a movement event with x being admin x plus 1 and y being y for the other user. So it will also receive the user ID. I think if you look at the movement object here, hey, that looks wrong. Oh no, movement rejected. Yeah, it has a user ID, so it should get back a user ID as well. Okay, the admin with the user ID, admin ID, sort of moved 2 blocks. That is cool. And the last thing is, if one of the users leaves, the other user should see it. So let's try disconnecting a WebSocket connection here. If a user leaves, the other user receives a leave event. So if I call ws1.close here, then ws2 should receive a message called leave or user dash left with this specific body or the specific user ID. Payload dot user ID is admin user ID. All right, we're done with the test, folks. That was not too difficult. I have a bunch of values in our global values in our tests. The token of the admin, the user ID of the admin, token of the user, user ID of the user, map ID of the map that we're creating, element 1 ID, element 2 ID, space ID. Yeah, makes sense. 2 sockets, 2 arrays to store the messages incoming from the sockets, the x and y position of the user, x and y position of the admin. In our before all, I set up the HTTP server and set up the WebSocket server. The setup HTTP function, as you can see, yeah, it looks very similar to the ones that we've seen before. Creates a map, creates a space, creates a user, creates an admin. Setup WebSocket is the new one, where we create 2 new WebSocket connections. We await for them to be connected or be open. Then anytime a message comes, we push it to the ws1 messages array and the that was wrong, 2 messages array. ws1 over here, ws2 over here. And then lastly, in the before all here, I also set up, that was done. Then we start with the tests. The first test is slightly weird because it not just checks a few things, but also sets a few global variables. This should usually be done in the before each. You shouldn't be doing it in a test, but that's fine. We make sure in the first test that the user gets back an acknowledgement. Specifically, as you can see here, I check that the messages that have come back from the server have the space joined type, which means it's telling you that you have joined a specific space. Expect the length of the user's array in both of these responses. There's some to be 1 because one of them will receive an empty array because they'll be the first one to join the space. So no one else will be present. They will get an empty array. The second one will be the second person to join the space. So they'll get the credentials or the location of the first user. And admin x, admin y. Yeah, I should probably do one more thing here. Anytime a user joins, there should be a join event that reaches everyone. So amongst the many messages that come, join event, whenever a user joins a space, everyone else in that space should receive a user dash join event, very similar to the user dash leave event or left event. And this one will have their initial x and y positions as well. Yeah. There we go. Cool. User slash join. So one thing we can actually check here is we haven't yet tested this user dash join endpoint. But what we can do is we can first connect the first WebSocket connection. So this one right here. Then connect the second WebSocket connection. There we go. This way I'm just giving it an ordering. सबसे पहले WebSocket server 1 connect हो, then WebSocket server 2 connect हो. That way I know कि WS1 को तो empty users array मिला, first को तो जो users array मिला its length will be 0, and the second one the length would be 1. And also the first user will get another event, message 3. Yes, the first user will get another event, message 3 dot pay dot type dot to be user dash join. Yeah, and maybe we should also inspect the x and y's. Payload dot x, payload dot y. It will be the second users. So message 2 dot payload dot spawn dot x and message 2 dot payload dot spawn dot y. That is what the first user will get. In message 3, I'm storing another message that came to the first user. Why? Because when the second user joins, they will broadcast a join event to everyone. Everyone else will receive a user join event, and the positions that I get for that user join event need to be, of the other user. You also need the ID over here. Oh, it's already here. I should also check the user ID here. Payload user ID to be user ID, because the first socket is of the admin. If you look at setup HTTP, we first get the admin, then the user. If you look at setup WebSocket, we're first oh wait that's fine. We're first sending it via WebSocket 1. All right, that's a problem. Yeah, that's fine. So what I need to do is wait for the first message over here. I want to make sure that the first user joins first, which will happen, if I receive back the acknowledgement for this event. Then I want the second user to join over here. So yeah, that should be fine. Now we're good to go. First user joins, then second user joins. I inspect the message of the first user. I inspect the message of the second user. First user should get 0 as the length of the array. Second user should get 1 as the length of the array. And then there's a message 3, which is a user join event that the first user will receive. This person right here. And then we make sure that the X and the Y's match for the second user. And so does the user ID. Cool, I think that's good. This one looks clean. User should not be able to move across the boundary of a wall. Yeah, that looks simple enough. And should not be able to move 2 blocks. That looks simple enough. Just want to make sure, yeah, admin X, admin Y sounds good. Correct movement should be broadcasted to everyone. So if I send it via WebSocket 1, I should receive it on WebSocket 2. And lastly, if a user leaves, which is done by this, you wait and pop the latest message. Expect type to be user left. Expect payload to be admin user ID, because that's the first user. Perfect. I think this is great. And we're done with our last set of, oh, what happened here? I don't know. Oh, should probably be this. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Why did that happen? token equal to something, avatar ID equal to something. So we're good. It's a very big red over here. Squiggly somewhere here. All right. That one seems fixed. And so does this one. And then we get a few more, probably similar. Needs to be an async here. Needs to be an async here. This needs to be an async function. This needs to be an async function. This needs to be an async function. Everything needs to be an async function. All right. Almost done here. One small red squiggly somewhere here. Probably inside here. This needs to be an async function, and we're good to go. Alrighty. I mean, I don't know yet. As I said, the worst thing about writing tests is you can't test your tests, so you don't know if anything is wrong until you write the code. This needs to be this. Yeah. Admin endpoints. Arena endpoints. Space information. User avatar information, authentication, user metadata. Endpoints. All right, guys. This is the oopsie daisy. This is the last set of sort of tests that we've written. Authentication, user metadata endpoints, user avatar information, space information, arena endpoints, admin endpoints, and WebSocket tests. This is what your code will be tested on eventually, and even my code that I'll be writing. So that took like longer than I would hope. The tests take like this long. It might take us lesser time to write the real code. That's what we'll be diving into next. But yeah, as you can see, if your tests are comprehensive enough, your actual testing of the application will become much easier. We'll see that very soon. As I finish these endpoints, I'll use these tests to test those endpoints. And I think, my testing would be much faster considering I have all the code over here. With that, we will move on to the next section where we're going to create a bunch of HTTP endpoints, basically finish the HTTP endpoints, which means we'll be able to run all of these tests. And what happened here? I feel like I've messed something up in the middle that added these variables. That should test everything from here to here, and then we'll write the WebSocket server, which should be much simpler if I'm being honest, to test everything in here. I will see you guys in the next section. All right, hi everyone, welcome back. We're done with writing the tests. We've done a bunch of things that are good to do before you start a project. You don't do them usually. You start to write the project, from the beginning, but we have done some basics, written the tests, have discussed the architecture. Now we're starting to code. So everything from this step to this step is going to be us writing the code, testing it out locally, making sure the tests are passing. And then everything from here is actually deploying it, creating a CI/CD pipeline for it. So the next section is going to be creating the application. I'm going to start from scratch. If I'm being honest, I think the tests that we have written are very comprehensive. So I think if I paste the tests in GPT, I'm pretty sure it'll be able to spit out some code that's close to what we want, but we'll be writing it from scratch. Without any further ado, let's initialize a monorepo. There are various monorepo libraries. We're going to use Yarn workspaces with turbo repo. So turbo repo initialize. This is one of many famous, well, this is a build tool, but monorepo frameworks, you can say. How do you initialize a fresh turbo application? Npx create turbo at the rate of latest. So let me open Visual Studio Code. We already have a tests folder. I'm going to keep this separate from the monorepo. There are two reasons for it. Reason number one, this is in JavaScript. All of our code is going to be in TypeScript. Reason number two, we might migrate tests to a different language like Golang, because these tests have no real dependency other than Axios, which is an HTTP library. So we can actually migrate this very easily to a different language, in which case it wouldn't make sense for it to be in the monorepo. So right next to the tests folder, I'm going to run npx create turbo at the rate of latest. Where would you want to create it? I would call it let's just call it Metaverse. I'm going to use Yarn workspaces, but feel free to use probably PNPM. I think PNPM is, it doesn't matter. Pick any one of these three based on whether or not you have them on your machine. We'll wait for the default project to load, and then we'll go from there. All right, that's done. I'm going to explore the monorepo now. Monorepos, for those of you who don't know, is a single repository that has all of your services. Specifically, we have to create two, a WebSocket service and an HTTP service. So I'm going to write the code for them here in the apps folders. These are the user-facing apps that you are going to create for us. We don't need a docs website. We don't need a front end right now. So I'm going to get rid of both of these default projects. And even in packages, there's a UI package, which is something that your UI apps will eventually use. You will create your front end over here that will import some components from here. This is, the TLDR of a monorepo. आप कुछ projects यहाँ बनाते हो, you make some user facing projects here, जो under the hood use करते हैं यहाँ से कुछ. They use something under the hood from these packages. ये भी आप ही लिखते हो. These are not written by other people. So for us, we're not doing UI right now. I'm going to still keep this, but we don't really need the UI package right now. In our apps, I'm going to create two folders. The first one is going to be the WebSocket service, and the second one is going to be the HTTP service. So I've named them HTTP and WS. Let me go to Metaverse /apps/HTTP, and let me initialize the HTTP layer. That's the first thing we're building. So we're done with monorepos or initializing monorepos. I can check this off. Now I'm writing the backend, or more technically, the HTTP server. All right, let me close all the files here. In our HTTP folder, I'm going to first initialize an empty TypeScript project. The way to do that is npm init-y to initialize an empty package.json, not empty, mildly populated. It's named HTTP. This is a version for it. This is the main file. That wouldn't really matter. We're using a TypeScript. We will not create JavaScript files. We'll create TypeScript files. If anything, this should be dist/index.js. Harkirat, why dist/index.js? We're coming to it very soon. Scripts, we'll come to what these scripts are, and then a bunch of random metadata. I've initialized my package.json. Step 2 is going to be initializing a tsconfig.json, npx tsc --init. This will initialize a tsconfig.json, where I'm going to change a few things. Specifically, the root dir I'm going to change to /source, and the out dir I'm going to change to /dist. What this means is, I'll be writing all of my TypeScript code in the source folder, and when my TypeScript code gets converted to JavaScript, it goes into the dist folder. That is what these two things over here mean. So I've created an empty package.json, an empty tsconfig.json, a source folder where I'll be writing all of my logic inside the root index.ts, our entry point file for today. What do we have to create? 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲, we have to create an HTTP server. So what should we do next? We should initialize an HTTP server over here. I should add Express as a dependency. We might need a few more dependencies, but to kick things off, we'll do this. We probably need the database here as well. So let's quickly create all our route skeletons, the skeletons of our route. I'll come to what that means. Then we'll move on to the databases part, which is going to be difficult because the database will be stored in the packages folder. We will not be storing the database directly in this HTTP server because in the future, a different app might require databases. So all of that common logic should live over here. For now, let's write some basic Express code and try to create all the endpoints that we need. We also have to install @types/express to get the types for the Express library. You have to do that if you're using TypeScript with Express. Step 1, import the Express library. Create an app instance. Oh wow, my AI is on. Let me flip that off. Const app equal to Express. Let me write the initial set of routes. app.use/API/v1. All the v1 routes. If you remember the routes that we have to create, if you go to designing the schema, you will remember all of them start with /API/v1. If I open a different one, /API/v1. If I open create spaces, /API/v1. So what I will do over here is I will create a new router. What am I creating? I am creating a new router that will handle all the requests that start with /API/v1. In the future, we might have a v2 API, in which case we'll add another router. But for now, I'm creating the very first router that is going to handle all of my requests. If you are new to Express, you might find this a little bit jarring. You might have done app.get/API/v1/something, but it's just ugly to do this again and again for all the routes. So it's just easier. Okay, you create a prefix router. Okay, any request that comes to /API/v1, go to this router. Where am I going to define this router? I'm going to define this router in a new folder called routes v1. And here I'm going to define index.ts. That is going to export our root router. Const router equal to router. This is a function that comes from Express. This isn't a class. I don't need to do a new router. Yeah, this is a function. Even though it starts with a capital R, it is a function. And here I will say app dot. Here I can do a bunch of things. We'll come to them very soon. But for now, let me export this router from here. Export const router equal to router. That is it. That seems very complicated. Yeah, I get it. When I discuss this in the class as well, this gets a little complicated. So you can write all of your routes here, but this is just cleaner what we are doing. What we are doing is here, any time a request comes to /API/v1, it will be handled by this router. Ab yahan pe you can write router.get/signup. And then, router.get/signin. So on and so forth. So any request that is coming to /API/v1/signup will come over here. Any request that is coming to /API/v1/signin will come over here. For that, I have to give this router that I just created as an input. So I imported the router from ./route/v1. I said anytime a request comes to /API/v1, go to this router. App.listen 3000. Let's say 3000 is the port that we're going to start this application on. Usually it's a good idea to check if port is coming in as an environment variable. If it is, you should use that. If it is not coming in as an environment variable, you can hard code it to a default value. In this router, just to make sure everything is working, let me complete the body of the sign up and the sign in endpoints. Hopefully, if you know Express, this is a piece of cake. REST.json sign up and sign in. That's it. What did I do to recap? app.use/API/v1 should go over here. Any request that comes to /API/v1/signup will return this. /signin will return this. Let's see, does that happen? Let me run this project. How do you run a TypeScript project? You can either use TSC or ESBuild or any other compiler to compile your TypeScript code into JavaScript code. पहली चीज जो आपको करनी है, whenever you write any TypeScript code, is convert it into JavaScript. TypeScript code doesn't really execute. It's not a language that executes. JavaScript does. TypeScript just gets converted down to JavaScript. The way to do that is, there are many ways. One can be install TypeScript, npm install TypeScript. And then in package.json, add a build script where you write tsc-b, which means TypeScript compiler, please build this project. Whatever is present in source folder, convert it to JavaScript, put it in the dist folder. That is what we changed in the tsconfig.json here. Let's see, does that happen? If I run npm run build now, you will see tsc-b runs and a dist/index.js is created, dist/route/index.js is created. My TypeScript code gets converted to JavaScript. Now I can start my project by adding another script that does this, node dist/index.js. I can directly run this also, dist/index.js, or I can run npm run start. What this does is npm checks what is the start script in your package.json and runs that script over here. So if I press enter, you will see our HTTP server is running. It has started. There are no logs, which is why you don't see anything. But as you can see, it's a hung process. It did not exit, which means the server is up. Let's see, does it work? What was our endpoint? Our endpoint was /API/v1/signup/pay get request. So if I go to the browser and go to localhost : 3000, this was my default port that I put in index.ts. Localhost : 3000 /API/v1/sign-up. The recording stopped. Message sign up comes back over here. If I go to the sign in endpoint, that works as well. Message sign in comes back from here. So this router that we created in ./route/v1 seems to be working as expected. Whenever a request comes here, this is what gets returned. If I go to the random endpoint, then of course it cannot be found over here. Question is, do we stop here? Do I start implementing the routes? Or can I do even more structuring? What are our endpoints? Let's look at all the endpoints. The first two endpoints are simple, /signup/signin. The next one is /user/metadata. The next one is /avatars. The next one is /user/metadata/bulk. So can I create another user router? Can I structure this even more? The answer is you can, and you probably should. We will also, but if you're confused at this point, put all your routes in a single find. It is fine. You don't have to structure it as much as I am. So let me create a few sub routers over here. One of them is going to be user.ts. One of them is going to be, I think, space dashboard endpoints all start with /space. /space/space/space. So there is going to be a space router. Oh, oopsie daisy, wrong place. And there's going to be get a space, will go here, add an element. That is also the space router only, delete an element. That is also a space endpoint only, and see all available elements. We probably need another elements router. Yeah, some things we can structure, some things we can't. We need an admin router for sure, where all the admin endpoints are present. So let me do that. Admin.ts. All the other ones I'll be storing directly in index.ts. We didn't structure the routes very well. This should ideally also go in the user router. It should be /user signup. But since our routers are already created, I'm going to keep sign up and sign in over here. I'm going to keep everything else that, you know, doesn't start with a prefix. For example, /elements. Ideally, it should go to the elements router, but I'm just going to keep it here. What else? Create an element. Sorry, delete an element. That's a space endpoint. Add an element. That's a space endpoint. Get a space. That's a space endpoint. All three of these are space endpoints. And then update metadata is a user endpoint. Avatars is again a root endpoint. So if you want to get all the elements or the currently available avatars, they need to happen in this file. Everything else we'll put onto separate files. Sign up and sign in are here as well. These are our 5 endpoints. This is a get, this is a get. This should be a post endpoint. Sign up should also be a post endpoint. So post, get, good to go. Now come the internal routers. अब जो requests start होती है from, let's say, /user, they will go to the user router. Just for better structuring. In the future, we might have another user endpoint to reset password. So that will also be /API/v1/reset user/reset. तो वो सारा logic वहाँ होगा. So that we have multiple files. We don't have a single very long file. Rule of thumb is your single file shouldn't be really long. All right. So what do I have to do? Router.use again. अब जो भी request starts with /user will be handled by the user router. Any request that starts with /space will be handled by the space router. Any request that starts with /admin will start or will go to the admin router. वहाँ पे I'm going to define all the logic to handle the individual endpoints that are respective to the admin space and user. So let's kick things off with the user.ts file. What do I have to do here? Firstly, I have to define a router. And then I have to put all the endpoints here. For example, app.post or user router.post /metadata. Here, I'm going to do whatever the logic eventually. That is fine. Is there any other endpoint that starts with /user? Yeah, it is this one right here. User router.get /API/v1/user/metadata/bulk. And these are the 2 endpoints that will be eventually built over here. Right now, we're not writing any logic, just the skeletons. Moving on to admin.ts. Create a new router. I need to export this router as well because I need to import it in the other place. Same thing will happen here. Export const admin router equal to router, call the function admin router dot. What do we need? Admin had 4 endpoints. Get a space, add a space, delete an element, see all available elements. Get a space comes like this. It's a get request /API/v1/space/:space ID 2, 3, 4. The second one is add an element /space/element. Am I doing something wrong here, guys? I don't need to give the prefix. Prefix is already present in the previous router. सबसे पहले request is coming from index.ts, then goes to the index router, then comes here. So already the requests that are coming here are being handled for /API/v1/space. उसके बाद का मुझे यहाँ डालना है. The first one is, this should actually be the last one. If any request comes to /space ID, which is a get request, then I will return the user the details of that specific space. Why is that an admin endpoint? I think I'm totally wrong here. These are the admin endpoints. My bad. We have a post to slash element. We have a post to almost probably a put to slash element ID. And we have create an avatar, that's slash avatar. Lastly, we have create a map, which is probably slash map. API v1 admin map. There we go. These are the 4 endpoints that we have that the admin router needs to handle. I have already exported the admin router over here. And lastly, we have the spaces router where I need to bring all the space endpoints. So let's scroll back up. What are the space endpoints? Create a space, delete a space, get my existing spaces. So the first one is simply a post request to slash API slash v1 slash space. So export const space router equal to a new router, and then space router dot post slash anytime a request comes to API v1 space, it needs to be handled by this guy. You might again be confused, Kirat, why have you not written slash API slash v1 slash space here? And the answer is इसके पिछले वाले routes वो सब handle कर रहे हैं. These are being handled by the previous routers. The index.ts file handles slash API slash v1. उसके बाद का comes here. Then here slash space is handled over here. उसके बाद का needs to come to the space router. There is a post request to slash. There is a delete request to probably slash space ID. I think we didn't test this one. I don't know. I don't think we have written the test for this endpoint. We probably should though. Space ID, and then lastly, get all of my existing spaces, which will probably be a get request on slash or slash bulk, one of these two, all. So this returns all of my spaces. Are we done with all the endpoints? 3 endpoints here in the space router, 2 endpoints here in the user router, that's 5, 4 endpoints here, that's 9, and lastly 10, 11, 12, 13. We have written the skeleton for 13 endpoints. Did we need 13 endpoints here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We need 16. I've missed these, I think, the arena endpoints. So we need 3 more. Get a space, I think we've done. Add an element. This we haven't done. So let's do that. Where will this go? This will go to the space router. So if I go to space.ts and I say I want a post handler for slash element. That's to add an element. Delete an element is very close. Needs to be a delete on slash element slash. That's it. And lastly, see all available elements. Now this one's weird. This one goes to the root router. So if I go to index.ts here, we already have it. One random endpoint I'm missing now. Now I'll have to go through all of them and see. I have done both the sign up and sign in. I have done update metadata in the user router. This I have done. This I have done. So that's 5. Create a space I have done. Delete a space I have done. Get my existing spaces. These 3 I have done in the space router. Get a space. I think this one's missing. If I go to space.ts, no, I don't have that. So space router dot get anytime there is a request to slash colon space, ID, which means give me this specific space. This can be dynamic. This is how you represent a dynamic route in Express. What do I do over here? Nothing. We're just done with the endpoints. They're all skeleton endpoints. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you can see, it's already getting ugly. The structuring helped us so much. We don't have 13 routes or 16 routes in the same file. We have them split across various files. 6 routes over here in space.ts, 2 over here, that's 8, 4 over here, that's 12, and 1, 2, 3, 4 over here, that's 16. 16 endpoints are what we need to support. We have written the skeleton for them. Next up, we need to write the logic. The logic is nothing but interacting with the database, right? Does some authorization, interacts with the database. So before we get there, we need to write the database logic, which will not happen here. It will happen in a separate package. Here we will initialize all of our database logic. 𝗤𝗲𝗵𝗲𝗶, why are we doing this? The reason we are doing this is so that if in the future WebSocket wants to interact with database, it doesn't have to reuse code from here. Both of these can reuse code from a package, the DB package, that's what we're going to create next. All right, next up, as I said, we have to initialize a database package over here. There are 2 ways to do it. You can raw dog it, just create a DB folder yourself, or the turbo repo CLI would let you do it. Either is fine. Probably going to raw dog it here. So I'm going to create a DB package, go back to my terminal, go to the packages/DB folder and initialize an empty package.json as well as an empty TypeScript config.json. That's what the DB folder looks like right now. Standard steps to follow from here. Add root dir and make it /source. Add out dir and make it /dist. Create a source folder where we will be writing all of our logic now. What is the logic? What do we have to do? We have to initialize Prisma over here. Prisma is the ORM that we are using. You can use Drizzle or you can, raw dog it and use the PG library. Either is fine. I am going to use Prisma. It's just easier. And we already have the Prisma schema, if you remember from the architecture discussion. npm install Prisma to install the Prisma library over here. npx Prisma init to initialize prisma.schema, this specific file. Sorry, schema.prisma, not prisma.schema. And given this, I need to add all of my models in here. What is this? This is how are you generating the client being, the final bundle that has the code to connect to the database. We'll see the client very soon. This is the data source. What kind of database are we using? A Postgres database. What is the URL? It can be found in the env file right here, where we'll be putting the database here. So I have the schema.prisma. I need to create the table structure, which we already have, if you remember. In the architecture, we had already designed the schema and we had written the schema in Prisma format. So basically, whatever code I had to write over here, thankfully we had already created a user model to store the user's information, a space model to store every space that every user creates. You should have a foreign key to the user, like there should be an admin to every space. I think we need to add that. Space elements, every space will have multiple elements inside, a chair, a table, things like these. Element, what is that thing, the image of that thing, the width and the height of every element. A map, admins can create multiple maps, the width and the height of the map. The name of the map, this should probably not be optional, this needs to be required. Map elements, on a specific map, what all elements are present, and avatars, a bunch of avatars that the users can choose from. Lastly, we have an enum, which is the role. The role can either be an admin or a user. Let's copy the schema, paste it over here, and we're good to go. What is one thing that is missing? Who will tell? We have not yet designed the relationships between the schemas. There is a user model. There is a space model. The space model needs to have an admin ID. who is the admin of this specific place. And this admin ID is a foreign key to the users table. It represents an entry over here of a different user who owns this space, who can delete this space, for example. So here it is a good idea to describe the relationship between tables, the relationship between models. So what can I do? I can create another entry here called, let's say, admin, which is a user, which is a relationship between the admin ID over here and the ID field over here. In the users table, the ID field is the reverse foreign key. More technically, the admin ID is a foreign key to the ID field over here in the users table. So this will also keep on breaking because we have to add a reverse role here. Space. This is the first relationship I have created. Okay, every user can have multiple spaces and every space will have an corresponding admin, a person who can change the space. Actually, I would rename this to creator ID and rename this to creator, just to not confuse in the future. And this should also be creator ID. There are a few things here. Whenever you create a relationship, you have to create it on both the sides. User will have multiple spaces. Space will have a creator, which is connected via this creator ID and this ID field. That's the first relationship. What other relationships do we need? Space element, an element present in the space, an element present in the space. So every space element will have an element ID and a space ID, element ID being a foreign key here, space ID being a foreign key here. So I need to add two things here. Okay, this space element belongs to a space, which is a relationship between the space ID field here and the ID field over here. And similarly, I need an element which will be of type element, which will be a relationship between the element ID here and the element model over here, or more technically this ID field over here. Whenever you do that, you have to create a reverse relationship. Yahan pe you have to tell that every space will have multiple elements present on the space, and every element will have multiple space elements it's part of. So every element will be part of various spaces, which is what this array represents. I know relationships are a little hard. You don't need them, but they just make your schema more stricter. They make it easy to access elements, which is why it's a good idea whenever you have a foreign key, represent it as relationships in Prisma. Cool. Space elements is done. We have two foreign keys here, one to the space table and one to the elements table. Map does not need to have any relationship, but map elements again has a map, which is a relationship between the map ID field here and the ID field over here. And then the other one over here is going to be element, which will be a relationship between the element ID field over here and the ID field over here. I will also say that element is part of various maps. So maps would be a map element. Element is part of various map elements. This is a better name for it. Every element can be present in various maps more than once. An element can be present in a map in various places. An element can be present in various maps, and a map can be present. Oh, this is like a complicated many-to-many relationship. This is where we go to the whiteboard and try to design it. We have the maps table. We have the elements table, and we have a map element table. Actually, every map can have various elements, and every element can be part of various maps, which is why we have created a mapping table in the middle. that stores things like, hey, this map ID or this element with ID 1 is present in the map with ID whatever, cricket, let's say, at this X and this Y. So every entry over here will have one corresponding map and will have one corresponding element. So even though this is a many-to-many relationship between both of these, we've broken it down into another table where we have a one-to-many relation here and a one-to-many relation here. Nahi samajh aaya to it's fine. I mean, this is database design 101, relationships and foreign keys, and one-to-one relationships, one-to-many relationships, many-to-many relationships. There needs to be a many-to-many relationship between both of them. We have made it easier for, just for verbosity, and generally also, this is one way to create a many-to-many relationship between two tables is by creating a third table that stores, individual rows. This element is present on this map at this point. This element is present on another map on a different point, so on and so forth. If this part was a little confusing, it sort of has to be, or, you should Google it / spend some time here. I'm not going to explain this more. But yes, this is a slightly harder thing to digest. I totally get if you did not understand it. All right. Every map will have various map elements, which is a map elements array. And every element will be part of various map elements, which again is this thing right here. Every element will be part of various map elements. This needs to be, well, that's fine. What is wrong here? Firstly, let me make it all capital so it's just consistent. But the other thing is, why does elements relationship fail? The element ID, this shouldn't be optional. It should be required. Every entry in the map elements table requires a map ID, requires an element ID. It cannot be optional over here. Great. Avatars, totally fine. But I think every user should have a foreign key to the avatars table. So if I am a user, I have an avatar ID. I will have a corresponding avatar, which will be a relationship. Yeah, let's make this mandatory, and we can just give it a random value when the user signs up. When the user signs up, we give them a random avatar, and then after that, they can change their avatar. I've created one side of the relationship here. I'm going to go to the avatar table. Every avatar will be present for various users. So I can say users, which is a user array. And that is it. That is how you create relationships for your schema. The original schema would have also worked, but it is a good idea to define these relationships. How are two tables connected to each other? Which table has a foreign key to a different table? It will make our lives much easier when we are trying to use all of these, when we convert this into a client and we try to use this. We'll see this very soon. Great. What is the next steps? Do you know? Whenever you're using Prisma, the steps are npm install Prisma. We did that already. Next step is npx Prisma init. We did that already. The next step is npx Prisma migrate dev. This will migrate your Postgres database, actually put some tables in there, create the user table, map elements table. So for that, what do I need to do? I need to first create a Postgres table, either on the cloud or locally on my machine. I need to have a Postgres table, tabhi to wo migrate karega. So the next step is starting Postgres locally. There are many ways to do this. The easiest one is to use Docker. So if you run, this looks right, Docker run -e Postgres password, some password for your Postgres table. In detached mode, what I'm running is Postgres. This one command will start Docker locally. You can also get it online on neon.tech for free, or you can get it, start it locally natively. This is just the easiest way to start a Docker instance locally or a Postgres instance locally. So I'm just going to run this. What this will do is it will pull the Postgres image locally to my machine, and it will start Postgres on a specific port 5432. I think one thing I've missed is to add a port mapping. So let me quickly do that. This is not the final command. The final command is, let me kill this container Oh wow, I have a lot of things running. How do you kill all containers? I have too many things running here. I actually already have Postgres running. I don't have to rerun it, but chalo, let me do it. All right. Docker run. One more thing we have to do is add a port mapping. I have a video on YouTube where I discussed all of this, so feel free to go through that. This will start Postgres for me locally. Step 1, npm install. Step 2, npx prisma init. Step 3, create the schema. Step 4, start the database locally. Step 5, go to your .env file over here. Go to your .env file and replace this with the right Postgres URL. When you start Postgres locally using Docker, this is what the username of Postgres is. The password is the thing that you passed over here. This is the host, which for me is running locally. This is the port where Postgres is running. This is the table, sorry, the database. This is step 5, replacing the string over here. And then the final step is migrating my database. npx prisma migrate dev. It asks me create a new name for the migration. Let me call it init because I'm initializing the schema. It says generated Prisma client. It creates a new folder here called migrations, and it has my very first migration in there. What does migration mean? Basically means in the future you will change this, code more and more. As you do that, more folders will be created here. These are called migrations. Your database migrates over time. Its schema changes. All of that, the raw SQL queries are stored in these migration folders. You don't have to read through them usually, but if you read through them, it's basically just creating a users table and space table, so on and so forth. Probably has foreign key constraints over here, creating all the relationships we defined, creating all the tables that we had defined. Cool. That's pretty much it. That's all I had to do. I just put all of this logic in a separate DB folder rather than storing it directly in my apps, so that I can reuse things from here. I can export some Prisma stuff from here, or we'll do something else. We'll directly import the Prisma client here. What we're doing is slightly uglier than a better approach. I'm not going through the better approach. The better approach is export the Prisma client from here. But since the client will roll up to the node modules folder here, if I open node modules, I see I spoke too soon. I don't see Prisma being rolled up here. So this will not work. And I will have to export something in the DB folder. So the next step is going to be, I'm going to open package.json and I'm going to add a few exports here. I have created a module. This module may source folder is empty. 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗀, you're not exporting anything from here. Yes. So let me do that. Let me create an index.ts file where I export default client equal to Prisma dot import Prisma client from @Prisma/client, new Prisma client. Export default new Prisma client should do it. There we go. That is what I've exported from this module. What is a module? What is a package? It writes some reusable code. What is that reusable code? It's just 2 lines of code. Why? Because this under the hood uses some other code that's present in the node modules folder here @Prisma/client. So what I'm exporting is this thing from here so that I can use it over here in this HTTP server. I want to use things from the database, this DB module that I've created. Here I've exported it. Now I'm going to import it over here. To complete the export path, one more thing you have to do. If you go to UI/package.json, you will notice it has an exports section right here. This is how you export things from turbo repo. If you go to db/package.json, you have to add what are you exporting, which in our case, let's say is the client, which comes from ./source/index.ts. I have to add this export, and now I can import whatever is exported from here, which is the Prisma client, or a new, sorry, I need to call this. Prisma client is a class. I'm creating a new instance of the class, exporting it so that it can be imported in the HTTP server. Let's try it out. What did I do? Created a DB module, wrote my schema in there, migrated my database, created a fresh client. This folder right here, @prisma/client. Then I imported that client over here in the DB module and exported it so every app can use it. HTTP app, WebSocket app, if it needs to talk to the database, it can now. I don't have to write the schema in two different places. This is something ugly people do when they don't have a monorepo. But since we do, this is the common logic right here. These two are going to now use the client that we have exported. How? Pretty simple. Step 1, in your db/package.json, give it a better name. You can leave it here as well. This will also work. But if you look at other packages over here, you will notice they all start with a prefix like @repo. You should ideally replace this with, your repository name. For example, for us, it can be Metaverse, but it's good convention to have your project name, username over here, / the specific module that you have. So this is my package.json. This is the name of my package, the DB package. Oh, sorry, wrong folder. No, right folder. This is my DB package. This is the name of this DB package. How can I import it in apps? If I go to HTTP source index.ts, I can now import it like this. Import client from @repo/db. It's giving me some TypeScript errors right now. We will fix them very soon. Oh, it's not even, yeah, it is giving me errors right now. I will do a rebuild and that should fix it. So let's do that. Let me go back to the root folder now. Root folder mein jaake, do a fresh npm or pnpm install, followed by pnpm dev or pnpm build, sorry. That should hopefully take away these errors. Sometimes they're a little finicky to get around. pnpm build. The command failed because I have not imported these 3 routers in the v1 file. I did not import these routers, just had the raw names in there. It will still fail, and this is always very hard to fix because it is not able to find @repo/db. It is able to find @repo/, I haven't yet added this also. I also have to add @repo/db to my package.json. In my package.json of HTTP, since I am using this dependency, I need to add this dependency over here. Here amongst the many dependencies that I have, one of them is @repo/db. And what version? You write star over here. I want to use it internally. ये इसी project का part है. I want to use it from here. It is not present on the npm registry. मुझे यहीं से उठानी है, यहीं exist करती है in packages/db. Here is where I want to pick this package from. Now let's do a pnpm install again. @repo/db. Oh, workspace : that makes sense. You don't write star, you write workspace : I think that happened because we used pnpm. If we would have used npm, I think you needed to write star. Since we used pnpm, this is what we had to write. Now let's see. Seems like it worked. A pnpm install worked. Let's try pnpm run build. Still can't find @repo/db. This is the hardest thing for me to debug because I've seen this 3-4 times now, and always it's something very weird. All right, I spent a decent chunk of time debugging this, and long story short, we need to update our tsconfig.json here. Everything was fine. If you go to the apps/http, you will notice that in the node modules folder here, there is a @repo/db folder. So everything should have been working as expected, because what am I doing in index.ts? I'm simply importing it from @repo/db, and @repo/db is present in node modules /@repo/db in the HTTP server. So it's just like any other external module. It should work. But if you try to build it, you will see an error that says cannot find this module or its corresponding type declarations. Try updating your current module resolutions in tsconfig.json. So if I open tsconfig.json in http/tsconfig and change the module resolution from node 10 to node next, and when you do this you also have to update module, so you can just copy it from one of many tsconfigs that we already have. There's a base tsconfig that you should just import over here ideally. I'm not doing that, but there is a base.json here that you can just import, and then it would have just worked. Let me remove that. So these are the 3 changes that I made, and now if I do a pnpm run build, it works. If I go to the index.ts, it can get the correct types. There's no red squiggly over here. Cool. That was setting up the database. Now comes the logic to actually write all of the code in the HTTP server. This is all CRUD endpoints. You just have to put something in the database, get something from the database, return the right status codes. So I'm a little conflicted on whether or not I should use AI here, because every request is going to be, check the user and then whatever, put something in the DB / get something from the DB. So I'm a little conflicted. We'll see whether or not I use AI to finish this off. All right, folks, let's start to write all of our endpoints. I've added 2 more files, admin.ts and user.ts, to a middleware function or a middleware folder. Here we'll be writing our middlewares. Harkirat, what are middlewares? We'll come to very soon. But before we get there, let's implement our endpoints. I'm going to flip on AI for this because this is very simple stuff. I would assume for most of you as well. We just have to do simple CRUD operations. When the user comes, what do we need to check? We first need to check whether or not they sent us a username and password, which means we need to define a bunch of types. Types being what is the input that we expect from the user that they're going to send. Usually it's a good idea to add Zod to your project for type validation at runtime. For those of you who don't know Zod, it's a library that lets you do input validation, making sure the user is sending you the right things. So now I have to create a bunch of schemas. Const sign up schema equal to z.object. What do we expect the user to give when they're signing up? We expect them to give a username, password, and a type for now. Eventually we will change this. We shouldn't be expecting the user to give this. But for now, we expect them to give a username. Like the admin should be set from someplace else. We should not expect the user to give them. Everyone will make themselves an admin then. So there should be a different logic to make someone an admin. But for now, we don't care. So type, which is going to be, there we go, AI is smart enough, and enum, which can either be user or admin. That's a sign up schema. This part is super important, but I'm going to come to it later. Let's export this. That's the sign up schema. What's the sign in schema? Username and password. That's all you need. That looks good. We're done with the sign up schema. Update Metaverse schema. It is going to have a new update, not Metaverse, update metadata. Simply have an avatar ID. Z.string is good enough. And then get available avatars is just a get request. Oh, where did it go? Just a get request, no need for input validation. Just a get request, no need for input validation. Create a space. Needs to have a name, dimensions, and map ID. So export const create space schema. Oh, name and dimensions and map ID, which is a string. And this needs to be a custom function that validates x cross y across schema. How do you create a custom function here in Zod? No, it is a string. Regex looks right. I'm not sure if this is the right regex, but it looks right. Any number between 0 to 9, 2 to 3 times. Any number between 0 to 9, 2 to 3 times. That's what 2 and 3 means, right? Probably used to be 1 and 3. Let's validate this regex online. Regex stands for regular expressions. It lets you, as the name suggests, validate an expression. Given this expression, does this text have it 100 cross 100? That works. 100, 1000 doesn't work. So we have restricted it to 1 or 2 or 3 elements. You can't have a 1000 cross 1000. I think that's fine. So let's make it 5 and 5. There we go. That looks decent. As at max, you can create a, probably 4 is good enough. 1000 cross 1000 grid. उसके बाद ज़रूरत नहीं है. And map ID string. That's to create a space, delete a space, probably just a space ID in the input, and get all spaces is a get request. Get a space is a get request. Add an element. So let's do that. Export const add element schema space ID x y and then element ID. There we go. What else? Create an element for the admin. Export const create element schema is space ID. Nah, no need a space ID. It's going to be the image URL, which is a string, the width, the height, and whether or not it is static, which is going to be a boolean. What else? Update an element, create an avatar, create a map, all of them. Update an element is simply update the image URL. So export const update, there we go. Update element schema is just the image URL is what we allow the user to change for now. And lastly, not lastly, second lastly, create an avatar. Export const create avatar schema, image URL and name. Export const create a map schema, which has, oh boy, a lot of things. Create map schema. It is an object which has thumbnail, which is a z.string, dimensions, which is a, that looks right, default elements equal to z.array of z.object, which has an element ID, which is z.string x and y. There we go. That's the create map schema. Looks something like this, and that's it. That's all the post and put endpoints. Given the schemas are made, and oh boy, why do they look the same? I think AI would be smart enough to figure out, yeah, the changes I have to make. For example, it's already suggesting, "Ki Harkirat, go over here and change, make some changes there." Let's do that. Let's start to implement all of our endpoints. I'm going to kick things off with index.ts, which is this one right here. What do I want in the sign up endpoint? First, need to make sure user has sent us the right input. So const parsed data equal to sign up schema.parse rec.body. That looks right. If you ever want to use rec.body, what do you have to do? People who have done Express by now, you have to use express.json, else it will not be able to parse JSON bodies. After you've done that, you get the parsed data. If not parsed data dot success, sorry, let's make it a safe parse here. If not success, then you return a status code of 400. You don't have to send any JSON data, but let's just send, message validation failed. But if it does succeed, the user has sent your username and password, then we need to put it in the database. Let's put it inside a try catch block, because we want to make sure that the username of a user is unique. Here I go to schema.prisma and make sure, did we add a unique clause here? We did. Why is the password unique? This is so bad. Password should not be unique. Two people can have the same password. Sort of. Very low probability, but they can. I've changed something over here. I need to re-migrate my database. Every time you change something in schema.prisma, go to packages/db, Metaverse packages/db, npx prisma migrate. Sorry, npx prisma migrate dev to migrate the database, and give a name to your migration. Made password non-unique, and this will migrate the database. Change the specific entry over there. You can confirm that by going to the migration folder, and you will see drop index user password key. The specific index that we had created has been removed, which was probably a uniqueness constraint on the password key. Alrighty, moving on. Why does no overload match this call? Oh, I've returned this over here. I'll have to do this. Great. In the try catch block, I'm going to do now I want the Prisma client imported. I want to interact with the database. You can structure this better. You can create controllers. This is fine as well. But ideally, all this logic should be in a controllers.ts file, user controller, admin controller, things like these. But this is good enough. Create a user with this role password, role username password and an avatar ID. So here we need a default avatar ID, because if you remember in our schema, we created a foreign key between the avatar ID and the avatar. So we can either make it optional. That's probably the easier way to do this. Let's make this optional so that we don't have to give the user an avatar ID immediately. It can come later on. And let's re-migrate the database. Made avatar optional. Now that has happened, I have tried to create a new user. it might happen that this fails. Can you guess why? Because there is a uniqueness constraint. If the username already exists, this request will fail. If it fails, what do we return to the user? We return them a 400. That's the only thing that we expect. So, you know, in the test, we expect 400. So we're sending 400 here, but ideally, you know, this should be a 500 because you have your server has crashed, but the user already exists is the reason that it crashed. So, you know, this is fine. All right. But if everything is fine, then what do you return to the user? You return them their user ID. If you remember from the schema, what did we return to the user when the user signed up? We returned them their user ID. So that's what we're going to do. Const user equal to this thing, user.id. This should have a type. Yeah, if we don't have type safety here, our life is going to become a living hell. Oh no, we do have type safety here. So why can I not do user dot, there we go, ID. Cool. That looks like that's all we need for the sign up endpoint. The sign in, I mean, we'll test this in a while. Sign up and sign in we will create. Then we'll test, are things working as expected or not in our tests. In the sign in endpoint, what do we have to do? The user will send us a username and password. So const parse data equal to sign in schema dot save parse direct dot body. If not success, return the user a. Do you remember what we wrote in the tests? I think we wrote 403. So that's what we'll write here. Then we have to check whether or not the user's password is correct. Now, one thing I've missed is you should be hashing passwords over here using bcrypt. You should never store passwords in plain text. Let's just do that. And, you know, make sure we don't have plain text passwords. pnpm add bcrypt. Generally, you don't store passwords in plain text in the database for 1,000 reasons. Just read about it. So, you know, you hash it before you put it. So let's go to the docs of or just AI will help us out here. Import, sorry, my food is here. Hello. हाँ जी सर. हाँ सर, 7th floor पे आ जाइए. हाँ 7. नहीं, वहाँ नहीं आना, प्रिस्का प्राइड सही है. हाँ उसी में आना. हाँ. Hashed password is converting this plain text password into some hash, like some random number. And this is the difficulty of creating that hash. And rather than storing the password in the database, we stored the hashed password. And over here, whenever we're checking whether or not the user and password is correct, what will we do? We'll first check in the database. Does a user exist in this database with this specific username? If they don't exist, then we let the user know, hey, this user is not found. But if it is valid, then we compare the user's password that the user sent us, this thing right here, and the plain text password in the database. This is the plain text password in the database, not plain text. This is the hashed password in the database. This is the plain text password that the user sent us. We're comparing them and making sure it's valid. Basically means, you know, ये जो user का password आया, ये तो plain text में आया है, I love 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲, or you know 1 2 3 random. This password in the database was the hashed password, so we can't simply compare them. दोनों अलग होंगे. So to make sure they are the same, we use bcrypt.compare is valid. में वो variable आ जाता है whether or not this is valid. If it is not valid, then we return a 403. If it is valid, मतलब सब सही है. What will we return the user? What did the schema say? We had to return the user a token. Question is, what is this token? It can be a JWT, right? Simple JSON web token. So what you can do is, number one, install and npm add JSON web token. I think you have to add the types for it as well. And then we're going to import JWT from JSON web token. npm add types /bcrypt. So that this error goes away. So red squiggly right here went away. And now I'm going to sign some payload over here. And that will be my token, const token equal to jwt.sign. This user ID has this role and it has been signed into this token. We have created a randomly looking string that we're going to return to the user. That the user can send in future requests. Whenever you are creating a JWT, you have to create a password that you're signing the key with. So I'm going to create a top level config.ts, export const this thing equal to this, and then I'm going to take the JWT password and import it over here. That's how we create the token and send it back to the user. This should ideally start to pass our first test suite, the authentication test suite, the endpoints that it hits. These endpoints should now work. If you look at these endpoints, they're only interacting with /signup and /signin, which is something we've already written. So can we try running our very first test suite? Let me comment out all the other test suites. Just have the first test suite running. This one right here. But before I do that, I need to do what? Start the HTTP server, right? So npm run build followed by start. I do not have a dev script right now. There is some error. Let's open it. Line 73 has an error because, let's see. Oh, we have no catch block. If there is any error here, we can just return back a 400. We don't need this. If everything is fine, we return the token. If something is broken, we return internal server error. Let's see, did that succeed? Npm run build bcrypt.compare. I need to make this callback function async. Let's try it one more time. Succeeds. Node disk/index.js should have started. Yeah, I need to use ES-build now. We triggered a Node.js error. Pretty sure it happens because of Prisma. Let me debug, have my food, and then I'll be back. All right, folks, that took a long time. So I had to go down a rabbit hole. I'll explain what I changed. Number one, I told this initially also. TSC, which is the TypeScript compiler, can be problematic when it comes to monorepos. So I had to use ES-build. This is like my standard thing that I do every time I'm in a monorepo and I start to see this error. But the other thing was ES-build doesn't perform really well with bcrypt, the library that we were using. So I found this issue. It had a solution. They had an implementation of hashing and decoding. Hashing and comparing. Basically, they've written all the code that bcrypt has written without using bcrypt, simply by using the native node crypto library. So I've pretty much gotten rid of bcrypt as a dependency. Let me also remove it from here because it doesn't perform really well with ES-build. I've written all the code in a script.ts file, which is basically similar to bcrypt. It provides the same functions, hash and compare. And if you look at the routes that we were creating, which I think were right here, I am not importing bcrypt anymore. I'm getting hash and compare both of them from the script sort of .ts file that I've created locally. Now, if I compile the project by running this command, or let me just replace npm run build with this command as well. I think I did already. And if I run npm run build followed by npm run start now. Oh wow, I'm seeing it again. Oh, because start is using index.js and I am compiling this to bundle.js. So let me compile this to index.js and try that one more time. And now we have our HTTP server running. If I go to localhost :3000, I see an HTTP server is running. Now I can start to run the tests. So if I open a new terminal and go to the tests folder, npm run test should start to run these index.test.js tests. And this is the first one, the authentication one. Everything else I've commented because I haven't yet implemented those endpoints. Let's see. There we go. All right, guys, we have a problem. $50 bounty to whoever can guess what is the problem in our tests over here. I just tested it like 2 minutes ago. Something is wrong here. Feel free to pause the video and guess. The answer is this axios.post throws an error anytime the status code is 400. It does not resolve correctly. It throws an error. So everywhere I am doing this, it isn't even reaching the next line of code. The code is erroring out over here. There is an error being thrown over here. So I have made the unfortunate mistake of using Axios. If I would have used fetch, this wouldn't have happened. Fetch doesn't throw an error. Axios does. It will not throw an error when the status code is expected to be 200. But whenever you expect the status code to be 400, it will throw an error. So the question is, how can we make this work? We can either convert all these Axios requests to fetch requests. That's one way. I'm thinking of 2-3 different ways. I can, create my own Axios variable here. I can import this as Axios2. Actually, I can just do Axios2, and I can probably just do this. Axios equal to an object. Post is going to be a function, and whatever are the arguments passed to this function, I will pass them to the real Axios dot post arguments and await this const res equal to this thing, return res. But if there is an error, then I need to find the status code of the error and resolve it. So status code of failed request in Axios. What I'm trying to do is trying to find the status code and returning it from this function. That's exactly what I want, and the answer is in the catch there is an error.response.status. So I can just do this, return error.response. I think that should do it, and I need to do the same for a get request and a put request. And a delete request as well. So what I'm doing is, unfortunately, this Axios variable, I have to create my own. Why? Because I've already started to use it everywhere in. Alright guys, sorry the recording stopped. What I've done is, I have created a Axios object of myself, which under the hood sends a normal request using the original Axios library, but if it ever fails, it returns the response from it. It does not throw an error. This library by default will throw an error if the status code is other than 200 or the 200 range. But if you use my custom Axios library now, iska if you post use, this will never throw an error. This will either return you the original response if the status code is good. If the status code is bad, it will still return you a normal response. It will not throw an error. Why have I done this? Because throughout my code base, I already have Axios used everywhere. I don't want to replace all of these calls. I don't want to put a bunch of try catches in all of these places. I don't want to replace this with fetch, which is why I have written all of this in a wrapper function. And now my Axios that is being used in all the tests is my wrapper Axios library over here. Cool. Let's now start to run the tests. Build. I already saw the results. Most of them are passing. Some of them are failing. But I'm sure it's an easy debug. So 3 of the tests are passing now. 1 of them is failing. Sign in succeeded if the username and password are correct. Sign in succeeded if the username and password are correct. That is this test. It first signs up. I added this type admin over here. I had missed this before. And whenever you're signing in, you're not getting back a token is what the error message is telling me. Cannot read property of undefined. In fact, this shouldn't be body. This should be token data. I think that should fix it. There we go. This was response.data.token. Let me actually search for this throughout the code base. Response.body. Oh, that was the only place I was using it. That does it, guys. Our authentication checks are working as expected. These set of tests have started to work. Next up, we need to implement the rest of the routes. User metadata endpoints. So let's get right into it. Let's open the slides on the right, and go through all the API endpoints that are left. Sign up and sign in are done. Next up, update user metadata. Let's the user update their avatar ID. Let's search for, /user/metadata. There you go. And over here, we're first going to parse the body. So const parsed data equal to, oh, that's the bulk one. My bad. This one. Avatar update metadata schema.safeParseRect.body. If not success, then return a 400. Else do a db or whatever. Import client from @reboot/db/client. Here do a client dot user dot update where ID is, how do I find the user ID? I started to get into changing these endpoints without creating a middleware. I first need to create a middleware. You remember I created these 2 empty files. I can't really get the user ID over here. User is not sending me the ID. User is sending me a header. I need to parse the ID from that header, for which usually the best thing to do is create a middleware that can be used everywhere. So let's create an admin middleware. And here we're going to check const token is equal to, not exactly this. This is the header. Const token equal to, so this header will be hopefully something like this, bearer space the actual token. So the actual token can be found by doing this. Split the header by a space. That will create an array that will convert this into this, and then get the first element from here. That is how we get the token. If the token doesn't exist, then return unauthorized. But if the token is fine, or it does exist in the header, then we start to verify the JWT. We call JWT.verify. We pass in our password and make sure that this is a valid JSON web token that we had issued during sign in. When we sign in, if you remember, when we sign in, we issue the user a JWT over here. We return it to them. They are responding back with the JWT. In the header, we decode the JWT over here and we check, is the role admin or not? If you remember, when we were creating the JWT, we were putting the role in the header itself. So here we check, is the role admin or is it not admin? As what is the type here? User ID string. There we go. Const decoded equal to this thing. And if that is true, then you set rec.userid to be decoded.userid. But if there is an error, you return this. And that should do it. I know a few of you did not understand this. Let me first clean up the types and share with you what to do next. Response. Next function. All right. Rec.headers of authorization. Okay, sorry, my bad. I'm not importing this from the right place. This needs to come from Express. This also needs to come from Express. All right. This is the admin middleware. When the user calls authenticated endpoints, we first grab the header, we fetch the token, we check, has the user even sent us a token? If not, we stop the request right there with the 403. If the user has sent us a token, we verify, is this token correct or not? And if it is correct, we set the token in this request object over here. Now here comes another very common TypeScript problem you will see whenever you're creating middlewares. Because we are using this middleware to pass some data down to the next middleware in the chain. And if you did not understand this, there's a very nice slide over here on middlewares that you should go through. Somewhere here you'll find middlewares. But basically middlewares are used to populate the request object so that जो हमारा route था, which was our route, this one right here. Here I can get access to rec.userid. So we want to populate this request object down the middleware chain. So for that, you get the user ID from the token and set it on the request object. The problem is, ये करोगे तो TypeScript will begin to complain कि यार this request object doesn't have a key called user ID. So here you have to override this global type, override express request object change type globally. There you go. This is exactly what we need. How to extend the express request object in TypeScript? And the answer is most probably by declaring a global. Oh, they have a full module. Can you? There you go. You can simply declare a global variable. Declare global the express object and add whatever new properties you want here, which in our case is going to be user ID. So let's try that. User ID, which is a string, and role, which is either admin or user. And now if you see, rec.userid is defined correctly. Only this should be defined in a separate, I don't know, index.d.ts file, or I guess this is the best place for it. There we go. Now if you look at it, the red squiggly here went away because we have updated the global express.request object. Now our life is good. Now I can go back to our route. Let me actually complete the user middleware as well. Can you guess what the user middleware would be? How would it be different from the admin middleware? We just have to check कि इस बंदे का role user है कि नहीं. Oh, I did not check it there either. You decoded it, and if decoded dot role is not equal to admin, then also we return 403. Okay, bhai, you are not an admin. I will not allow a user to access admin endpoints. So This check over here will make sure कि even if the token came back, token आ गया, that is fine. अगर उसका role admin नहीं है, if the role is not admin, then don't let them proceed. And similarly, in the user middleware, what will we check? कि इनका role user है कि नहीं. If the user role isn't user, don't let them proceed. These are user specific endpoints. Actually, this is not needed. Admin can access user endpoints. User can't access admin endpoints. So this is fine. Cool. User middleware is done. Admin middleware is done. There is some code repetition between the both of them. You should get rid of it. I'm not. Just verifying everything is fine here. I think it is good. We have defined the middlewares, have not used them yet. So let's go to our route. And what was the route we were implementing? We were implementing the metadata route, I think in user.ts. And here I will now import the user middleware. I will say, okay, hey, before the request reaches here, please go through the user middleware. Please make sure you have enough access before you can start to, whatever, return data back to the user. So parse data is this, parse data is this, where user ID equal to rec.user ID, and set the data to be avatar ID is parse data.data.avatar ID. I think that should do it. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Oh, one thing I forgot, refs.json message metadata updated. I should also be awaiting this. Let's make this an async function. Next up, the metadata bulk endpoint. It returns the metadata of all the users. Let's look at the schema again. Get available avatars. Nope. This is for updating the metadata. This is for getting other users metadata. So let's, so their avatar and user ID is cool. And the input is the user ID is cool. So const user ID is equal to rec.query.userid's.split comma, that looks right. Actually I have to see, will this IDs come as an array or, comma separated values? If it comes as an array like this, this might not work, but we'll see. Let's just log rec.queries.userid's for now. Console.log user IDs, and let me restart the app. Let me go to this endpoint. And of course it doesn't exist yet because I'm doing this again. Just needs to be /metadata/bulk. Let me restart the application. And when I go here now, it gets stuck. But the bigger thing is, it's undefined. IDs are undefined. Yes, they are. Let's try that one more time. And now if you look at it, IDs is already an array or a string, I would assume. It's probably a string. Type of user IDs. I also have a dev script which does both build and start. So I can just run npm run dev. If I refresh, it is a string. Yeah, that's what I thought. How do you convert such a string to an array? Yeah, that looks right. That looks perfect. Only thing is TypeScript is complaining. IDs or empty array dot or this basically. Dot substring is probably depreciated. You need like splice. const user ID string equal to this thing, and user IDs will be user ID string dot slice this thing, or this thing dot length -2. What's wrong now? Oh, let's just make it a string. Ideally, again, add Zod validation here, but I'm not doing that right now. Add Zod validation. We get the user ID string, we convert it into an array, and then we just need to iterate over the array. So user ID const metadata equal to client.user.findMany, where ID in this thing, and we want to select their avatar, and what we're going to return is avatars, user ID, and image URL. So it's going to be, this will be an await. Dot map. Now we don't need everything, we just need user ID. It'll be m dot ID, and this will be m dot avatar dot image URL. That looks perfect. This is how you get the metadata of all the users. Again, we probably have the tests for it. Do we? We do have tests for it, where we send a request here, expect the avatars.length to be 1, expect the user ID to be there. So that looks good. All right, we're done with these two endpoints. That's the metadata and metadata bulk endpoints. The user router is hopefully done. We haven't tested it yet. We'll finish everything, then we'll test it. Let's quickly go to space.ts. Should be simple enough. The space endpoints. Let's see. Create a space. These three things you get, you put them in a database as, oh, actually this isn't too simple. If you get a map ID, you have to get all the elements from that map. So basically if the user comes and selects a map over here, तो उनके सारे elements निकाल के आपको अपने space में copy करने. You have to copy over all the elements from here to your own space. So this will get a little complicated. If there is a map ID, if there is no map ID, then it's simple enough. So let's first parse the data. Const parsed data equal to create space schema dot save parse. Then if parsed data dot map ID, then you have to do a lot of complicated things. But if not map ID, then it's simple enough. All you have to do is await client dot space dot create, where client comes from. Make the function async, where client comes from the repo /db, data, name of the space, dimensions. This will actually be x. It will be parsed data, dimension or split x of 0 and split x of 1. That looks perfect, or whatever, width and height, I guess. And do you need anything else to create a space? The admin ID, I guess, or whatever, creator ID. What else? rec.user ID. Let's make this go through the user middleware. Any user should be allowed to create a space, and if that is the case, this will be a string for sure, or you can do this as well. Both of them are fine. This will tell TypeScript this indeed does exist. It will now not be undefined, or you can add a as string over here. That should create the space, an empty space. But what if the user wanted an existing map? Then we have to get the existing map elements from the database. Is map mein kya kya elements hai, and copy them over. So in that case, const map equal to await client.map.findUnique, this map ID. If the map doesn't exist, return them a 403. But if the map does exist, let's see what the AI is telling us. Create a space with this name, width, height, creator ID. And now we don't need a map. What we need is elements. Elements is going to be, create, pass data, map. So when you get the map, you should also get the map elements over here. Get the map, select map elements true, so that when you are creating the space, map.map_elements.map, element ID is this thing, X is this thing, Y is this thing. That looks perfect, even though it's complaining right now. Element is missing in type. You don't need that here. So one-to-many relationship, right? I think we can do this. Elements create what all does an element need is the question. Schema.Prisma element ID width height space sys. That's fine. ID width height image URL. Oh, but the element is already there. What does a not elements? It is going to be space elements. Every space has space elements, right? Yes. Space elements is going to be this, which if you look at space elements has an element ID, space ID, X and Y. X and Y element ID and space ID we don't have right now. Yeah. That is why we'll have to go down the, I'm sure there's a way to do it without this as well. We should create a transaction here. Await client dot dollar transaction. This is the first transaction in there, or whatever. This is the first DB query in the transaction, and the second one is, no, it is going to be client dot space elements dot create. This won't work either. We don't have the space ID. What you have to do is, this is very important what I'm doing right now. It was asked in an interview yesterday. The question was, how do you handle a lot of load during Book My Show? And the answer was by creating transactions or locking the database. But the person wasn't able to do it. All right. Now we will create a await client dot space elements dot create many. Data is all these map elements. And one more thing we need here is the space ID, which is going to be space dot ID. Now, oh, it's already there. Space ID element ID XY. That looks perfect. It's space elements. And I'm missing something super obvious here. Why is X optional in map elements? It shouldn't be. It's not optional here. TypeScript is telling me something. I am ignoring it. It is telling me something important. Most probably this is going to bite me in the future. I've just ignored the error for now. To recap, by the end also return rest.json space created, and I guess the space ID. Let's look at the response. Space ID is needed. So space ID, no. The same thing is going to happen over here. Yeah, let me take you through the endpoint. Took longer than expected. Oh, what's happening here? I haven't imported it. So yaar, yahan pe I'm doing simple XORD validation, making sure that this schema that the rec.body that the user is sending is correct. If it isn't, return a 400 right then and there. Then I'm checking, does the user want a specific map? If not, create an empty space for them. String is not assignable to parse int and parse int. If not, just create an empty space for them. उनको कुछ नहीं दिखेगा वहाँ पे. If yes, then create a map for them. Inside this, don't create a map for them. Get the map that they want to duplicate. Create a space with the width and the height of that map, map.x and map.height, sorry. Get the width and the height of the map as well. And doesn't matter what the user said, if they're copying over a map, they will get the width and the height of the map. Then create a bunch of space elements. This specific space needs to have a bunch of elements that we're storing in the space elements table, and then just returning the space from here. So that comes to this variable so that I can return the space ID to the end user. I'm creating a transaction over here because I want to make sure either both of these go through or none of them do. I don't want to create a random dangling empty space for the user. So if this fails by any reason, this should also fail, or both of them should succeed together. That should be good enough. Return the space ID to the user. I think that should be fine, but we'll see. That's the endpoint to create a space. Delete a space should be almost straightforward. Find a space with the creator ID, and if the creator ID is not the user ID, then return message unauthorized with a 403, else delete the space and tell the user space deleted. Perfect. There's nothing wrong there. Only thing is space is possibly undefined. That also works. That was simple. Thank you, AI. Get the space with the specific ID. Make sure that the user has access to delete it. If they do, delete the space and then return them. Space deleted. What was expected here in the delete endpoint as the response? I would assume just a status code. Yeah. And it should be 400 in a few cases. I would assume if, you know, the space doesn't exist, it needs to be 400. If not space, then return a 400. If there is a space, but the creator doesn't have access, then 403, else delete the space and 200. That should be good for the delete endpoint. Next up we have get all the spaces. Yeah, I think that's that one. Yeah, get me all of my spaces. I would assume that's simple enough, guys. Of course, go through the user middleware first, and then const spaces equal to find all the spaces for this specific user, and res.json. Oh, oopsie daisy. That's my bad. Put a comma over here. Res.json spaces is going to be spaces.map. I need to give the ID, the name, the dimensions, and the thumbnail. Dimensions would be s.width x, x.height. That looks perfect. I just need to await this client.space as well. Alrighty, that looks decentish. I don't think there's anything wrong here. Just return the spaces to the user. Create an element in the space. Let's see. Add an element. That looks right. Should anyone be allowed to add an element or only creators? I would assume anyone. Anyone should be allowed to create an element. Ideally, there should be some sort of a editor functionality, an editor role. For now, let's just restrict it to the creator. So let's parse the schema for creating an element. If it is not true, then return a 404 or whatever, a 400. Then find a space where the ID is this much and the creator ID is rec.user ID. We want to make sure only I can update the space. If there is no such space, return a 400, else create a new element with image URL. That looks totally wrong. When you're adding an element, you need to give just the element ID. There should be another one, add element to space. This is right. This is for creating element. Add element schema is what I needed here. I'm not creating a new element as an admin. I am just adding an existing element. And here I can simply do await space elements dot create this space ID, this element ID, this X, this Y, and simply return the user. Element added on a status code of 200. That was simple enough to create or add an element to a space. To delete an element from a space, const parsed data equal to, okay, there is no delete element schema, it seems. Export const delete element schema, space ID and element ID. Delete element schema dot save parse rec dot body. If not success, then return a 400, get the user middleware here and make sure only the creator can delete it. So don't delete it just yet. Make sure only the creator is able to update the elements. That's what we did here as well, right? Yeah, basically add these two checks. Make sure only the creator can delete them. You can also create another middleware called the space middleware here, or space admin middleware, that is doing all of these checks so that you don't have to do them separately. We have a lot of duplicated logic right now, right? ये logic दो जगह लिखा गया है, तो इसको भी एक मिडलवेयर में डाल सकते हो ताकि सारी चेकिंग वहाँ हो, वहीं रिक्वेस्ट ब्लॉक हो जाए. यहाँ भी तो रिक्वेस्ट अर्ली ही ब्लॉक हो रही है ना, तो वहीं पे ब्लॉक कर दो inside a middleware. All right, if not space, then this. Else what will we do? Else we will delete the space elements that the user wants. Space ID any, element ID any is not assignable to space ID any. Space elements dot delete, where space ID is this thing, element ID is this thing. Yeah, fuck, the schema is totally wrong. You can't give an element ID. You have to give an ID of the space element. Okay, this is the ID of the element I want to delete. And you don't even need the space ID over here. Simply need to send, hey, ये ID का जो element है ना, इस ID का जो space element है, delete कर दो. Delete the space element of the specific ID. So if delete element schema will simply have ID z.string, and यहाँ पे I will be like space is find unique space, if not space return 400. You need that anymore? No, I mean we do need that, but it won't happen like this. I need to first get the space element, where ID is passed data dot ID, and I'm going to include the space details here as well, and here I will check. Is this space owned by the user? Space dot creator ID, or if it is not equal to this thing, then return a 403. Otherwise just delete it. So I guess you can do space element dot delete. Nah, you can't. So I have to again do a specimen dot delete where ID is this thing, rest.json element deleted. Cool. Yeah, we change the schema a little bit as well. That means the test changes as well. Dot delete slash, oh, I did not have a test for this only. Slash element. There should be a test for it. Let's see. Delete a space, delete a space, delete a space, delete a space. Yeah, I don't have tests to add and delete elements. That's bad. I should do that, because you know this bug would have been left out otherwise. Cool. Done with the delete element for delete endpoint for elements. Lastly, the space ID, or you know, get the space ID, whatever. Oh, this one's the complicated one. Yeah, this one's the complicated one, because here I need to get all the dimensions as well as all the elements. So that should be simple enough actually. Const space equal to find this thing, but also include the dimensions, or sorry, whatever, width, height, and space elements. There we go. What's the problem here? Width does not exist on space. A space should have a width and a height. What am I missing? A space should have a width and a height. Shouldn't be optional. Find unique, where ID is the space ID. Include oh, my bad. I've kept this as elements, not space elements. Makes sense. So include all the elements and include, I would assume or hope the width and height come by default. Let's see. Await, and then if I do a space dot width, there we go. It does come. If not space, then return a 400. Else return kr dimensions is this thing, and then elements is this thing. Dimensions is something, elements is spaces.elements.map. We need the image URL as well. Elements include element true. There we go. So we need to get for all the space elements the underlying element detail as well. This might become a very expensive query. We should fix that. But यहाँ पे we need the ID. That's the underlying. We need XY. We need ID, and then we need element, which is e dot element dot map. And here I have ID, e dot ID, image URL, width, height, and static. Cool, that should do it. Elements is this thing, element. That's my bad. e.element.id, image URL. Static is not a field. In a space, there should be an entry called static, which means, oh, sorry, not the space, the elements. Yeah, there should be a field called static, which means whether or not this element is static, by which I mean, you know, इस पर बंदा चढ़ सकता है कि नहीं? Can the avatar go on top of this or not? So the static boolean needs to be added here. Whenever you do that, what do? You remigrate the database, add static, and then you regenerate the client, and then you get back to work. This will eventually get fixed, the red squiggly, because I've just added static. Let's see if I'm missing something else here. Looks right. There we go. That should do the spaces ID endpoint. This needs to return everything in the space so the user can, visualize it. The dimensions, the elements, and the ID of the element, the ID of the space element, the ID of the underlying element. Cool. And the other details of the underlying element. Done with all the endpoints in the spaces router. Which one's left? Admin.ts. This should be simple enough. Where are all the admin endpoints? There we go. Start with creating an element. Now all of these need to go through the admin middleware, because, well, this is the admin and only the admin should be allowed to access these things. Cool. Let's see. Const parsed data equal to add element schema dot parse data. If not success, return. Validation failed. But if there is success, then you simply know what is happening here. You have to create a new element. So it's simple as await client.element, import client from here, and client.element.create width height static image URL. That looks perfect. There's nothing wrong here. Add element schema क्या है भाई? Oh, create element schema. My bad. There we go. Perfect. Nothing wrong here. Static is giving a red squiggly. We'll migrate the database one more time. It'll happen, or like regenerate the client. Rest.json. Element created. Admin router dot put element ID. If I want to change the thumbnail of element ID. Oh, by the way, I have to return the ID over here. So ID would be element.id, where element is this thing. Update an element const parsed data equal to update element schema dot save parse rec.body. If not success, return validation failed. If it is success, simply update an element with this ID to have this image URL and return the user a 200. Get avatars. Why would you want to get an avatar? I think this needs to be a post. Create an avatar, create a map. Create an element done, update an element is done, create an avatar and create a map. Avatar creation is simple enough. Const parse data equal to create avatar schema dot save parse. If not, then this thing else create an avatar with this name and this image URL, return avatar created, or more technically return the avatar ID. And lastly, creating a map. This needs to handle the create map schema. Can you see the benefits of defining the schema up front? And I'm just using it dhada. Map.create, let's see. Create a map. What is your schema, sir? You should definitely have a name here. Every map needs to have a name. thumbnail dimensions, name, I don't know, 100-person interview room, and then the default elements. If I go back here to schema.Prisma, every element has, a map should have, or does have a name already. That's cool. And if I go back to the types, I need to update the create map schema. Thumbnail head dimensions hai, name needs to be a z.string, default elements are fine. All right, cool. Thumbnail is this thing. Width would be dot dimensions dot split, and then height would be dot dimensions dot split, and thumbnail would be, oh, I need to pass int these. Thumbnail would be pass data dot thumbnail. There's nothing wrong here. Why are you complaining? Every map should have a thumbnail. That's the thing that appears over here, right? So let's do that. Let's remigrate the database. Add thumbnail and regenerate the client, and we're good to go. Thumbnail should get fixed soon enough. Map elements create for all of these, element ID X and Y. That looks perfect. There's nothing wrong here. Yup, and then you return a, if you're creating a map, probably return a map ID. What's the expected response here? There was no expected response, but I should add one. Cool. That's the map endpoint, and we're done with all the admin endpoints. So to recap, we are done with the admin endpoints, the space endpoints, the user endpoints. In index.ts, I'm done with the sign up endpoint and the sign in endpoint. Only thing that's left is get the elements, get the avatars, and that's pretty much it. Get the elements should be straightforward. I need to, doesn't even unauthenticated endpoint where you just return all the elements. So const elements equal to find all the elements, return all the elements to the user in a specific format though. Get a space, create an avatar, create a map, add an element, delete an element. Come on. Get available avatars. Let's just do that one first, the one below it. Const avatars equal to this thing, and rest.json avatars. I think that's good enough. Array of ID and image URL. So avatars would be avatars.map. ID and image URL. These are the two things expected. Probably a name should be expected as well, if I'm being honest. Timmy, so the user can see this is the specific avatar's name, and get available elements, create a space, get existing spaces, add element, see all available elements. There you go. Simple enough. So it needs to be elements is elements.map e ID is e.id, image URL is correct, X and Y. That looks totally wrong. This should be the width and the height, and maybe static as well. This is the list of available elements. Static, width, height, image, URL, and ID. Yeah, that looks perfect. And there needs to be an await over here. Good enough. This will fix. Cool. I think we've done everything. We have implemented the elements endpoint, the avatars endpoint, all the individual routes. Now comes the begging question. Time to bring myself on screen. This one's important. Sorry. How do I do this? 1 second. There we go. Alright guys, people can't leave me alone here, so Sargam will be sitting alongside and we'll try to debug this together, alright?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Cool folks, तो मैं बता देता हूँ. I have very basic version of Gather. Let me just show you the test suite, उससे समझ आ जाएगा. It's basically authentication endpoints. User can update their avatar information endpoints.
Makes sense.
User can get the avatar of
Other users.
Of other users and the avatars they can choose from.
Okay.
Then all of these are failing. The first one is space information. You're trying to create a space, a gather space. You're trying to update a space. You're trying to add an element at an XY position. Things like these. These are the ones that are failing right now.
Got it.
The first test that is failing here is this. Hold on. This one. User is able to create a space. This one.
Is able to create a space. What is the endpoint? Post on API/v1/space. So that is like post on space, right?
Correct.
With JSON body name equals to test, map ID and dimensions.
Yes.
Makes
and
sense.
This is failing with a 403, which is why the test is failing.
403 probably means not found.
What's
unauthenticated?
Unauthenticated.
Unauthenticated is 401, right?
441, 403, both of them. I'm just using 403 everywhere.
Okay.
So the question is...
So I think you haven't received the correct token.
That is my current guess also. Okay, this user token that I am setting in before each is wrong. This is how I create that. I sign in. And this is how I sign up. I think it should be fine. Let's log the token.
Yeah. That's be a good way to test.
Yeah.
User token, right?
Oh yeah, user token, you're right. See, that's why I need another person. Alright, it's this. That looks right. I think it's something else. The token, because token would have failed in the other requests also.
Yeah.
It is a 403.
403. Can you show me the backend route?
Yes.
Let's see backend route. This thing.
This is the one. I don't see any 403s here.
Yeah.
400 if Zod validation failed.
Yep.
400 if the map doesn't exist. And that's it. Probably is the middleware.
Middleware, yes. 403 is not token authorized. Oh, can you show your I think mistake is in authorization spelling, my guess.
That is a very good guess. Nope.
Header split to 1.
If rec dot, how do you get the route?
Rec dot
route dot path is API v1
space console dot log.
Let's restart the backend. Let's restart the tests. And if we go here, all the tests ran, control never reached here. Or this is not true. This is like wrong. Console.log rec.route.path. Sorry guys, the recording had stopped. Let me bring you guys up to speed. We've been able to fix the first error. The error was that we were sending header over here and not headers. There needs to be headers. There was a typo here. That's why there was a 403. Now we're trying to debug. It's still failing that test. A few started to pass. A few are failing. We've been able to reach Oh, my VS Code crashed.
It went to the second window.
Sorry about that. We're trying to debug if this map response is basically empty. We know that for sure. The no map is being created in the backend. So we're trying to debug why is this not working. We just saw in the logs. Oh, everything crashed. No. We just saw in the logs that there is an error. It expects map ID to be there, but it is undefined, which is why it is failing. So we need to now check why the map response is incorrect. The Zod validation error that you saw was for this endpoint. Space create nahi ho rahi hai kyunki map ID is undefined. Question is, why is map ID undefined? So what do you think?
We'll need to see the response.
We need to see the response. Yes. So you asked me to log the response. I just did that. Let's start the tests. Response will be a very big object, so you won't be able to make sense of it.
I mean,
it's this.
Okay, what? Response.data or something. 400. It's 400.
It's 400, right?
Response.data if you are using Axios.
Response.data.
Nav response.data. Or response. Undefined?
Undefined. I don't return any data from the backend. Whenever I send a 400, I don't really return anything along with it. So if I go to the spaces route again, this is the endpoint that is failing. Oh, sorry, map is failing now.
Yeah.
Map is being created in admin. So this is failing. Probably because of this. 400 सिर्फ यहीं पे है, so it is this.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, the error is
it's a tree and the string received string. No, we are looking at the wrong error actually.
This one. Map
Can
ID.
you put like something here to identify like the error is here?
Yeah, it's dimensions.
It's dimensions.
Dimensions. And if I go here, if I go to the test. Dimensions, that looks right.
What is the code? What is dimensions? In
the Zod schema?
Yes.
Add element schema. Oh, it doesn't have the dimensions.
It has height and width.
Hold on.
We are creating a map, right?
Sorry, not as. Yeah, you're right. Create map. There you go.
With its dimensions. And you are doing some kind of rejects.
Yes.
That is, okay, the rejects means it can be from 0 to 9, from 1 to 4 digits long. Into X. And you, okay, yeah, I think.
This rejects is right. I've been using it in a few different places.
Yeah, I think that is good.
And it's saying it's undefined. It's not saying, it said expected string received undefined. Now I feel like this is a different place. So let's put a log here.
Console.log. Parse data. I think like you could improve this by actually two things. One is using the debugger and another is using something like live reload.
I need debugging. Yeah, let's do that. That's good advice. Let's do live reloading at the very least.
Live reloading you can do with npx. Can you go to terminal?
Yeah.
But where is your source?
Here only, this folder.
Okay.
Source
npx ts node ts hyphen node hyphen ts node and hyphen without dev space src /
Oh, this won't work. Assume it's a JavaScript file. Oh, it cannot be a JavaScript file. Actually, the thing is, I'm using ESBuild. I'm not using TSC.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I mean, you need to do ESBuild hyphen something is there.
Yes. If I do this, it'll most probably tell. Yeah, the TSC acts up when you're using monorepos. There's a simple fix for it. I haven't implemented it. That's why I'm using ESBuild. Oh, it seems like it's working. Let's see. I mean, see, looks like it.
Bro, it works.
Oh, it works. Perfect. Does it hot reload? Let's see. Oh, it does. Perfect. High five, bro. Nice. All right.
I taught something new today.
All right. Where is parsed data? Bro, there's no parsed data.
Is there not an option like whenever some test fails and like we immediately stop that all of the test?
There should be.
Process.exit.
Process.exit where?
Oh no. Yeah. I mean.
Where is parsed data? Bro, the control isn't reaching this or what? Admin/map. Oldest trick in the book.
Console log.
All right. Oh, I see. Muscle memory. I restarted it. It was hot reloading. Still, I restarted it. All right, there we go.
Yeah, it's stretching there. But
bro,
like,
this doesn't get logged.
Yeah, that means like the data is success.
Then why was the?
Can you see? Okay. Okay, I know the error. You find yourself.
Oh yeah, very nice. Good for you. Let's see. I'll give myself 1 minute now. Else I'll be super sad if you figured it out and I didn't. मेरी दिवाली बर्बाद हो जाएगी. All right, zeros and hellos. Hellos is coming, so it's coming. So ID, rest.json ID map ID.
This also works.
Motherfucker. It does work. So we are returning it. So the question is here. What is the status?
It should be map response. Okay, I'll not say.
It's fine.
If you figure that out.
It's this only, right? It's still not it.
I mean,
hold on. That's it. And it'll just work. Good one. 7 passed. Still didn't pass. Let's see. Oh, it still didn't pass. Hold on. But the status code was wrong. We saw that. I don't know. Actually, we didn't lie. Data.id तो होता है.
How do you like access data in Axios?
.data. 200. So it is integrating. Oh, then it's as simple as doing this then.
You will get it undefined. No.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we got it. So .id should be something.
Yeah.
So the map is being created then. Yeah. So then why is this failing? I am passing the same map ID here. Oh, hold on. User token के बाद क्या है map ID? Oh, ये भी तो आ गई. So the map is being created correctly.
Yeah.
But it succeeded. So that was it.
Yeah.
So why are you like still keep going on?
No, I mean like I already knew that because can you go to the file admin.ts?
Yeah.
See like how did I think about it?
Tell me.
Yeah, go above. The moment that we didn't get a console.log in parsed data,
yeah,
I already thought that there is no any way in the world that like all of these sentences will not run, right?
Correct.
Unless your database fails. That is like way obvious, right?
That was my guess. I was going to debug this next. Okay, is this failing or not?
No. It will like, I'm pretty sure like you did the correct thing because you will not make any mistake. So I was thinking you are not receiving the JSON properly.
Right.
And I remember that thing. Like I remember that you were directly accessing with map ID equals to map response.id.
Nice.
And I told you to console.log map response, right? And you told me, no, that's like you way too large object. And at that point, I thought, right, yeah, because you access data in Axios using that way.
Nice, perfect, very cool. High five. 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗀𝗀 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝗏 0. Okay, let's see who debugs this one faster. We'll debug it silently, okay? This is the one. User is able to create a space without a map ID, empty space is failing with this error.
User is not able, right?
Users should be able to create it. If you can pass an empty map ID, that means you want to create an empty map. You don't want to use an existing map. You want to start with a fresh canvas. So
new game, right?
New game. Yeah. The problem is this is failing, which means this is fine. Which means,
I mean, I think we are looking at this thing, right? 353 or this thing. This is already passing.
Oh yeah, you're right. The one below it. All right. This is failing. Name test this thing. This to chalo is easy. You figured it out?
Yeah. Probably the schema.
Yes, exactly. So create map schema needs to have map ID as optional.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yep. Think so.
Alrighty. Yeah, all three are passing now. The fourth one is failing.
Fourth one. User is able to delete a space that doesn't exist.
User is not able to delete a space that doesn't exist. So I send him a random request. Oh, I know this. I think it's 403. I think you'll figure it out as soon as we reach the space route. Delete. Yeah. Any guesses?
I mean, what was the statement? User is not able to delete the space that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Access delete this. Here, go there. Find unique. Go here. Select creator ID. This would be fine.
Yeah, same. I first thought user middle. I'm not passing the header, but I am passing the header. So the question is, what comes back as the status? And what comes back is
undefined.
Cannot read property of undefined status.
Okay.
Response is undefined.
Is random ID doesn't exist correct? Are you sure?
Yeah. I think this is something else.
Oh, okay. That is like get all route, right?
Yeah, that's get route. Yeah. Actually, Axios I have defined as a custom function here, and delete looks right only. So okay, we're still back to square one. User is not able to delete a space
that doesn't exist. You did not pass the stay ID, right? Oh, you did there.
That's the space ID.
It's not there. Can you show the route, API route?
No, yeah, sure. I think the problem definitely isn't here. It says response is undefined.
Status is undefined.
Trying to read property of undefined, reading status. So that means response is undefined. Why would response be undefined? Is this the first delete request? It is the first delete request. So most probably there is a problem in my implementation over here of delete.
Looks good to me.
Oh, maybe whenever you're sending a delete.
Oh yeah.
You know it?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think it is?
I mean, like whenever you send a delete, right? Like you will get status code in some way, and like you will not get the status there, right? You will just get the response. I mean, I could explain what I mean.
Yeah, tell me.
What I mean is, like, it will send you some kind of response, right? 400.
Correct.
And Axios assumes all of the non-200 requests to be errors, and that reaches this part.
Correct.
And you return e.response, and there is no status in this.
So that's true for put, get, and post though.
Yeah.
Over there is a status here.
Oh, okay.
So it works for these three.
Yeah.
It might not work for this. Maybe for delete request it handles it separately. So if you look at the logs, bro, I didn't even log. Okay, now I see no logs only. Which probably means
I mean, all of the requests failed.
yes. Wait, all of them failed? Oh yeah, even the old ones. Oh, the backend is down probably. No, it's up. What happened? And no logs. All, I think the backend is down. Yeah. Bro, what happened to your TS node thingy? It's fine, we can just do NS for now. Alright, let's see. Okay, so I see a bunch of E's and then it is undefined. So for delete, unless, oh, it's probably crashing. Yeah, there we go. When it crashes, then you don't get any response over here. If it doesn't crash, then you get a response. So the question is, why is it crashing?
Yep. Something related to Prisma maybe. Finding. Oh, it's like find unique throws an error. Okay. I think I know what's wrong here.
When you're trying to delete, right? Ah, there you go. Where ID is space ID. What does it say? ID is undefined, so it's space ID. Oh, that looks right. Console.log. Different endpoint that's failing. Delete, create an element. Yeah, how do we know which one of these is failing? Oh, it's .map find unique. There's just one, this one. No, never mind. I don't know. Any guesses? I think this is the one that's failing. Before gets logged.
After also gets logged.
Where?
Here.
No, here it does. Here it doesn't.
Yeah.
So, I think when
Did you create the map with same? No.
I know. Fucking hell. It's so weird. When I try to send a random map ID that doesn't exist, this crashes. The find unique crashes.
It's like find unique either. No. Find or throw error.
Yeah, something like, or just put it in try.
Can you do like find one?
That'll probably fix it. Oh.
No, find one.
Find first.
Yes.
Yeah, that should do. Three passed. So we're getting there. Again, the fourth one failed, and the server crashed.
Cannot set headers.
After they're being sent.
Yeah, I mean like you didn't return somewhere.
Right here.
No.
Yeah. I mean rest.json, no return. And then doing more things.
Oh, okay, yeah, correct. I thought like that was end of the route.
Yeah.
This should work.
8 passed, there we go. Getting there. What the fuck? Still the same.
I mean, you are unauthorized. I saw the log. Go below.
403?
Yeah, like long message was there. Below.
Yeah, that we're logging rest there. Probably that's why. But what is this? Still reading property. Oh, because the server crashed again. This time it didn't crash. So again, this is undefined. Delete is returning an undefined. So either you don't get a response when you delete. Oh, no, we got a response this time. Maybe the server was down back then. All right, let's see. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, I mean, like a lot of text pass.
Yeah. All right, this is the next one. Sargam sir, let me remove all the logs. All right, this is the next one.
User should not be able to delete a space created by another user. So should I try this?
Go for it.
User should not be able to delete space created by another user, right? Admin.ts?
Yeah.
It is /route.
Admin / space. No, admin, sorry, it will be space.ts.
Yeah, I mean, delete is the thing that we want. Delete, right? And our thing is we should not let this thing, and it should be unauthorized. So my guess would be console.log code should reach here. Go there, do cancel to ND. Go to this thing. How many passed? 8 passed till the one failed. Where is the thing that we are interested?
The first one.
Admin user should not be able to delete a space created by another user.
Scroll down a bit. What's the
code should reach here. Code reach here.
Go back.
Damn. User should not be then here, and it should be 403 or else.
What is received and expected? Can you scroll down a bit in the terminal? Very little.
It
in the
should be 200. It should not be 200. It should be 403.
Yeah. What's the value that's coming from the backend? Scroll down a bit.
It's 403.
403.
It's correct or not?
No, it should be
200.
It shouldn't be 200. Oh, why is it 200?
Is it the tests are wrong?
Sorry?
The tests are wrong.
Hold on.
Oh, okay, one second.
What's the test? It's a one test below it. Yeah, that's the one. Delete response of this thing.
It's only 403.
Is the backend returning a 403?
Yes.
Okay, what's 403?
I mean, there are like nothing.
Yeah, perfect.
You can do one more thing. 1 second.
Yeah,
this thing, right? npx just --watts.
Just do a git init. Works.
This is better.
And now let's see which one failed. This
now
mouse is really weird.
Only the failing ones. I mean, like, this is very weird.
Yeah, the mouse is weird, right?
Yeah.
That's why I use this one. That's fine. All right. Let's see.
How many of them passed? Yeah, that one passed. I did the thing.
Admin has no spaces initially. Expected 0, received 3.
Do you reset your database after each test? So then that's the problem.
Yeah, but let's see. When I wrote this test, oh, hold on. Admin endpoints are failing. The ones above are done.
No, this is also failing.
Admin has no spaces initially. All right, let's see. And Why are there two of these with the same name? Space create response, space get response, and this gets one space after. All right. I think, yeah, when I'm creating the space above, I should create it as a user in the before each. Element 1 response, element 2 response, map response. And user is able to create a space. So I create a space for the user.
Yeah.
I don't create it for the admin.
But you are using the same user token.
No. Yeah. Like every describe block, I create a fresh admin. In this describe block, I created a fresh admin.
But you still create a space here, right?
But the user creates that. This is the user.
Okay.
I sign up separately for the user
and admin
and the admin. In the before each block, I create an element.
Okay.
I create another element. I create a map, and that's it. In the first one, I create a space for the user. Second one, I create the space for the user. Third one, I create a space for the user. Fourth one, I create a space for the user. And in the admin endpoint, I am passing in the
user.
Yeah, there we go. Admin token. All right, that should do it. Cool, that should do it.
See the terminal response once. Oh, it passed.
So hard to see here. Wait.
This is weird.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, one thing. Admin get has one space after.
Oh, I forgot to change it in one more place. Admin, and
admin. This also should be admin.
Yes, there you go. It's very hard to scroll to the top. All right, 8 passed. How many were passing before? No, I'm still failing. Expected 1, received 0.
Response.data. You gave it some kind of ID, x.id. Space created response.id.
I was hitting the wrong endpoint.
Oh, okay. I don't think we need to scroll. I think that's, yeah. Just go below. You can see all of the things, right? Only run the test that related to the change files.
By this, I will have everything in the same file, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Still failing. Received undefined. Probably means we got a status 400 from the backend. You want to debug?
Yeah. Six failed. To be defined. Okay, this is undefined. What is the status code? This is undefined. Filtered space response data. This is this correct?
Yeah, that lets you create a space.
That lets just create a space. Name and dimensions only.
Yeah, should inspect the response.data of that though.
This thing?
Yeah.
Dot data.
Scroll to the top. Logs are at the top.
No, actually, that got killed by some reason. Locks are at the top.
Yeah, scroll down. There you go. Space ID.
Space. Yeah.
That looks right. Go back. Scroll down. When in the filter, I'm doing a space ID. I am. Next, what I do? Yeah, maybe respond. Like log the filtered response. Also.
No, I know what is the mistake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. See,
Yeah,
only
pass.
one failed. One 10 pass.
Yeah.
Got it.
Convert it into a to-do. The whole suite.
Skip. Where is it starting from?
There you go.
Dot. Skip for now.
All right.
And minimize this as well.
Yeah.
After that,
39 points.
remove. Skip. Okay, let me think about this map ID. Element and ID. Element to ID.
Pretty close. Nice. Incorrect space ID returns of 400. That's fine. Correct space ID returns all the elements. Received and probably that only data.
Yeah.
Oh no, that looks right. Yeah, let's just log the response.data.
What is the other thing that we are logging here? This crazy thing.
Space not found.
Space not found.
Slash space ID. Oh,
this is correct. Where are you getting the space ID?
Before each block, most probably.
And that probably means it's something wrong with here.
What the fuck? Cannot post API v1.
Oh,
the
space. Space.
There we go.
Passed?
I think it should.
Passed or what? Yeah.
No, 39 points are still failing.
Oh, user is not able to hit. That is, this thing is.
No, first above. The test suite above it. That's what we're testing.
This or this?
This one. 39 points, yeah.
We got the response for that, right? Space response.
This one, yeah.
This we got, right? Or not?
I think so. We didn't test it, so let's do it. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, space ID. Space ID. This looks good to me. And what is failing? This thing?
The first test, above it.
This?
Yeah. Incorrect space returns of 400.
This is incorrect.
Correct.
And we are getting space ID. Axios.kit. Looks good to me actually.
The first one is fine, the second one is failing. Can you log the data here? Elements.length to be 3. Yeah, why is that? I never created 3 elements in this space. Or did I? Oh, I sent the map ID and this map has 3 elements. It does have 3 elements. I think there's a bug in our code only then. When we create a new space, if there is a map ID, we run all of this logic. We create the space elements, but I'm assuming there's a bug over here. It doesn't create 3 elements for that space. How can I comment all the other tests and only run that one test?
You can do like skip to all of them.
That will just be very long to undo also.
Okay. I think I know what you can do. You can go here, and after that you can do W, and after that you can do some kind of filter I, right? Interactive. I mean, like we can do something, but I also don't know how to do that.
Got it. You can interactively run tests. That's pretty cool actually. Like I can run some tests that I want like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. All right. There's a bug over here most probably. So let's see when we create the space.
Or for now, what you can do find all, and all of the tests you can replace them with tests.skip.
We can do that actually. Let's do that. Map elements. Alright, let me try one more thing. If it doesn't work, we'll try to make the process faster. How many elements here? Come on, give me a 0. What the fuck? So something is up in my build process. npm run dev I have to do it twice to make it reload. I think I'm messing something up when I'm building. I think I know what that might be. Oh no, control never reached here. Control never reached after also. Control never reached the create space endpoint. Even though in my before each, I create a space right here. No, sorry, this is an avatar. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what were we testing?
We are testing the arena.
Arena endpoints, right? Here I am creating a space. Right here.
Yeah.
In this endpoint, I have put a log, right?
Where? Oh, after.
And here.
Yeah.
But if you look at it, I don't see any afters here.
Yeah.
Why is that? You can't debug, you have to figure out without touching the keyboard.
Maybe you did like some other type, like the route never hit, or like some kind of some kind of validation failed.
Yeah,
I would say Jod or some validation failed.
That's a good guess. What we can do is check, did the control ever reach here?
I mean, like Jod validation never failed.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Nah, control never even reached.
Never reached, yes.
What the fuck?
Space router. Dot data.
Dot data would be empty only, I would say. Oh, I did return back something. Space ID.
Now something is crazy.
But the control, endpoint, there you go, it came now. It came here.
Okay, without touching keyboard, now you need to figure out.
Okay. I mean, schema only most probably.
This much we can do.
Yeah, we can move between the files. We can't put more log statements.
Okay.
So my guess is, schema validation is failing.
You are absolutely wrong.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. You see
Why?
it? You see it?
No. I mean, like it can never fail, because if it was the case, we will get this console, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. So basically, it reaches here because the control never reaches here.
Yeah. Probably find first is fine. Its problem is in here. Yeah.
Question is, why does it even go here when I'm passing the map ID?
Oh, you can create with an empty map, right?
Yeah, but I'm passing the map ID here.
Map ID is undefined.
There you go.
Yeah.
You should just search the code base for this, man. Pawns. There you go, another one. All right. Two passed, nice. All right. First two passed, now the third one failed. God, this will take like all day.
Delete endpoint is able to delete an element.
You create a new, you get a space, and then you delete an element, and then you check that the number of elements has gone down to 2 from 3. Expected 2, received 3, which means we're not deleting the element correctly. Element 0, right? That looks right. Let's look at the delete endpoint of space.ts.
Do it without the logs.
Sure. Space is this thing, not space. This thing. Oh, what the fuck? No, I want to delete the element, not the space. This one.
That is post.
Yeah. And what are we sending here?
Delete.
There we go. Oh, sorry, that is the post one. There should be a delete one. That's the one. Everything looks right to me. Only thing is if this fails. Space ID, element ID, element ID. And this thing is, oh, correct. I changed this a while back. Like I changed the schema completely. There we go. Is there another such endpoint? Not a post, but a delete. Nah, alright. I think that should have fixed it. Nope, that didn't fix it. Alright. Okay, now we have to find more. This has an ID which is a string. I think the schema validation succeeds now.
I also think so.
Maybe the admin created the space and the user is trying to delete the space. User is trying to delete it, and who created it? User only created it, so that's fine. You see it?
No.
You have to do it without the logs.
You are using local Prisma, right? Local Postgres?
Yeah. What do you want to tell me?
No. Let's see.
I think my current guess, this is undefined. Most probably that's not the case, but that's my guess.
Good guess. But can I again see the route?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably is that thing only.
So putting the first log for the day.
That log. Yeah.
And it is not undefined.
We need to look at the server actually now. Like I'm thinking about the unauthorized.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. No, the status.
No, because status is fine.
Yeah.
But like we are not looking at that also. I mean.
We're not looking at the status of the delete request.
Yeah. Go to that file. See, like we are not looking at this, right?
Yes.
Can you inspect this thing?
Inspect it as in?
Inspect this await, console.log and put resp.data.
Wait, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
we're
not.
This is the delete request, correct. Console.log rest.data and rest.status. So the data is message unauthorized, which means the control is reaching. You see it?
Yeah.
See it? I don't see it.
I mean, yeah. This is the exact thing, right? That is failing.
Yeah, but why? Because space element dot space dot creator ID. Either I'm not putting in the creator IDs correctly when you create the space. Bro, imagine if this was blind tests. You can't see what's happening inside the test. And
you did not reload the server.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like how hard would it be to debug this? If there's a platform like Codeforces, where you have to
you don't have the control of either party, right? Both of the parties.
Your control you have, chalo. But you don't have control of the other party, the test.
It's very hard. We'll have to assume that whatever they wrote, that is correct.
Exactly. That hopefully is, otherwise so it's very bad. I don't see the logs now. The control doesn't even reach here. What the fuck?
Control reaches there, most likely.
Why is it not logging? Let's see. Bruh. What do you think? Something so simple. So.
Do you know?
No, not yet, but I know it's so simple. Like this is very. This isn't rocket science, right? It's just developers being developers.
I mean, like, now I can only think user middleware is failing.
Yeah, that's.
See, user middleware is failing probably. Or like you haven't given the headers properly.
That looks right. Axios.Gather.
So, I know it, I think I know it.
Authorization. This is failing, right? You know it?
I think so.
There's no typo here that says headers here. Unless there's a different way to send headers to a delete request, which I don't think that's the case. We've done it before. I can't see it.
You can't see it?
What do you see? This is running an unauthorized.
Actually, like, I think the header is incorrect. I'm pretty sure. But see once.
Oh, that looks right. Let's go to the middleware and log. Oh, we're already logging it. Let's just log it for all of them.
Andy. Undefined.
Colon space ID. Is that the delete request?
Yep.
Yeah. So it is undefined. You see it? Authorization.
Can you show that once? What is a delete request?
Right.
Here, right?
Headers, authorization, delete.
Do you know the argument thing? First is the that thing obviously, right?
Let's see. Hey. There's a different delete we've done before that worked. So.
Yeah. See here, like you have headers as in second argument, but second argument we had a body there.
Yes, you're right, sir. You're right. Where is the delete request? This one. So you're saying
ID. See.
Oh, sorry. This is the element.
Yeah. Can you have body in delete request?
I think so. Let's see. Delete body Axios. Oh, seems like you can't. Or there's like some very weird way to send both payload and body. Payload, that's what we are doing. And what these guys are doing is URL headers data. There you go. Yeah, it's different. Nice. So headers will go data and headers. All right. Now we need to check all the delete requests.
Delete this part.
Looks right. Looks right. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Let's see. Still the same. Bruh.
Delete and void. But like, do you agree with that thing, right?
Yeah. This is what we had to change for sure. The question is what else we have to change. Space not found.
Now we're getting something else.
I think now the data is not going correct. Oh no, this wall validation would have failed. Space not found.
Yeah.
In the delete for an element.
Yeah. I mean, like I saw there, like you check for space also, right?
Yeah, you shouldn't anymore. That changed. Where do I check for the space?
Space element, and if not space element or something, right?
Space not found can't return over as space not found. Delete space ID. Delete element ID maybe need. There you go. And that's the post. Get delete. This is to delete a space element. Ah, my bad. This is fine. Yeah, you're right.
Now here is the problem.
Yes, it says space doesn't exist, but I am passing the space ID here. And if you look at the delete, that's what we expect here. Let's look at the logs. Space ID.
Request at params dot space ID element.
Where do you see it? Ah, there you go. Element.
What is element?
Ah, fuck, bro. I know it, but I know the answer. Figure it out. Oh no, that's so bad. That's on me. I wrote something bad.
Delete endpoint is not able to delete.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
Test is fine. There's something wrong with the file.
I mean, was this fine? No.
Yeah, we were trying. What did it say? No, that was fine.
Delete element is not able to delete an element.
That is fine.
This is fine, right?
This is fine.
Previous was wrong.
Previous was fine. Previous was fine. This is wrong.
This was fine.
This was fine.
Okay. This thing was fine.
Yes. You can see there's a handler for it in space.ts.
Here.
Not this. There's another one. Slashed element. Search for it. There you go. Oh no, delete. This is a post. There should be delete. There you go. So do you see the problem?
Here. Space element. Oh, the control never reaches here.
Yes. Why?
It's very simple, sir. You need to make this route above.
Proud of you. Very nice. इसको कर लो GPT बहन चो दिमाग खराब हो जाए तुम्हारा. If you don't know this, you just don't know this routing order.
Yeah.
दिमाग पकड़ के बैठे रहो.
I mean, like, I think about these things like most of the time. That's why, like, very easy.
And it failed on our faces.
No, because now see, think. Okay, no, it's fine.
It's still better though. Like, it's better than what we had before. Oh, it's still coming though. Let's see. Very nice. I didn't think you'd find it so. Oh, 3 passed. There you go. It passed, I think.
Passed it, yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you thought like I'll take a long time.
That's a very good work for a good engineer. If that means you've done a lot of express, you know, ordering matters. Most people just.
No, I mean, like you think about like how code runs, right?
Yeah.
Because like I was already catching that route, so how would I catch something?
Exactly. All right. Adding element that lies outside the dimension should fail. Oh, I don't have the check for this only. Fuck. Chalo, update the code.
Where is that? Space.ts. What is the route we are hitting? Post. Yeah, I mean here.
Get the space. We just need to check that the element shouldn't lie outside.
Oh, we need to see the boundary.
Yes.
Okay, now we need to check this thing, right?
Okay.
Oh, we are using Superman. Why do I need to type? Bro. What was it?
There you go, there you go, there you go. Perfect, that's perfect. Done.
No.
Question mark dot data, I think. Types.
Bruh.
All right, that was quick.
If AI does it, AI does it.
4 pass, there we go. Last one for this test suite. And then it fails. Oh, this still didn't happen. I think that something is up with my backend. It doesn't restart the first time. I'll tell you why. Or let's see if you can. It didn't work either. All right. Now let's see what's up. What was expected? 400. What came back? Your response is not defined only.
Oh, okay.
There we go. 5 passed.
5 out of 5. Fix both.
Fixed what?
Fix both of them.
Oh, what the fuck? Everything passed.
Yeah.
Cool. No, that's the 89 points, right? Yeah, there you go.
We need to do the below ones also.
Yeah, I think that's WebSocket though. For that we'll have to. For that you will have to write the WebSocket. No, this is admin endpoints. We still have to do these. Why are all of these failing? Every test failed. Every test I was debugging and fixing and debugging and fixing. Why is everything skipped?
Oh, because we skipped that one.
Failed. 2 passed. Okay, that's not.
Only one is failing. User is not able to hit admin clouds. Okay, I mean, should I?
User, yeah, go for it. Last one, most probably. Go.
We aren't checking for user here at any place.
I already see the issue.
Huh?
I already see the issue. It's not the issue what you're talking about. Admin middleware checks that.
Oh, okay. User is not able to hit admin endpoints. Bro, how many of them are here? 4 or 3? Object is equality.
It's just test.
Okay.
Point is, you should receive a 403. You're receiving a 200 when the user is hitting an admin endpoint.
I mean, I think the main problem is with admin middleware only, or not? No.
There's a check on line 17.
Then when are we sending that thing then? 200. So restart.json sends 200, right?
Yes.
So, okay. Either we are not creating the user properly.
Right there.
Here?
No. It's the answer is in that file, the route file only, admin.ts only.
Answer is here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So also I'll also ask you a follow-up question once you figure out.
I can't seem to. Okay.
It's not necessary this endpoint is faulty.
This endpoint is faulty.
It's not necessary. I test 4 endpoints there.
What?
If you look at the test.
Yeah. Okay.
There are 4 assert statements here for 4 different endpoints. First endpoint might be working correctly.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, second one is admin/map. Oh, okay. Only the second one is not running, right? Okay, what is the second one? Map response. What is map response? Map response is admin/map, and we go to admin file and we go to admin/map post, right? We go here. How do we get to on it status code? We go here. Can't seem to figure it out.
Come on, it's right there. You know it.
Do I?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't added the middleware. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But what is a better way to fix this? You will have to add this to all 4.
Where is router?
Exactly. Perfect.
And we replace all of these with nothing there, and we check how many admin middleware are there. There should be 2. That is fine.
Perfect. Very nice. Follow-up question का तो ऐसे जवाब दिया भाई. Very nice. Alright, restart the server. If there was a contest like this, you can't see the tests, but you have to write the code. It'll tell you what all test titles are failing. It'll give you the titles, not the test body. Would you give that contest? Let's say whoever is first, whoever passes all the tests first gets a MacBook Pro.
I mean, like, I want a MacBook Pro, but probably not. I mean, there is a decent chance that anyone can lose, right? That's anyone game.
Yeah. I mean, the same like code forces, right?
Yeah.
There is luck in some behalf.
But yeah. Like, you will improve eventually.
Yeah, I think this is a great way to learn. All right, still the same.
Oh.
Undefined. Server crashed.
Fine. 2 failed. Expect. Update response.
Oh, status code I've written.
Bro, I know what the mistake that you did. You did something like S and did like 2 and you get that thing, right?
Yeah.
This is like it's the hardest thing to debug actually.
There we go. Perfect. Now let's uncomment all the tests.
All the tests?
Yeah, like unskip all the tests.
Should I do anything else? No, right? List a doc. Replace. Voila.
Congratulations. You are hired.
Hired to 𝗥𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Alright, now comes the more difficult bit. These tests that I had commented before because I didn't know skip was a thing. Like I knew it was a thing, I didn't remember it for jest. Alright.
Did you tell like some AI to write all 1000 lines of code test, or did you write it by yourself?
All of them. You can't. I have the schema file in a Notion doc. Then I wrote all of these myself. Took like 2 hours. But then when I pasted this whole thing in GPT, it gave me like functioning WebSocket and HTTP servers.
Oh.
It wasn't structured as a single file. But so I was thinking, people use AIs to write tests. But what if you write tests and AI gives you the code?
I mean, that will be, I think, more better with like new OpenAI models like O1.
Yeah.
Because O1 checks itself. So what you can do, it create a HTTP server and test itself.
Exactly.
Whether you are currently aligning with the
tests or not.
Yeah.
That's great. Like Then as long as you can write the tests, code खुद लिखा जाएगा. All right, boy. The harder bit. You want to do it, or are you?
I mean, like you start the thing, structure it, then after that maybe I can write a few functions.
Okay, cool. Let me finish the WebSockets server. We'll go from there. We have less than an hour left, so yeah. Cool. Alrighty, guys. Moving on to the next section, writing the WebSockets server. If you look at the slides now, we are done with writing the backend. Took the longest time, but that's fine. Now we have to write the WebSocket layer. We'll probably call it there. I'll write a simple front end and we'll call it there. इसके बाद के जो steps थे will probably be another video, or I don't know, we can talk. Yeah, I think the video is already 6-7 hours long. So let's write the WebSocket layer and go from there.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Alright, folks, going to sprint through this. We already have an AI to help us. We have the WebSocket project. I am going to initialize it. cd cd metaverse and apps ws npm init-y to initializes npx tsc-init to create the ts config. Going to copy the ts config from http, nothing really changes, into WebSocket, and going to add the build script, which will be the same from here as well. So package.json from here has a bunch of scripts for building the project and running it. Going to paste them here and we're good to go. Let me create a source folder inside which I'm going to add index.ts, where I'm going to write all of the code. The first thing we need to do is initialize WebSockets. So WebSocket Node.js. That's the one. This has a very nice starter demo that you can, kick things off from this one. All right, let's do a pnpm add.
Is this?
And going to replace this. Oh, that's not the server. You're right.
This is a client.
There we go.
Simple server.
So what this is doing is getting the WebSocket server object from WS, initializing the WebSocket server on 3001. You see a lot of red squigglies because you need to get the types of WS here as well. Now, what are the things we need to support? Let's go back to the test. If you look at the test, we need to pretty much do this. Whenever a user will sign up on the HTTP server, do their thing, and then eventually, one big thing I remember was, where am I initializing the WebSockets?
Set up WebSocket.
But why was it saying this variable is unused then? Oh, because I had commented. Never mind. Yeah, so this is where the real WebSocket setup happens. I try to connect to the WebSocket server for user 1 and user 2. Then I send it a join event. So that's the first type of event we have to support. If you remember the schema for the WebSockets layer looked something like this. So these are the endpoints we have to support. 2 things that people can send and a bunch of things that people can receive. On the server, we need to maintain a very big rooms object. So we need some level of state management, a room manager of sorts that stores which user is in this space currently, and what are the spaces that are active right now, things like these. So I'm going to create 2 classes. One is a user class and a room manager class. User.ts and room manager.ts. Both of them are going to be classes. Export class user. The user class is going to take a WebSocket as an input. So that's fine. So WS WebSocket. This probably comes from the
WebSocket
library. Private WS WebSocket. This dot.
Wait, but in TypeScript what you can do is, this is like a long thing, right?
Yeah.
I think you do directly private here and it automatically does this. Or am I wrong?
Might be right.
Let's close that and again close this third WebSocket equals to WebSocket also.
Yeah. Very cool. Init handlers. This .ws.on message. Anytime we receive a message, what kind of message can we receive? There are 2 types of messages we can receive. Parse data.type, either a join event or a movement event. So case join case.
Case. Move.
There we go. Inside here, that means that the user has joined. They'll probably send you a room ID or space ID. Const space ID. Equal to
pass data.payload.
Pass data.payload space ID and room manager dot add user room ID, sorry, space ID, and this. I smell a circular dependency coming between user and room manager. Let's see. Export class room manager. That looks sort of right. I think it just needs to have rooms, room ID, and an array of users. Constructor. So you said I can simply, oh yeah, this needs to be a singleton for sure. So this can still be this, but we'll have a private constructor which will do this dot rooms equal to new map and static get instance if this done. So what we're doing here is creating a singleton. The reason we are doing that is so that, you know, we have all the state in a single place. We don't reinitialize the room manager again and again. And we need to have a public function called
add user. Yeah, I also spell a
circular dependency. Yeah. Space ID and user ID. Now if I do user here, that will probably be, oh, that there already is one room manager and a circle manager. So how can you get rid of that? Or do you need to get rid of that? If I just import the type here, will that create a problem?
Maybe.
We'll see. Circular dependencies create problems sometimes.
Write a function.
Sorry?
You need to write function.
Oh yeah.
Inside classes.
Public thing, this dot rooms dot get or whatever. You can do it in a single line as well. If not, that looks good. Else do this. No, that looks wrong.
The types are not there.
Space ID is a string. User. That looks good. All right, that looks fine. And then there needs to be a function called broadcast here. Tell me.
This feels wrong to me. This should be also with dot, right? Array. You are adding, like, for if this doesn't exist, an empty array. This is like outer array and again like inner array.
So this is the array.
Yeah.
Dot of either this or an empty array. So if this doesn't exist, then an empty array, spread out an empty array does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like it's empty, right?
Correct.
But in this case, you are getting array inside array. Is that what you want?
We don't get array inside array.
If like this thing doesn't exist.
That's fine. Empty array is still being spread out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Types.ts export. And user, and here what will we do? No, room ID also. U is not equal to user, or more technically, maybe let's give every user an ID. Function generate random ID. if user dot id, then you should probably just add a send function here, which takes some payload as an input, which is going to be an outgoing message. And we can simply do this. And here we'll do us.send. Perfect. I don't see any problem here. This is a broadcast function that the room manager has, so that whenever a user receives an event like movement, it can just tell the room manager, hey, please move off, move to a certain location. So when you join, you call add user, and you send back them a join acknowledgement, which is this one right here with their spawn position. This will get tricky. Their spawn position needs to know that they're not sitting on top of a chair. They shouldn't spawn on a random spot. So you need to make this server talk to the database, or the server talk to the HTTP server, and make sure the user isn't sitting on a static block. If they're sitting on a static block, that's a problem, right? We should write tests for this. We don't have them, so it will work without it. But you should make sure. Do you understand the problem?
I understand.
Yeah. Cool, then we can move on. Join space joined. And I'm just going to give it a random spawn point for now. Oh, I also need to give it the users. Okay. That looks right. Yes, too good, man. Users ID colon this thing. So not be this, it will be ID colon this thing. And what else? Space ID? No. Space joined, spawn point, and that's all. Spawn.
Let's do 0, 0 for now.
Yeah, or maybe like some number between.
Math.random. So yeah.
Maybe 20 is good enough, because all our tests are less than 20 right now. But yeah, this is wrong. This is bad. We need to know the dimensions, and only based on that.
Add some to do, and maybe someone will fix with a PR.
Yeah.
This is really hard actually.
Get the actually this is, we can just hit the database here. Since we're using a monorepo, I can always do client from
add Prisma client
db/client.
You haven't installed it in the packages. Workspace star. Package this one is wrong.
Oh, that's right. I think I need to do a redo.
No, package this one you have extra comma.
Oh, package this one, got it.
You need to fpnpmi.
Oh, my bad. All right, that looks good. Yeah, there we go. And over here, we just need to check the, let's just get the dimensions for now. Space dot find one, where and if this space doesn't exist, you can just close the WebSocket connection right then and there, because the user is trying to connect to a space that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Return, right?
And this should also probably happen later on. There we go. And space joined, and then the spawn point will be any random point for now between 0 and space dot width and space All right.
You haven't returned yet. That's why you are getting squigglies.
Yes, good one. All right, what else? I think that the first part is done. And the second part is going to be, fuck. Nah, that's fine. Cool. Second part is when you send a movement event. Then we need to, do we expect the space ID in the movement event? Probably not. Every user should also store the space ID they're currently in. We have the space ID. What we want to do is, I want to move to some YZ point. Every user needs to have an X and Y also.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, you should get X and Y here and set it there itself.
I'm thinking one step ahead, playing 4D chess. X and
this X.
All right, that looks good. When you try to move, the first thing we do is get the X and Y const move X equal to move Y equal to. We don't do that until, firstly, this will not be this dot send, this will be broadcast, but only if this dot X minus move X math dot absolute of this thing
is equals to 1.
Equal to 1, or
AI had you.
Is there a better way to do it? Math dot apps of this dot X minus move X math dot square.
Math dot apps is correct.
Actually, you don't need it. How do you do square?
Oh, no. Okay.
I'll have to multiply it.
Then
we don't even need that, was it?
I mean, it's right? Like it says, it's user can only move like left, right, top, and bottom.
Correct.
So math that absolute it should be equals to 1.
1 second. What's the issue here? X is number, Y is number. These should be proper numbers. If either const X
displacement
X displacement equal to this thing, const Y equal to this thing. If either X displacement is 1 and
Y and,
because we need to make sure they can't move diagonally. Either they move up in one direction, horizontally or vertically. They can't do both together. So if one of them is true,
this sounds like crazy actually. You can move diagonally, right?
Not
but
in
like
gather. Room manager broadcast. Outgoing message user and room ID. Outgoing message.
user.
You don't need the room ID there, but that's fine. Cool. Else you will tell the user itself, okay, move back, send, movement rejected. Perfect. So there'll be a return here.
Payload for the movement rejected.
X and Y.
Okay.
Like your original positions. Movement is done. Leave and join event. User left and user join. Ah, fuck. So whenever you join, everyone in the room needs to get a user join event. Room manager.get broadcast user dash joined. Payload is just X and Y. No user ID. User joined kahan hai? Join event, there you go. User ID and this thing. Oh fuck. When you join, you send a token.
And you need to verify that, right? Whenever we are upgrading to WebSocket.
Yeah. So when you receive the very first message, you will also get a token here, const token equal to this thing. What the fuck? And then if GWT if decode, no, verify token comma what's our secret?
Do you have .env installed?
Nah. We have default values though. This is another thing that should be in a common module. I'm not putting it right now, but this should be in a common module. Alright, you have to verify this thing. Dot user ID. This is sync, right? Verify.
Yeah.
If not user ID, then again you. Else you do it this dot user ID to user ID. Alrighty, that looks good. Then we go over here, and now when I tell everyone user has joined, I send their user ID along.
There is a mistake here.
Tell me.
Spot it.
Oh, hold then. 1 second. Why the red squiggly, bro? Broadcast needs to have this and alright, there's a mistake here. You said this.
Yep.
yeah, helped me. It put a return statement there. Yeah. Alright, this is done. Yep. Movement rejected. Move. What's left? User left event. So when the WebSocket connection closes, which will happen in the, let's either remove user or destroy function. This dot room manager, sorry, dot remove user this. And what would this guy do? User and space ID. If this has space, if the room has space, then return the space ID. That's fine. And first, let me do this .ws dot. Sorry. Dot get instance dot broadcast. What is the event called? User dash. It's leave?
Yeah.
No, user dash left. Payload. User ID. All right, bro, hands off. I think I'm done. Only thing that's left is index.ts. Whenever a user comes, you do a const equal to new user ws. Whenever the user dies, ws.on close user destroy.
It's fine because like initially user is undefined.
Oh yeah. Cool. Anything left?
Don't think so. There's something wrong with that thing, room manager.
1 second. Space join, movement, rejected movement, leave, user join. All right, you said room manager? The thing. Anything else?
No, looks good.
All right, let's do an ND. npm pnpm.
Yes.
Have you used bcrypt?
Yeah.
Some Postgres password I showed here. Oh, probably mine is only. Oh, huh?
What about bcrypt?
Oh, it acts up with ES build for some reason.
Yeah, it acts up with like a lot of things nowadays.
Got it. Yeah, at least for ES build.
Why do you even need Postman? Directly run the test.
You're not wrong. All right, let's do that. CD tests. Yeah, let's just do it.
npx just.
I think we commented everything. Just the WebSocket test should run. HTTP server is up. Yeah, all failed as expected.
Everything failed.
Huh, send before connect. I thought we had been waiting for it. Get back a ACK before joining the space. Oh, I don't know. Wait, this, my bad.
Async?
Ah, my bad, bro. Desperately need to play football. All right. Are we still recording? We are. All right, one failed, one total. Taking a long time. It's getting stuck somewhere. That's a good sign. Yeah, it's probably stuck here. ws.on open, sorry, equal to R. It's taking more than 5 seconds for a test. Question is it reaching a test? That's my first guess or hope.
Is the socket value correct? Oh,
Yeah.
Probably is, yeah, because 5,000.
Yeah. Inside first test. Let's see. Okay, it does reach here, so the WebSocket server is connecting. We can also just console.log user connected. Yeah.
You have to do it lightly, sir. Yeah, see, what the process has failed.
Oh, if you do it twice, it cancels. Okay, that's cool. The point is, it does reach here. So before each is working, the test bracket fails. It's probably able to send the message.
Does that get beyond this 949?
Probably not. That's probably where it's stuck. Console.log after before. Yes, stuck on before.
Sorry.
This wait and pop last message is a very weird thing that I've written.
Set interval.
Arrays are passed by reference, right?
Okay,
that should be fine.
Wait for and pop latest message.
Yeah, what this does is it waits for the latest message to respond back on one of the sockets, and only when the message comes back does it resolve to the next line. So when we're sending an event, we're expecting back an event. So we send the join event, we call this function. It's waiting for the message to come back.
This looks
ugly is the word.
I mean, like, very hard to
understand.
I mean, like, not to understand, but like,
yeah, it's also like taking longer. Every 100 milliseconds is running something, which is not good. There's no back off. Anyways, the point is, let's log the incoming messages on the WebSockets. There you go. Log first socket. Oh fuck, no message comes. It's right? ws.onMessage equal to something.
I think so. Where do you get the WebSocket client? The above one? This thing?
Oh, native. That's native, yeah.
Is there a native WebSocket client in Node?
Yeah.
I mean, like, now I see things like that is only the problem.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
What was the example thing that we saw previously for setting a WebSocket?
Oh, no, you can use that library as well. You can import WebSocket from here as well. Or you can use a native WebSocket. Both are different implementations of the same protocol.
Okay.
Yeah. Almost there, sir. Almost there. 10 minutes, bro. Message is not coming back. So either the issue is in our server or our client. My guess is it's in the server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to respond back with a hi.
Yeah.
Hello. 22 on open. I think that works. Nice. Oh wow, I like it. तो थोड़ा clickbait है but हाँ चल सकता है. Because we're not exactly building this, but sure. Side पे कुछ gather type डाल दो. दिखाना जरा. So this is the thumbnail for tomorrow. By the time you're seeing this video, quality is really good, but is it clickable? Yeah, build your own करके कुछ डाल दो ना, 6 hours, something like that. It makes sense. Alright, so we're sending this, it never gets received by the guy. There is no log in our WebSocket server. Is on message even a function? Do you have to do a on?
Oh, okay. Can you go there? Can you go up? I think I know it.
You know it?
I think.
You know it? Motherfucker, he knows it. Okay. Let's see. The connection is opening for sure. Server is doing it. This is resolving. So it's opening the connection. On message just shit bricks. I don't know. Tell me.
You need to first look into. I may be wrong, but you don't know it until it shows up. On something, right?
Yeah.
On open, and from there you listen to the messages.
Yeah, we wait for it.
Oh. Does that wait?
Yeah, await new promise, resolve. It resolves when the socket opens, right?
Maybe. Can I put like console log before and after here?
Yeah, it's like going to the test, so it should be console log before promise, because if it wouldn't have happened, WebSocket 2 wouldn't have connected. That's done below it.
Oh, okay. The mouse is bad.
Oh yeah, see, after promises.
Yeah. Oh. So, I mean, I don't see it now.
Okay, what I can do is, let me go to Postman and try connecting and see do I get back a response. So if I go to new WebSocket, connect to
WebSocket local is 3001.
I connect, I don't receive, oh, I received a hello, there you go. So I do receive a hello. Question is, why do I not receive an event over here? WebSocket on message. Yeah, we can try this, but I think they both do the same thing only. Do I have to do this before or what? Before waiting for it to open or what?
No.
That shouldn't change anything, right?
No.
Would be very funny if that was it.
I mean, like, now I'm thinking that can.
Let's see. Wait for it to open and then WS2, then have the handler, then wait for it to open. Alright, refresh. Something better came this time, bro. Still no second this thing and first this thing. Yeah, nothing happened.
Bruh.
Okay. This receives a hello correctly.
Can you like copy the code from here? See like.
If a simple node
is the implementation of WebSocket on client same on the WebSocket client and server?
It is, yes, I'm sure of that.
Then
there's some bug or something that's causing this line to fail. Yeah, I should have logged this above, वैसे. There might be a silent error happening on WS1 messages and WS2 messages. There you go. Second, there you go. There's a bug over here, which is silent, so we couldn't see it. Question is, what is the bug? Am I not initializing this to an empty array initially?
Wow.
And the answer is, no, I am. Can you not call push? JSON.parse is failing most probably. Event.data is hello, so of course it is failing.
And oh, it was so silent.
Yeah, it was silent. Alright, let's try that again. Now it doesn't happen. Why didn't start the server? Alrighty. So we have a real problem in our logic then. We are not responding back. Let's keep this, but let's go back to when you do a new user, you do your thing. Hopefully you receive a join message. Console.log received. And hopefully the control reaches here. And hopefully the control reaches here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, like, I also do this thing.
All right. User and nothing else happened. I'd never received the join event. Parse data.type. What do I send here? type join. So what is this? What the fuck? It's also like event.data or something.
No, that's fine. That's fine actually.
That's fine.
Yeah, because data will be first bytes array. You convert it to string and parse it.
I think the problem might be here in your WS thingy. Or I'm not passing WS. Let's see. I am. Bruh. So I never receive a message from the client, even though the client is doing this. Yeah. Control never reaches there. Why? What if this is it?
No.
That doesn't seem like it. This on data hota hai kya?
No, on message only.
What are we missing? This never triggers, even though I am connecting and sending. This never triggers. Why? Because I see it. Do you see it?
What do you see?
Like dumbest mistake ever.
I don't see it at all.
Still don't see it?
Oh, still don't see it. No.
Take 1 minute. We have all the socket handlers and init handlers.
We didn't call init handlers anywhere.
Yes, sir. Alrighty. Done hai ji. Now let's try it. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Finally something came. Some movement event came. That is cool.
Don't tell me all of that is fast.
No. इतना अच्छा लग तो नहीं है. But ठीक है, something is happening. Data is going to and fro. Some tests are stuck also, but that's fine. All of them exceeded timeouts. Fuck, that's not good.
Now we need to think about the logic.
Yeah.
Like there is a strange thing that you do, right?
Yeah.
Wait for something.
Yeah.
Does that work properly or not? Remove that log maybe.
Wait, control never reaches here. We never receive any data from the front end, like from the WebSocket server. Neither this nor this. And now I'll go to the server and look at all my logs. This got logged, this got logged. Join never got logged. What is parse data? Type movement. Move. But the spec says
move.
So let's just replace that's one. What about the join event? We never get the join event, bro. Get back aqua join space. This event never reaches the server, I think at least. Yeah, see the move event came, join event never came. Why?
What is there in user dot like okay there go above okay bash data dot type.
Why are only move events coming? How are even move events coming before join? I don't get it. Join again move. I clearly sent join here. What the fuck?
JWT.
Okay.
I mean, like the postman, you should not trust that at all.
You shouldn't trust why?
Because you did not send the proper payload, right?
Right.
In joined, you need to send the token, but you don't have it.
That's fine. At least it reached there. That's
okay,
good.
okay, I see it.
So when I start it and I connect to it and I send it, why does it take so long?
It says user connected, right?
Yeah, I have some infinite loop somewhere. It's taking too long.
And it disconnects.
Yeah, after a long time this comes and disconnects. We have some sort of a infinite for loop somewhere. Definitely not here. Yeah. Okay, let's do this return.
Return will never reply back to WebSocket, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to see them log. See, it's taking so long for the messages to log here.
No. Bro.
Wait, why are there 4?
Yes.
There's some infinite loop. I'm initializing handlers one too many times.
No. That is correct.
You see it? This is getting called more than once. This gets logged 4 times. Oh wait. Yeah, exactly. I have one connection. Why is it getting it 4 times? Almost there, guys.
You need to do ND.
Connect and send. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sent again. Then the first one came. Then I sent again. Then 2 of them came together.
Now 3 will come. 4. See. Now it's a D5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we doing? Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? Yeah, buddy.
That is wrong.
That's still wrong.
Yeah.
What? On open. Oh.
There's not a data here.
That's fine. Send. Fuck, still taking so long.
No. Is it on open or on connection or something? Open only, right?
Oh, you don't even need this. Of course. This is it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah.
God, that's so dumb. Alrighty, we good.
Ah.
And send, and there we go. Perfect. Now we are going to run some tests. Can't believe people are laughing at us. Such an obvious thing.
I don't even think like most people know like why did we remove that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm guessing that.
Okay, payload is empty for the moment. Why? Why is payload empty? Or it's not stringified? No, it's not. It's empty. Why? Try that one more time. Join payload empty. Why?
This is crazy. You go to like console.log admin token space ID.
Console. Oh, these two. Still. Oh, maybe, yeah, that makes sense. If they're both undefined, then this will, yeah, perfect. You might be right. Space ID and admin token. Actually, then let's just see it, no? Data.space ID, that looks right. Admin token is also right. No, they do exist, I think. Undefined, you were right. Why? Is the HTTP server down? No, looks up. Await setup HTTP. What is setup HTTP doing? It is setting space ID to be this, unless this doesn't return anything.
Space response.
404. 404. But why is the admin token empty? I don't know. We'll see again. Undefined, undefined again. This time we got a 401.
Unauthorized?
Yeah.
Or what?
That even I don't know. All right. 401 on the space creation response. That probably happened because this user token is also empty. Sign up response or take a token. Why is sign in failing?
Console.log user sign in dot response status and data.
Status is good enough actually. 403. Why? Sign up request का क्या है अभी बता दो. Oh, I know. My bad. Type user. Sorry about that. I know it's frustrating. Still undefined though. One of the things is undefined. I think this is fine. Space is still not being created. Space response.status. That's 200. I think space is being created. Then we log. Let's just look at the server. Payload. See, space ID is coming now.
Token is not.
Token is not coming. Why? That looks right. User token is the same. Server log. Call in 2 minutes. Looks right.
Oh, what is the call regarding?
It's with this VS Code extension thingy. Guys are showing me their product. Codium, have you heard of it?
Oh yeah.
They've built something. I can't talk about it. The editor, because yeah, it's good though.
28.
All right.
Like, are they from cohort?
No. Big company. It's like a unicorn.
Oh, okay. And they're showing you.
Yeah, but what I can't talk about. I'll tell you about me.
Oh.
I've signed something. Like an NDA. What am I sending as the token? Where is the join event? There you go. User token. Oh, admin token is probably undefined then. Oh yeah, admin token is undefined. But why? Oh fuck, I sent it to the wrong one. Should be fine now. Let's restart the server.
Run the tests.
We run the tests.
Hope everything is good. Everything
अभी चल जाएगा तो 9:30 पे देगा धड़ा धड़ नहीं चला. At least you got the right job. No, the join event is still incorrect. Why? Why?
Time is ticking, sir.
ND and
this
403. Sign in returns 403. Why?
Do you have? Don't tell me like you have authentic middleware in sign in as well.
I do. Of course. Sign up probably is failing as well. Yeah, sign up is failing. That's why. The question is why sign up failing with a 400? It's validation failure. Oh, I don't know why though. I think role and type hai bhai. That's why I need TypeScript everywhere. TRPC.
TRPC.
All right. Things seem to be in place. Something is moving. Yeah, we'll have to debug later now. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in like 30 minutes or so. Maybe even lesser. Bye. If you don't see Sargam say bye.
Bye, guys.
All right. I totally forgot where I was. So let's see. First, Sargam had to leave for Nepal. So it's only going to be me for the rest of the video. When I run the tests by running npm run test, what do I see? I see a 400 somewhere where I shouldn't see a 400, most probably this guy. So I'm not able to sign up as an admin, even though I'm sending type admin. What is the schema? Sign up schema is type admin only. What is wrong here then? I have no idea. It is the sign up response that's returning a 400, I think. Let's see if that is the case. Yeah, it's returning a 400. No easy way to debug it. Yeah, I have too many logs everywhere. Let's go to the sign up endpoint. So user.ts has a index.ts route/index.ts has a sign up endpoint, where if you look at it, we do a bunch of things. There's only one place where 400 comes from. Well, there are two places. Do I already have a user with that username? Am I not using random values? I am. 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲𝗀.random. I don't think I'm that lucky. Okay, I'm hitting the same thing twice. So let's see. Let's see which one of these two is happening. Console.log, pass data incorrect. Question is, how does an AI debug like this? Or does it need to? Like there are steps that people follow to debug code. Will the AI do the same? Put logs everywhere? Probably not. Probably an agent would. If it's like a dumb agent like humans. A smarter agent would put breakpoints. Late night thoughts. Run it again, but I forgot to restart the server. See, we're dumb as humans. AI is much better. All right. If I go back here, I see no logs because my build process is a little messed up. I have to build twice right now. Alrighty, this time I don't see anything again. Why is that? Does that mean control never reaches sign up or something? /metadata/routes-index.ts. Yeah, that's the one. Does the control even reach here? Let's see. Inside sign up. If I run the tests, what do I see on the server? I see inside sign up. Oh, where did I put the logs? Put them in sign in or what? Either it's very late at night or I've put the logs in the wrong place, because I remember writing this like 2 minutes ago when I was talking about AI. Parse data incorrect, error thrown. Let's try that one more time. Let's run the script that Sargam wrote. And now if I run the tests and go back to the code, I see error thrown a few times. Question is, what is the error? Can you guess already? My guess is it's that this username already exists. Muscle memory. Why would that happen though? I'm creating random usernames. Oh, my DB is down. Because my Docker is down. Of course, it's this of all things. Let me restart Docker and join back. All right, Docker is up now. Let's see if we have Postgres running. We do. Let's do an npm run test. Well, I need to start HTTP server. And then npm run test again. Boy, this is taking like a long time. Alrighty, still a 400. So if I look at the logs, still authentication failed, localhost for Postgres are not valid. I do have Postgres running. I started 2 weeks ago. I think the password is right. Random guesses, I need to regenerate the client because packages/db generate apps http nd, and if we look at it now, it's just the last trials. Yeah, still a 400. Still the HTTP server is not able to connect because it doesn't have the right credentials for Postgres. If I do a .env in db, it looks right. Let me stop the database. Postgres, restart the database. Migrate the database. And try that one more time. This time 200. Okay, so we're getting there. All right, I'm able to log in, sign up. I get back a join event for wow, a lot of weird things happening. Let me restart the WebSockets server and run the tests one more time. This time, let's look at the logs. User connected. A join event for this base ID with this token. A move event for the first user, I would assume. And then a move event with payload null, which is very weird. Let's go back to the tests. I would assume all are failing. Oh, this time a runtime exception though, which is better. No, timeout, and something weird. Admin ID is not defined. What did I write before? Admin ID, it looks right. Declared over here, used over here. Then over here, what am I missing? Something obvious again. Before all services. Why is admin ID not defined? Seems like it's being used now. Oh, it isn't. Let admin ID. Cool. I think these responses are fine. The problem is the user second user never sends a join event. Even though the very first test is send join for the first user, send join for the second user, and only then we proceed. So why does the second join or the first join, one of these two, does not go through is the question. Let's see, before 1, 2, and then maybe 3 somewhere here. All right, let's try to run the tests one more time. Again, let me restart the WebSocket server so I have a clean slate. Hopefully you guys aren't sleeping by now. All right, let's see. First test more than once. Why? Oh, that makes sense. Inside first test, inside first test 1. Okay, so this is never goes beyond this, which means, you know, probably no message comes back from the server, which means somewhere here, where, right here. Set up WS. Somewhere here, I am not getting back events. Got back data 2 and back data 1. Run the tests again, and this time let's see if we ever get back data. We never get back data, which probably means on the server when this join event is received. Yeah, I remember putting a few logs in the join event. So let's see, ws/ user.ts, whenever a join event happens. Oh, I was returning over there. Never removed the return. Look at me. That's why you don't code by taking a break. You code all together. There we go. Run the tests again. And this time I'm getting back data for sure. So that's good. I got back a space joined, which is great. And what am I asserting? Is the test this.send space joined. That's the server. Where's the test? The assert probably should be, yes, these two space joins. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Resolve and not defined in a few places. There we go. Await new promise. Resolve. Let's try that one more time. Getting back data, that's good. User left as well. All right, test is still failing, but not with timeouts anymore. So we're getting data from the backend. Let's see what's up here. Get back ACK for joining the space. So if I go here, what am I expecting on 973? To be 0, received 1. Message 1 is for WS1, which is what is initialized first, I think. I guess the bigger question is, where do I send the join message on WS1 here? Then I wait for the message. Or unless I have lingering WebSockets. It's not lingering, it's lingerie. ND, and then run the tests. This time, hopefully. Space joined, spawn point, and I have a user. I have more than one user, oh boy. I think I know. You shouldn't send the user themselves. So if I go to user.ts, yeah, all of this is fine. The only thing is you dot, yeah, I'm just getting back myself. Filter x dot ID equal to, not equal to. Question is this ID or this is probably this ID? Perfect. Yeah, this will make sure I don't get back myself when I join the space. I should just get, the other people. All right, moving on. Restart it again and a bunch of tests. And this time, hopefully, Let's look at the first join event. Yeah, there you go. Space joined empty array, space joined one person. So I think at least the first test should be close to succession. Are you succeeding, sir? Nah. User join received user joined. What does the schema say? The schema says join a space. What do you get back? Joined. That's what the tests expect. No, that's what the tests should expect. User dash join. Cool, getting there. Expect message period x to be message 2. That's nice. It's a good test. 4 passed. See the very nice. 4 of them passed. Only 1 is failing now. That too with a very small error. You should not receive a movement event. You should receive a move event. Oh, sorry, it is movement. Why? The schema is bad. It should say move only, but chalo. Because, you know, move is better than iodex is what people say. Movement. Move MENT. All right. This goes to everyone else, right? Broadcast. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. Let's look at it. 4 tests succeeded, 1 failed. Same one, I guess. Again, I got back a movement. Why? I forgot to restart the test. Are we recording? We're recording. Alright. Running tests again, and this time, there we go, guys. Tests are passing. Yay! Fucking it took a long time. Now I'm going to remove all the skips from here. So describe dot skip. Yeah, you need to focus on this. All right, let's remove all of this and restart. Let's see if all the tests succeed. There are a bunch of logs I want to get rid of. Wow, interesting, very surprising, but super interesting. All right, so the tests are passing. We have finished the WebSocket server, the HTTP server. That's it. That's all we needed anyways. So if I go back to the Notion doc, what have I done? I have done the WebSocket server also. The next steps were polishes. Super important. You should containerize the app. I'm not. It's 2 files you have to add. You should do this. I'll probably deploy this by tomorrow also. You'll have a live link. Well, there's no point of a live link. What will you do? Look at the backend. That probably means let's directly go to this point and create a half-ass front end. So you can at least see something, है ना? कुछ तो दिखे, थोड़ा सा people are moving. At least the main arena bit we should build. Some half-ass version is fine. It doesn't have to be the best. Ooh, this is also super interesting. Yeah, everything else is like not super interesting. Maybe in a different video. I'm going to end the video by creating a half-ass front end. I would say quarter-ass front end, not the best front end. And just focusing on the arena, not going to focus on the login page, create admin, create dashboards page. If you're a good front-end developer, I'll deploy the backend. It's there for you to see. Create a very nice front end and send it to me. I'm happy to refer if I find any opportunity, probably will. So if the backend spec is right there, the API endpoints are right there, you know what to build. I think it's complete. I don't think we need something else. So if you can build the front end of this, super helpful. With that, we'll move on to the next point, which I'm not doing any other endpoint. I'm just going to create a half-ass front end next. Why not cheat a bit? We have written the tests. Tests are fairly comprehensive. Can we ask Claude to write the front end for us? At least just the arena bit. It'll spit out a very bad front end, but that's what I want right now. So can I try going to Claude.ai and ask it, hey, can you make the front end of this? Can you make the arena page here where I can visit by passing my token in the URL localhost :3002 / arena $token equal to whatever the token is, and room ID or whatever, space ID equal to some random space ID. Just use canvas and create simple avatars. Don't really need complicated avatars at the moment. Also don't need to hit the HTTP server at all. Alrighty, let's see. I hope it creates a, or did I write React, or did I just choose to use React? Why does it use shatcn by default? I have to install shatcn in the repository. It's just a card component. I'll probably just skip it. Why? Oh, fucking A. I don't hate this at all. The front end looks decent, but my problem with it is, where's the code? Does it at all connect to our WebSocket server? Oh, that's because I'm a dodo and I forgot to give the tests. Here are the tests for it. Only focus on the WebSocket tests. All right. Length has been, all right. It's like, why is AI not there yet? WebSockets. Keep going, WebSockets. Keep going. There we go. Alrighty. Wow, it's almost 4 a.m. It's thinking a little too much. Probably should. This is slightly hard to do, I would assume. Plus, it makes sense to have AI inside VS Code. I don't know, but like the question is, why is everyone building that? Is there a good reason for it? Is there a bad reason for it? Are developers actually adopting? I don't have the data. But yeah, oh wait, that is not good at all. All right, that's a lot of code. Let's. All right, recording has stopped for a while. My bad. Let's see. Connect to 3001. Right, it needs to connect to 3001, but that's fine. Everything else is canvases. Arrow up, arrow down, looks right. Handle move function seems to be doing what it needs to do. Yeah. Do you need to send the user ID in here? Probably not. Token is getting sent here. That looks decentish. What happens if I preview? Oh, that's decent. At least the UI comes. That's actually not bad UI, if I'm being honest. All right, time to initialize a new React app. So the way to do that is, do we need the tests anymore? I don't. So I can go here and to apps and try to create a wait at the rate of latest. That means initialize a fresh React project. I'm going to name it frontend. I'm going to use React as my framework, TypeScript as the language. Oh, oopsie daisy. I've not committed anything, so this is very scary at the moment. npm run dev. When I run npm install. When I run nd, it runs npm run dev on my machine. I have an alias, so don't run nd on your side. Run npm run dev. Simple React project. I'm going to initialize a new component here called game.tsx. And then I'm just going to go here and copy this component. I would assume this exports a component. Of course, TypeScript is acting up. Where is the card being used? Let's just get rid of the card. Why do all AIs use Shatscene by default? That's weird. Let's make this an any. And still a lot of TypeScript errors. Yeah, I should have just asked Claude to give me TypeScript code. So isn't current user. What else? Event. This is probably a number, but I'm just sticking with any's for now. What's up here? I think most of my errors will go away if I do this. Come on, front end shouldn't take you this long. All right, a lot of them went away with this one. And lastly, where are you, sir? Ah, there it is. Cool, this should do it. And I am going to take this arena component. Is it exported? It is. I'm going to import it in app.tsx. Import from arena. Oh, sorry, game. Cool. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, I need to start this on 3000. Oh, it starts on some random port anyway, so that's fine. 5173. If I open this, I see something. Let's get rid of all CSS. Alrighty. Oh, my eyes. There we go. Cool. What I want to do now is change the WebSocket URL. I think it's 3000 needs to be 3001. Refresh. And the other thing is I need a token for the user to connect with and a space ID. So let me quickly create some in Postman, or I could have just run the tests and figured them out from there. Either is fine. So localhost colon 3000 / API / v1 / sign up, new HTTP request, post indeed with some body, JSON. All right, username 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗲, password 123456, and role, let's keep it an admin only. Username, password, validation failed. Oh, this is type. Should just be role. All right, signed up. Then I'm going to sign in. I'm going to store the GWT somewhere over here. Then I'm going to do the same thing one more time. Sign up. Then I'm going to do the same thing again. Sign in and copy this over. Keep it in a separate tab. I have both the tokens. Now I need to create a space. So that will be API v1 space with a lot of arguments that I don't remember now. Name, new space, probably wrong. Let's go to types and figure out create space schema, name, dimensions, and map ID. Dimensions 200 cross 200. I don't need a map ID right now. I think that's good enough. And if I post, I get an unauthorized because I haven't yet sent a header. Let me send an authorization header here. Better space. either is fine because both are admins. Well, anyone can create a space. Admins are for other things. Get a space ID, store it here. All right, we have a space ID and 2 tokens. So in the first tab, I'm going to go to localhost 5173 slash question mark token equal to the first token and space ID. What was the argument? It was join space ID only. So, and space ID equal to this thing. Token is the space ID just connected to user 1. All right. Let's open this in a different tab and replace the JWT with a different one. Connected to user still 1. Oh, because server died. JWT must be provided. Oh, the server crashed a while back. That makes sense. Let me restart. Refresh. Connected users say 2. That's pretty good. I am moving my arrow keys. I don't see any avatars though. Inspect console. Everything looks right. How are you rendering avatars, sir? Space join, set current user. That is fine. How are you rendering them? If current user, draw the current user. Why is it not drawing though? Where is it? Current user. Console. Oh. Drawing other user and drawing myself. Refresh. I'm drawing myself, drawing other users. I don't see any drawing. Current user.x, unless current user.x is like messed up. Let's log it. Yeah. Undefined. Space joint, set current user. Huh. That looks perfect. The hell? Oh, drawing myself. There you go. It was an error, but this one would have been nice. If not, current user.x, I don't know, break. What is happening here? Why wouldn't it render the thing? Drawing myself rendered twice again. Where is it? Did the WebSocket server crash? No, it didn't. Drawing myself got called twice. Something so obvious again, I can tell you almost. I can smell obviousness when I see it. Let's just say that made no sense. So it's set over here. Why would it not re-render? I set current user. So if the current user changes, this dependency changes. There an early, oh, if not canvas return. Are we early returning or something? Also, arrow keys are not working. Probably early return. Are we though? No, there's no reason to early return. Canvas is probably defined. Let's see. Console.log. Render, refresh. Okay, render gets called, but control doesn't go below render. Below render. I'm sure you guys already see it. You guys are smarter than I am. Okay, everything happens. And why does it not reach here? What current user is what? So why is the control not reaching here? If current user and current user.x, then you do something. All right. Drawing myself at this x and this y, which should run all of this code, which should render, whatever this color is. And this width and height. What's wrong? Is the CSS messing things up? Is the color really dark or something? No. Oh God, why? Fill style, arc, fill, font, text align. Yeah, that looks right. Ugh. This code is not performing as expected. It's not rendering anything on the canvas. And I can't think of a reason of why that would happen. Alrighty. Let's do this. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just render the text. Let's wait, we begin path here. Do you have to end path or something? I don't know. Probably not. Refresh. Do you guys see something I don't? Why do I not see the avatar? Okay, let's do this. 50, 50. Oh, there you go. Now I see it. But if I do a current user.x into 50 and current user.y.50, I don't see it. What is x and y? Is it like huge? Oh, it is huge. It is huge. The space is very limited. We need a bigger canvas, folks. So everything is fine. We just need a bigger canvas. Where is the canvas defined? Right here. Or I should have just created a smaller space. I didn't do that. There you go. That's me. And if I open this in another tab, same token is fine. Where is me? Will that break something? I don't know. Might. Refresh. Now I don't see that either. Probably because x and y is really big. 141x. That's a lot of x. 141 into 50 would be 1400 into 5. That's a lot. So what we can do is not do. That's fine. Let's just create a smaller space really quickly. Create a space which is not 200 cross 200, but maybe 30 cross 30. That sounds good, huh? Alrighty, send. Get this new space ID, which has a smaller width and smaller height. That should do it. Enter. I see myself here. Enter. Oh, I see myself. Why don't I not see the other party? Can I move up and down at least? Yeah, I do, but it scrolls up as well. That's fine. There you go. I am over here and something is happening. Of course, there's a bug. But if you open them side by side, if I move here, right. The fuck? Oh, no. You have to press the arrow key twice for some reason. That's me and that's the user on the other side. But again, when I move from here, that doesn't come here. I'm sure it's easily fixable. Nothing in the console though, that's bad. Drawing other user does log. So I'm sure it's pretty simple what the issue is. Alrighty, time to refresh. Yeah, it works in one tab, doesn't work in the other one. Arrow keys also are not working. Working now. Oh, there you go. Finally works. Still some bugs, like you can see user undefined, but if I move up, oh, sorry, open the console. Let me close the console. It definitely is buggy. The front end, I would assume, I would hope. The tests hopefully state that the backend isn't. It's like 1111, something bad is happening. Am I sharing the tokens? I don't know. Something's up, but yeah, I have to like type it twice for it to work. Also, there's a, lingering user over there. So close, but not there yet, but we'll call it here. I think it's like, I wouldn't call it 1% front end, not even half-as, but gets the job done. Oh, where did it go? Come back. Scroll. Oh, there we go. You have to disable scroll in an application like this. Hopefully that's obvious. The whole canvas is taken by the application. But yeah, there you go with the front end. It's buggy. There's like some small bug. I don't know if it's the front end or back end. Hopefully it's just the front end. But yeah, one more thing that hasn't been done yet. What is it? Chairs and tables don't appear. So we have to write the logic to, store avatars, things like these. Hopefully that's simple. If you've built everything, you just have to send an HTTP request, get all the elements and just render them everywhere. That should do it. Alrighty. With that, the arena is done. What's left? What's left is discussing the video architecture. Do you guys want that? It's interesting. So let me spend 10 minutes doing it. Then we'll go from there. And, we'll probably just call it afterwards. All right. Last 10 minutes on one more time discussing the architecture, the goods, the bads. How do you scale this, to let's say, I don't know, 1 million users, 100 servers, things like these. Let's just discuss scalability in next section. All right, let's discuss the architecture next. Usually, what we've built until now is a WebSocket server, an HTTP server, and the front end. We've written it fairly well, if I'm being honest. We've written the tests also, whatever. In a real gather like application or zep.us like application, you need one more thing. What is that one more thing? Video. This is one of the reasons that I was hired at companies like these, because video is really hard to do, especially real-time video. So if this is your zep.us space, you do have avatars. Avatars do move around from point A to point B to point C, but when they come close to each other, a video pops up and you can talk to them. So if these two people are close to each other, they can actually see each other's video and hear each other as well. The way that works is you need another service it's usually called an SFU. It's the most common architecture. Almost every company would use it, or call it a video server. This server's responsibility is to relay media between the candidates. So if there is person number 1 and person number 2, all of their media goes through an SFU and comes back from it. That's how person 1 can see other person's video. But this gets very challenging because the everyone's producing their video to the SFU. If you're closer to no one, then probably doesn't make sense for you to, but okay, let's say everyone's producing the video. But consumption needs to happen based on the positions. If these two people are close to each other, then these two people sort of should be allowed to even ask the SFU for a video. This person should not even be allowed. The SFU should reject. Kyar, you are very far from this guy. I will not let you ask for their video. This creates a unique challenge of the SFU having to talk to the game engine, because the game engine is what has the positions. How do you fix this? It's very complicated. There are a lot of architectures. I can't discuss some NDAs. And it was a very unique architecture the CTO of the company thought. And every time I would explain that architecture in an interview, and when I was asked the same architecture in an interview, I was like, there is a bug here, but there is no bug in that architecture. That's the only complicated bit. Or the last interview you would ask a video engineer in a question. Last question you would ask a video engineer in an interview would be, how do you handle permissions? How does the SFU restrict who has access, who doesn't have access, without talking to the game engine? The SFU cannot talk to the game engine. The SFU needs to figure out if, when this guy asks for permission for video of someone else, this is a problem, right? If CTO and CEO are having a small meeting here, a random employee shouldn't be overhearing them. So if this person has access to push to the SFU, then, ask for CTO's video, that's a problem. But the SFU doesn't know what is this guy's position, what is this guy's position. It doesn't know the proximity. It doesn't know who is closer to whom. So the SFU cannot, if this guy asks for that person's video, SFU can be like, Acha, you are in the same space for sure. You look like you're in the same gather space. I will have to give you the video. How does the SFU prevent it without ever knowing the position of the other users? You might say, Harkirat, I can broadcast my position to the SFU. Okay, hey, I am at this X and this Y. This is my position. Please give me this thing of the other user. But that's a problem. If this guy is broadcasting their own position, then they will just send, hey, I am right here. And the SFU will be like, oh, you are right here. Take the video of the CTO. So how does the SFU prevent this person from sending video, or you're receiving video more technically, from this CTO that's having a small conversation over here without the SFU knowing iski position kya hai, iski position kya hai? Dimag phat jayega if you are able to figure this one out. That was the only hard bit. Everything else is, SFUs are very common. These are the common ones: Media Soup, Python, LiveKit. There are like a lot of them. I would say these are the big ones. LiveKit is the most used one. It's built on top of Python. Is there any other good SFU today? I mean, there might be, but like these are the ones that I know. If you want to self-host, if you want to use a service, Agora, Twilio, there's like no end to how many WebRTC services are out there. If you want to quickly get it off the ground, this might make sense, but usually companies self-host, have their own code, have their own logic, have their own something called signaling servers. So you probably, if you want a job basically by the end of this, you probably want to get deep into these. That's what one person here in Superlabs is also doing. He's focusing a lot on Python because there's an opportunity there. It's very hard, like WebRTC isn't easy. And then knowing it enough that you know it better than the video engineers at these companies is even harder. But you can learn it in a few months. That's it. That's all I had for this video. To recap, we have done all the checkboxes that I've checked here. The only thing we haven't done is DevOps stuff. I'll probably do another video on this. How should you deploy your applications? We did one in Superlabs. It's just good. Have a Kubernetes cluster, deploy everything there. Deploy and forget. I have done discussing video architectures. Yeah, if you've not migrated to Kubernetes, doesn't make sense to discuss this. Migrated to Golang is definitely not happening in this video. So that's all I had for this one. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.